the game of the true apocalypse. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 101: Spider Duke Freya. Shendong's death stemmed from a miscalculation. He naively believed a few bottles of Beiju would suffice to intoxicate Lin Mingyuan. He also underestimated Lin Mingyuan's vigilance. How could Lin Mingyuan, alone and unprepared, be so? Especially after learning of the existence of a villain within the team, Lin Mingyuan feigned drunkenness, and Shendong fell for it. Professionals possessed keen senses, and the noises in Lin Mingyuan's room quickly alerted the others, who joined the other 4 members of the team. Xiong Hongda, still drunk, sobered up upon seeing Shendong, whose head had been twisted 180 degrees and tragically dead. He asked, bewildered, "What's going on?" "He snuck into my room and tried to steal my equipment, but I caught him red-handed," Lin Mingyuan said, flicking his wrist. "Is that so? Take him out and bury him," Xiong Hongda sighed. Shendong had courted his own demise, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. The Wang brothers dragged Shendong's body away without a word. They put themselves in his shoes. If their painstakingly obtained monster hunting gear had been stolen, they would have considered it merciful not to cut the thief into pieces. Shendong's death was not unjust, he deserved it. Shendong's reputation had been tarnished and he was unwelcome in life, but after his death, people only remembered his good deeds, subconsciously forgetting his faults. The next day, as they continued their journey, the 5 men had become 4, and the mood within the group was deeply gloomy. Lin Mingyuan, unfazed, led the way, soaring high and low, all the way to Dawn City. Dawn was now a ghost town, with vast spider webs connecting the buildings and sealing the city in, as if a tribe of giant spiders had built their nests within the city, claiming it as their own territory. Yan Qianxue shivered at the sight of the dense webs covering the city. She was already suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and horrific memories kept flooding back. "If you can't handle it, stay outside and keep watch for us," Lin Mingyuan said. Yan Qianxue was definitely incapable of participating in the battle in her current state. "No, I can handle it. Let me help." Dr. Yan Qianxue stopped trembling, her face pale as she followed a group. Entering the silent, dead city, there was no sound except the footsteps of Lin Mingyuan and the others. Dried blood could be seen on the streets, and shattered buildings bore the scars of battle in every corner of the city. The quieter it was, the more dangerous it felt. Lin Mingyuan sensed malevolent eyes watching him. The predator hadn't yet bared its sharp fangs, but was waiting for him to reach the center of a trap. Lin Mingyuan remained calm and continued deeper into the city. When he reached the intersection ahead, the heavy but measured footsteps of the Silver Knights emerged from all directions. Above them was a spider web thick enough to block out the sunlight. All around them were heavily armored knights, 2 to 2.5 meters tall, slender and powerful, clad in silver armor, surrounding the group. Xiong Hongda raised his large shield. The Wang brothers, their arrows on the bowstring, their eyes cold and sharp, ready for battle. Yan Qianxue, overcoming her fear, injected everyone with a special adrenaline shot. Lin Mingyuan heard the system's buffed, temporary speed increase of 10%. Lin Mingyuan used insight to observe the Silver Knights. Their talents and skills were identical to those of the Silver Knights he had detected previously. However, the Silver Knights Lin Mingyuan had killed were severely injured after being teleported, and that was a small group of less than 50. Now, the Silver Knights were in their prime, numbering over 1,000, with hundreds of them at level 50, second-level Silver Knights. Even the most common Silver Knights were above level 40. With powerful armor, 10 Silver Knights were enough to destroy Xiong Hongda's team. Without Lin Mingyuan's leadership, Xiong Hongda and his men would never have dared return to Dawn City. Having escaped Dawn City on the day the city was destroyed, they knew the strength of the Silver Knights. Lin Mingyuan alone remained calm, while the others were sweating with nervousness. However, the Silver Knights surrounding Lin Mingyuan and his men remained silent, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Mingyuan didn't move either, folding his arms as he waited for the true leader of the Silver Knights to emerge. The spider webs that blanketed the city weren't the work of the Silver Knights, but rather the work of the high-ranking nobles who controlled the Silver Knight Corps. If Lin Mingyuan wanted to obtain the Silver Edge, killing any number of ordinary Silver Knights or second-rank Silver Knight captains wouldn't work. He would have to speak to the Corps commander or a high-ranking noble of the Silver Empire. Sulfur, magma, and the smell of death emanating from crows. What a charming little creature. Lin Mingyuan didn't have to wait long before the real culprit finally appeared. Even before they arrived, she had already revealed Lin Mingyuan's abilities. Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This wasn't a friendly omen. The Silver Knights parted neatly to make way for the Baroness, half kneeling to greet her, a woman over 3 meters tall and exceptionally voluptuous. Dressed in a long white dress and a wide-brimmed black hat, her beautiful black curly hair stalked towards Lin Mingyuan. She ignored Xiang Hongda's team, who were less powerful than the Silver Knights, and had only Lin Mingyuan in her sight, treating them as his lackeys. The Baroness had a high nose bridge and prominent cheekbones. Her flaming red lips flared beneath heavy black eye makeup. A pearl necklace, each the size of a longan, dangled from her neck. Her fair skin overshadowed the pearls, so pale it reflected light. Her features didn't conform to Eastern aesthetics, but according to Western standards, the Baroness was a truly exceptional beauty. Her voluptuous figure, in particular, emanated a mature, voluptuous aura that captivated even Xiang Hongda and the others, who were already facing hostility. Seeing the thick spiderwebs covering the city, Lin Mingyuan suspected it was Lin Mingyuan. He never imagined it was her. The Spider Duke had arrived on Earth so early, something Lin Mingyuan had never known in his previous life. In the first year of the Cataclysm, Earthlings were still the masters. But in the second year, the celestial spheres converged, accelerating the fusion of the two worlds. Forces from Apocalypse and other worlds arrived to rebuild their homes. The Silver Empire descended on Luoxia province. Its capital, Lordran, occupied the former territory of Dawn City. The military stronghold, Blackstone City, descended on a wasteland outside TS City. Other important Silver Empire strongholds were scattered across the Luoxia province. Luoxia province became a complete vassal of the Silver Empire. It wasn't until the 4th year of the Cataclysm, when powerful humans emerged, that they regained control. Lin Mingyuan was well versed in the Silver Empire, which had once ruled them. Its citizens were significantly more physically fit than those on Earth. A height of 1.8 meters was considered short in the Silver Empire. Those who qualified for the Silver Knight selection were generally over 2 meters tall, with 2.5 meters considered tall. A baroness's height, exceeding 3 meters, was reserved for the higher nobility. For ordinary people, the rank of Marquess reached its peak. The Silver Empire's highest ruling class consisted of 1 king and 4 dukes. Legend has it that at the founding of the Silver Empire, 5 heroes led the Silver people to hunt down the 4 great beasts and the White Dragon King of the ancient land, plundering their bloodline power and passing it down through generations. In modern times, the Spider Duke's title was inherited by Freya, the voluptuous older sister standing before Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan silently activated his insight, Spider Duke Freya, LV73-120. Lin Mingyuan had seen the level bar fluctuate rather than display a clear level. The lower bar indicated the character's actual level, while the upper bar indicated their current level. This could be due to injury or a seal that prevented their recovery to peak strength. However, just as Lin Mingyuan glanced at the name and level, Spider Duke Freya angrily waved her hand, and the insight panel, which was about to form, suddenly dissipated into mist. Hasn't anyone told you it's rude to peek at a lady? Freya pursed her lips, her plump lips inviting a kiss. However, a normal human was too short for her, and even standing on tiptoe, he couldn't reach her breasts. I couldn't help myself. Good day, Baroness, Lin Mingyuan said defensively, performing a standard knight salute. Only then did Freya smile, as if the world had brightened. It seems you've learned a lot from the Silver Knight you killed. The Spider Duke could see the mark left on Lin Mingyuan by the Silver Knight's death, but she had no intention of seeking revenge. Instead, she enthusiastically offered him a tryst. You smell quite nice. Come serve me, and you can have everything you want, including me. The Baroness licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with seduction. The Silver Knights, hearing this, grew restless, eager to take Lin Mingyuan's place and grant a Baroness's request. In the eyes of the Silver Empire's high nobility, Lin Mingyuan's height essentially qualifies him as a dwarf. But just as human men generally prefer short, cute women, the strong-willed Baroness preferred smaller, stronger men. I do desire your Silver Empire's inherited swordsmanship, but I have no intention of serving you. Let's fight. If I win, you give me the inherited swordsmanship. What if I win? The Baroness demanded, eager to hear Lin Mingyuan's final word. If you win, I'll run away. I won't be your male lover anyway. Lin Mingyuan always spoke his mind, with no intention of deceiving the Baroness. If he could win, he'd fight. If he couldn't, he'd run. You couldn't catch me anyway. Strength was the basis for Lin Mingyuan's honesty. Chapter 102, Mystery, Landslides and Earthquakes. Interesting little man, I allow you to challenge me, and regardless of victory or defeat, I will pass on my inherited swordsmanship to you, because I admire you. Come, the Baroness said, removing her lace gloves. Her hands were instantly coated with a layer of black cuticle, giving them a look of exceptional defensive power. The battle was imminent. Xiong Hongda, bracing himself, asked Lin Mingyuan, who was about to clash with the Baroness, with a wry smile, is this a dangerous situation you can't handle? Lin Mingyuan had previously made it clear that if faced with an unmanageable danger, he would flee. He could fly, of course, but how could Xiong Hongda and the others break through the Silver Knight's encirclement? Lin Mingyuan patted Xiong Hongda's shoulder without replying. Their survival depended on the outcome of the battle. This was a calculated risk, one they had to bear. Slowly drawing his sword from its sheath, Lin Mingyuan's aura suddenly changed. The sword's sharp edge pierced through his body, and hundreds of crows pierced through the spider webs and flew in, covering the sky. Secret technique, Thousand Illusion Crow Killing Formation, activate. Lin Mingyuan unleashed his ultimate move when faced with a formidable foe. Unfurling his wings, he soared upward like a mighty crow. The flock of crows from the horizon formed a nearly instantaneous formation. Mastering the crow court sword intent, Lin Mingyuan deployed his formation even faster, enhancing all of his crow court sword techniques. A Silver Knight caught in the sword formation was instantly ravaged by the crows, their sturdy armor ripped to shreds, unable to protect him. All out of the way, with the exception of a few Silver Knight captains, no one else was qualified to intervene in this battle. Freya shouted, and the Silver Knights retreated in unison. Without the oppressive presence of the heavily armored Silver Knights, Xiong Hongda and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. The four of them simultaneously retreated from the main battlefield, where black feathers blanketed the sky and crows filled the air. What exactly is Brother Lin's profession? Isn't he a swordsman? Why does he use magic? Yang Xiaoyu questioned the vast sword formation that shone with such force that it resembled a forbidden spell. This, Xiong Hongda was at a loss for words. Lin Mingyuan's sword formation truly exceeded his comprehension. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. We just need to watch carefully. Wang Peng watched the battle unfold without blinking. This earth-shattering battle needed devoted spectators like Wang Peng. There were only two outcomes for those caught in Lin Mingyuan's Thousand Illusion Crows killing formation, either break through the sword formation and escape, or die. There was no third possibility. But today, Lin Mingyuan had broadened his horizons. Freya didn't die, nor did she break the formation. Instead, she rushed towards Lin Mingyuan, facing the onslaught of thousands of girl-like sword energies. Her pace was so swift that she leaped to heights as if gravity had completely dissipated. 5 razor-sharp blades extended from her 5 dark fingers, slicing with a destructive aura that collided head-on with Lin Mingyuan's silver falling blade, which had barely condensed. The shimmering silver light was cut in half before it flashed. Freya's precise judgment of the situation prevented Lin Mingyuan's most threatening attack. Then, the Baroness's long arms wrapped around Lin Mingyuan's waist like a mother's embrace, sending him plummeting headfirst. The Baroness's speed and strength clearly surpassed the transformed Lin Mingyuan, pinning him to the ground. Lin Mingyuan's world spun, his strength sapped by the Baroness's power, unable to gather any strength and resist, and he could only withstand her throw, Death Cradle. She embraced Lin Mingyuan and spun to the ground, creating a massive crater at the smooth intersection. Countless cracks ripped through the streets in all directions, and several nearby low-rise buildings collapsed, sending smoke and dust billowing. Xiong Hongda and the others were still worried about Lin Mingyuan, but Freya smiled. With no one in front of her, she whispered, "You actually possess the power of time and space. You truly are worthy of being the man I value. I'm increasingly interested in you." The moment they landed, Lin Mingyuan used a flash step to dodge. "But I have no interest in you." From the pit, a dark blue sword suddenly pierced Freya's flat abdomen from behind. Due to his height, Lin Mingyuan could only strike Freya in the abdomen. The blade sliced open Freya's stomach, and blood and visceral fragments gushed out, staining her snow-white dress red. Then, a bloodthirsty flock of crows swarmed into the pit from above, seeking to take advantage of her weakness. Countless crows' sword energy completely surrounded Freya, attacking her wounds frantically. At that moment, strands of spider silk rose from Freya's feet, forming a cocoon that enveloped her from below. A blast of crow sword energy could only sever a few strands, leaving her in a cocoon completely untouched. Trying to heal? Impossible. Lin Mingyuan refused to give up this hard-earned opportunity. His entire body ablaze, he scatters the crows and embraces the cocoon with open arms. The intense heat of the incineration quickly melts the cocoon, but when it completely melts, Freya is nowhere to be found. Some kind of displacement skill? She uses the spider silk to relocate. Damn, Lin Mingyuan instantly deduces that Freya has shifted and could launch a fatal attack at any moment. Terrified, he activates the bone-crushing ring of the Fire Lord, instantly transforming into a 3-meter-tall fire demon. Lin Mingyuan had been a dwarf in front of Freya, but after transforming into his fire demon form, he was finally as tall as her. He turned suddenly to see Freya, her injuries fully healed, standing at the far end of the underground pipes. She had no intention of attacking him, and he had overestimated his own abilities. For Freya, this battle was merely a test of Lin Mingyuan's abilities, not a life-or-death duel. Regardless of Lin Mingyuan's seriousness, she wasn't serious. She even deliberately didn't dodge, knowing he was about to attack her. How cruel. You actually want to kill me, Freya teased, her sharp fingers scraping against the metal pipes, sending sparks flying. If you're so easily defeated by me, then you might as well die. Lin Mingyuan, his body ablaze with flames, wasted no time. His fire demon form was limited in duration. He charged forward, smashing Freya's finger blade with his flaming fist. He followed with an uppercut, sending Freya crashing to the ground. A massive column of underground fire erupted, sending her soaring into the air. The elegant, regal gown was reduced to ash by the raging flames, revealing her snow-white skin. No scenes inappropriate for children appeared. Black spider armor enveloped Freya's entire body. Lin Mingyuan, in his fire demon form, finally managed to push the boss into its second stage with a burst of attacks. Primarily black, her muscles were crisscrossed with dark red, revealing the Baroness's voluptuous figure, as if encased in a black leotard. In the tense battle, Lin Mingyuan had no mood for admiring a beautiful woman. He instantly stepped forward, preempting the effects of his ghost blade to unleash his phantom sword dance. The first few strikes of phantom sword dance, wielding the ghost blade effect, shredded large swaths of Freya's armor. The subsequent chaotic sword energy only scratched the white skin beneath the armor. The final, massive strike, a fusion of all the previous sword energies, completely decapitated Freya. While Freya was being flung back by the sword's energy, Lin Mingyuan's flaming hand caressed the bloodthirster sword. Forged primarily from the fangs of a vampire progenitor, the sword instantly erupted in flames. Lin Mingyuan leaped high and slammed down towards Freya. The flaming sword instantly slashed Freya to the ground. Simultaneously, his slam created a vast crackle extending 100 meters in front of him, a glowing orange-red light emanating from the cracks. The next second, boiling molten lava erupted from all the cracks, like a volcanic eruption. The erupting magma incinerated everything, even the abandoned cars caught in the volcano's path, instantly turning them into molten iron. The raging heat ignited any flammable material, such as spider silk, and the flames spread rapidly. Xiuong Hongda and others, hundreds of meters away on the outskirts of the battlefield, felt the oppressive heat. The ultimate technique from the Fire Demon King's Crucible Sword Art, Earthshatter. The opening move is similar to a leaping slash, launching a leap and launching an attack that tears the ground apart, sending powerful flames underground where they erupt, devastating enemies within range. Mastering this ultimate technique can even mobilize the Earth's core magma, unleashing unimaginable, terrifying damage. If the ultimate technique, Thousand Illusion Crows Slaying Formation represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, then Earthshatter represents the perfect fusion of power and skill. Crucible Sword Art places great emphasis on strength. Without divine power, its full potential is unattainable. Therefore, practicing Crucible Sword Art increases the wielder's strength and stamina. Lin Mingyuan possesses an astonishing talent for swordsmanship, having mastered the first ultimate technique within a mere week of acquiring the Fire Demon King's Crucible Sword Art. While the Crow Court sword art only features one ultimate technique, the Fire Demon King's Crucible sword art boasts three. Perhaps this is the difference between legendary and epic sword arts. Having said all this, Lin Mingyuan unleashed his strongest attack yet. Amidst the orange-red lava pool where the earth had been molten, Freya slowly rose to her feet. Her armor had been repaired, and she was barely injured. How is this possible? What kind of body structure is she? Is she even human? The four spectators gaped in astonishment. Lin Mingyuan's flurry of attack seemed like a deity descending from heaven. The terrifying power of each move was like a hammer striking their hearts, shocking them to the point of staggering. Yet, despite Lin Mingyuan's terrifying attacks, Freya remained virtually unscathed. She was injured, but the damage wasn't serious, and she would heal in a matter of breaths. Lin Mingyuan was already powerful enough, beyond their imagination, but Freya was even more powerful. Chapter 103 Conspiracy. On a separate note, while Lin Mingyuan was still debating whether or not to join the Silver Empire, the Silver Knight leading the way brought Xiang Hongda and the other three to the refugee camp. Iron sheets and plastic steel plates enclosed an open space roughly the size of 4 football fields. Hastily constructed rows of prefabricated steel houses served as the refugees' homes. The makeshift drainage ditch was filled with garbage and feces. With Yan Qianxue wearing a mask, she could practically see the large number of bacteria floating in the air. Xiang Hongda, however, didn't bother worrying about the poor living conditions in the refugee camp. When he saw the ragged, pale-faced refugees, he was so excited he nearly cried. He had always assumed that the people of Dun City had been decimated, but he hadn't expected there to be so many in the refugee camp. While the people of Dun City weren't completely exterminated, the professionals there were. To ensure Lordran's safe arrival in the New World, the Silver Knights must eliminate all destabilizing factors, the local professionals being the greatest source of instability. Once the professionals are eliminated, the Silver Knights will gather in all residents of Dun City into refugee camps, providing them with daily rations of food and clean water to ensure they neither starve nor become violent. The people don't need a king, but the king needs the people. The Silver Empire needs to conquer a sufficient number of natives to serve the Silver Knights, who in turn serve the higher nobility. This rigid feudal system forms the foundation of the empire. Seeing many of his fellow countrymen still alive, Xiang Hongda was thrilled. Seeing their lives struggled, he felt resentful. But he could do nothing to change anything. He couldn't rescue them from the scourge, let alone improve their living conditions. Now they were struggling and at the mercy of others, so how could he dare to make any comments? What does the Silver Knight mean by sending us here? Are they planning a concentration camp massacre? Yan Qianxue shuddered. Don't worry, we are guests. Even if the Silver Knights don't give us face, they will have to give Lin Mingyuan face. Nothing will happen. Xiang Hongda was unsure when he said this. After Lin Mingyuan was defeated and captured, no one could say how much face he could still have. The only thing Xiang Hongda could be sure of was that the Silver Knights would not massacre the refugee camp. The civilians in the refugee camp would become the first citizens of the Silver Empire in the future. Whether this is a blessing or a curse is still unknown. Half an hour after Xiang Hongda and his 3 companions arrived at the refugee camp, Lin Mingyuan arrived at the refugee camp. He came to ask Xiang Hongda to take them away. After chatting with Freya, in addition to the silver planetarium that recorded the inherited swordsmanship, Silver Edge, Freya also gave Lin Mingyuan a knight's medal engraved with a spider pattern and let Lin Mingyuan go. From then on, Lin Mingyuan was a knight directly under the Spider Duke. With this medal, he could mobilize up to 100 Silver Knights. In the early stages of the catastrophe, the 100 Silver Knights were an absolutely decisive force. Local factions like the Three Spears Alliance and the Pengcheng Camp were simply unable to withstand their onslaught. Dun City fell to 2,000 Silver Knights, and the local professionals were utterly slaughtered. Lin Mingyuan was pleased that Freya wasn't eager to pursue a further relationship with him. She acted like an nymphomaniac with her touches, but she always managed to pull the plug at crucial moments, proving she wasn't a promiscuous slut. Distracted from the romantic atmosphere Freya had woven, Lin Mingyuan took in the overflowing sewage and rats scurrying through the streets. His superhuman senses became a torment in the refugee camp, and the mingled stench of all the odors infiltrated his nose, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. Lin Mingyuan, fully armored and with a sword dangling from his waist, stood out from the crowd. The numb, hopeless refugee saw that he didn't belong. As he turned a corner, a disheveled woman grabbed his arm. Her once meticulously maintained complexion had long since fallen from grace, her skin sallow and grime-stained, her fingers thick with black mud. Please take me away. I'll give you anything you want. I'm sorry, you don't have what I want. Lin Mingyuan unmoved, shaking off the woman's hand and continuing on his way. Despite her disfigurement, her face and features betrayed her former beauty, a beauty worthy of a beauty pageant winner, needing no Photoshop to captivate countless admirers. But in a devastated wasteland, beauty without the power to protect it can only become a plaything. Even more tragically, some lack even the right to be a plaything. Take the woman just now, for example. Her beauty simply couldn't attract the Silver Knights. The Silver Knights favored tall, muscular beauties, and their aesthetic standards were completely different from those of Earthlings. The 3-meter-tall, plump, and oversized Spider Duke Freya was the ultimate beauty in the Silver Knight's eyes. Interestingly, even from Earthling perspectives, Freya was incredibly alluring. It could only be said that perverts the world over are the same, harboring a hidden dream of driving a luxury car. After wandering around the refugee camp for a while, Lin Mingyuan found Xiang Hongde and the others. Seeing him, Xiang Hongde and the others were overjoyed and rushed over to say, "Thank God you're okay." Lin Mingyuan's life depended on Xiang Hongde's. If anything happened to him, they would be unable to escape. It's settled. I'm here to take you away. I've been back home and seen what's going on. You have a good idea of what's going on. What are your plans next? Xiang Hongde sighed. Where else can we go? Back to Donglin City and continue to make a living. Could it be that the boss has some help? Not really. If you're interested, you can come to TS City. I'm a bit of a figurehead there. To be honest, TS City has fewer professionals and is less powerful than Donglin City, but that will change soon. In the future, foreign military strongholds will descend upon Luoxia province. The urban strongholds we've built will be easily destroyed. These otherworldly city-states will be our refuge. In the future, I will lead my professionals to occupy the important military stronghold of Blackstone City. We'll be in great need of manpower. Lin Mingyuan was recruiting. Professionals specializing in defense were always in high demand. Furthermore, the team also included a pure support medic and 2 excellent marksmen. Their character was proven to be excellent. Of course, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't let go of any talented individuals he encountered. No need to say, "Let's go." Without you, our team would have been wiped out in the primeval forest. Your life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Just one word from you, and we'll brave the dangers. You won't regret your decision today. Follow me. I'll give you a tour of TS City on the way. Lin Mingyuan, beaming with joy after his successful recruitment, took the 4 men on their journey again. Lin Mingyuan needed loyal and reliable subordinates, while Xiang Hongde and his men, adrift and drifting, needed a strong leader to fall back on. The two sides hit it off immediately. A brief period of stable development passed quietly, but the era of great conflict was about to begin. Lin Mingyuan, happily returning home with his newly recruited men, had no idea that undercurrents had been brewing within the camp during his absence. "I can't take this anymore. It's hers again." "Why give it to her again?" In the tea restaurant, Yan Qianxue, enraged, overturned a table, spilling a table full of fine wine and food that the refugee camp residents could only dream of, leaving no one to eat. The tea restaurant had been cleared out. Besides Yan Qianxue, one of the camp's only 2 spellcasters, there were also Li Chuang's sister, Li Wei, and soldier Zhou Xiong. All 3 were veterans of the Taipingshan camp's founding. Soldier Zhou Xiong was the first to rise to prominence. Li Wei, backed by Li Chuang, was a modest but renowned figure in the camp, a young witch no one dared to mess with. Yan Qianxue, due to the longer growth cycle for mages, only began to shine in the 2nd month of the cataclysm. He still remembered Lin Mingyuan toasting and congratulating him when he transitioned to mage. It was his most glorious day. But then things took a sudden turn for the worse. His position as the camp's sole spellcaster was snatched away by the unexpectedly intruder Xin Ai. With her superior strength and talent, Xin Ai quickly became the camp's head mage, robbing him of most of the resources that should have belonged to him. Having never experienced privileges before might have been indifferent, but having enjoyed them and then having them taken away from him, Yan Qianxue felt a sense of discontent. Inferior in strength, even less in potential, Yan Qianxue had no choice but to endure it, until today, when he finally couldn't help but explode. The incident was caused by a top-grade blue ring that added 6 intelligence to an elite monster while the hunting team was killing it. The drop rate of accessories is extremely low, so they are generally more valuable than equipment and weapons, especially for mages, which are even more expensive. This ring, which could fetch a whopping 50,000 disaster coins at the auction house, was given to Xin Ai by Li Tong without any consideration for him, Yan Qianxue. Yan Qianxue was furious when he learned about it, and smashed the TV and refrigerator in his house. Li Wei invited him to dinner, and as soon as the food and drinks were served, Yan Qianxue mentioned this matter, unable to suppress his anger, overturned the table. In his rage, Yan Qianxue didn't even notice the smile of success on Li Wei's face. Li Tong and Lin Mingyuan are as close as brothers, and Xin Ai is his mistress. If Li Tong doesn't give the ring to her, will he give it to you? Don't be silly, they don't even take us seriously. To put it bluntly, we're not even considered family. Li Wei's words were full of provocation. Yan Qianxue was a spellcaster after all, and he was no fool. He vaguely guessed Li Wei's purpose for inviting him. What are you trying to do? I'm just speaking up for you. We're all from the Taipingtian camp, and we're not from the same world as those peasants down there. You're being treated unfairly, so I'm not allowed to speak up, Li Wei said, spreading her hands. Yan Qianxue jumped to his feet, his face set in a stern tone. I don't want to play games with you. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, forget it. I'm leaving now. Zhou Shang quickly grabbed Yan Qianxue, a smile on his face. Don't worry, old you. It's not that we don't want to tell you, but this matter is of grave importance. Before we reveal it to you, we have to make sure you're on our side. Do you understand? You want to rebel? Yan Qianxue looked horrified. The mage's intellect was exceptional, and he quickly deciphered the whole story. He'd been unfairly treated in the distribution of the spoils, and he was resentful of the camp and Xin Ai. Li Wei's invitation to the banquet, her subtle innuendos, could only be motivated by one thing, rebellion. She wanted to overthrow Lin Mingyuan's rule. Chapter 104, Battle of Qianxue, 1, Leak. That's right, get rid of Lin Mingyuan, and TS City will be ours, Li Wei admitted her ambition without hesitation. What do you think, brother you? Zhou Shang stared at Yan Qianxue's expression. He had a pocket pistol hidden in his bulging sleeves. Yan Qianxue was an important part of their coup plan. If Yan Qianxue disagreed, Zhou Shang would have no choice but to get rid of him. The coup was a serious matter. If it was leaked, they would surely die. The core members must have the potential to rebel and be sincerely willing to work with him. Yan Qianxue was not in a hurry to express his opinion. I have a few more questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will join. Yan Qianxue had indeed been dissatisfied for a long time, but he still needed to think carefully about whether to really participate in the coup. The combination of Li Wei and Zhou Shang would not be able to achieve anything great. First of all, I want to ask, was the coup your own initiative or your brother's idea? Yan Qianxue asked Li Wei. A coup d'etat is no easy task. If Li Trang, a man of high rank and influence and well-connected connections, had attempted to seize power, he might have had a reasonable chance of success. But Li Wei, Yan Qianxue didn't trust her. Li Wei's willow-shaped eyebrows rose slightly. What difference does it make? My brother will definitely be on my side. From the moment we decide on a coup, there's no turning back. We must overthrow Lin Mingyuan. Yan Qianxue hummed twice. This answer wasn't satisfying or dissatisfying, but rather conventional. He turned to Zhou Shang and asked, Lin Mingyuan didn't owe you anything, did he? He took you with him on several missions. Why did you betray him? Zhou Shang's situation was different. Although his talent was modest, he was one of the first professionals in the Taipingtian camp to complete his career transition and pledge allegiance to Lin Mingyuan. He was indispensable to every operation and was entrusted with important tasks. Even though he knew he wasn't capable, he was still brought along to cultivate him. Yan Qianxue had reason to be dissatisfied, as Xin Ai's presence had indeed depleted his resources. But Zhou Shang had no reason to be dissatisfied. He couldn't rest until he understood the reason for Zhou Shang's betrayal. Haha, Lin Mingyuan has been good to me, and I'm grateful to him, but his potential has been exhausted. I won't follow a boss with no future, Zhou Shang stated coldly. Oh, I see, Yan Qianxue nodded, understanding Zhou Shang's perspective. Being a swordsman is a dead end. To date, no swordsman has ever achieved the second-level advancement to become a sword saint. The announcement of the Sword Saint's second-level advancement requirement scared off many. Those who once yearned for the dashing, flamboyant, An unstoppable swordsmanship of 1,000 miles away all backed off and honestly switched to other classes. Aside from the unfortunate first batch who chose the swordsman class due to lack of information, almost no one else followed suit. Those who chose the swordsman class were limited to two very rare categories: the naive, self-righteous youngster who believed he could succeed, and the true genius who was being cultivated by top powers with a goal of becoming a sword saint. In his previous life, Lin Mingyuan belonged to the first category. In this life, he is neither. He is a peerless sword saint determined to forge his own path to the top. At present, before Feng Taichu, the pioneer of the sword master path and the nation-defending sword master, completed his class transformation and demonstrated the power of the pinnacle of physical damage, swordsmen were stereotyped, believing them to have no potential and a hopeless future. A tree in a new place dies, a person in a new place lives. Lin Mingyuan's career is declining day by day. It's time for us to change our allegiance and pledge our allegiance to a truly promising force, Zhou Shuang said with a veiled meaning. Yan Qianxue, wavering, understood Zhou Shuang's implication that someone was behind them and was about to inquire when a figure walked into the private room. He wore dark red radiation-proof goggles, a jet-black special operations uniform, and gleaming boots. He carried a C5-style energy rifle with a silver metal frame and crimson markings. Let me introduce you. This is Wei Xiaoying, the young star, a level 61 soldier, a key professional trained by the Central China branch of the Brotherhood of Steel, Zhou Shuang said enthusiastically, bowing and scraping like a lackey. He was only a level 45 soldier, still some distance away from achieving the second level. Furthermore, he didn't meet the requirements for the second level, and would be stuck for a while. Zhou Shuang felt insecure in front of the genius who had already completed the second level. Brother Wei is our operational commander. He came to TS City to help us overthrow Lin Mingyuan's tyranny. Li Wei gazed at Wei Xiaoying with admiration. Wei Xiaoying was the strongest professional she had ever met. She was certain that Wei Xiaoying would defeat Lin Mingyuan and help her brother become the leader of TS City. Then, according to their agreement, TS City would completely open its borders and allow the Brotherhood of Steel to station troops there. The small, local faction built by Lin Mingyuan had no future. Only the Brotherhood of Steel, dominating the north, could bring lasting peace and freedom to TS City. Wei Xiaoying raised his head proudly and silently put his equipment into display mode. The next second, a brilliant purple light filled the private room. Wei Xiaoying's goggles, energy rifle, and belt were all epic equipment. His uniform and boots were also rare blue quality equipment, exuding an air of luxury. Yan Qianxue's eyes lit up. He finally gave up his hesitation, his face brimming with smiles. Oh, you're truly a successor cultivated by a powerful faction. You're so different from us country folk. Any piece of your equipment would be enough to kill Lin Mingyuan, so, can I join now? Li Wei beamed with pride. Of course I must. Yan Qianxue, who had previously been hesitant and unwilling to give in, readily agreed. Having easily subdued the mage Yan Qianxue without a word, Wei Xiaoying declared with pride, our cheetah squad was previously defeated in TS City, so I'm here to see who the hell is Lin Mingyuan, who defeated the cheetah squad. The cheetah squad can't even compare to you. One strike from you and Lin Mingyuan would be utterly annihilated. Zhou Shuang's corny flattery resonated with the fledgling Wei Xiaoying, who burst into laughter. Having successfully subdued Yan Qianxue, they still have two key players to recruit. If they succeeded, taking over TS City would be a piece of cake. One of these two people is Li Wei's brother, Li Trang, and the other is Yan Qianxue, also a victim of Xin Ai's arrival. Both are highly valued subordinates of Lin Mingyuan, with Yan Qianxue in charge of the hunting team and Li Trang in charge of domestic affairs. However, both have reasons to betray Lin Mingyuan. Li Trang and his sister depend on each other for survival, and the two are destined to be grasshoppers on a rope. Now his hapless sister has decided to rebel, and her plan is being implemented in full swing. Lin Mingyuan is away again. The time, place, and people are all right. It is estimated that by the time Lin Mingyuan returns, TS City will have changed. Yan Qianxue's reason for betrayal is even more sufficient. Li Wei is a woman. She understands the psychology of women who cannot get what they want and turn love into hatred. She feels that Lin Mingyuan abandoned Yan Qianxue, who followed him all the way through the most difficult times and never left him, and chose Xin Ai. Yan Qianxue is even disfigured because of this, and she will definitely hate Lin Mingyuan to the core. After pacing Yan Qianxue, Li Wei and her team reapproached Yan Qianxue with the same tactics. Her suspicions proved correct. Yan Qianxue truly hated Lin Mingyuan to the core, and she and Li Wei hit it off instantly. Even without Wei Zhaoying's intervention, Yan Qianxue agreed to launch a coup to kill Xin Ai and Lin Mingyuan. With Yan Qianxue successfully recruited, the final piece of the puzzle lay in the scheme, a crucial figure, Li Chuang. Li Wei led her team to persuade Li Chuang. Upon hearing Li Wei's plan, Li Chuang was furious. He'd assumed his sister had gotten into trouble again by coming to him, but he hadn't expected his beloved sister, who he'd always considered well-behaved and sensible, to be planning such a coup behind his back. If this were revealed, it would be fatal. You're crazy. Lin Mingyuan has done nothing wrong to our family. Why are you getting involved with those frustrated losers? Li Chuang was just missing their names, and Zhou Shang and Yu Chunsheng were dismayed. Li Chuang was furious. A normally smooth-talking man would never have said such an offensive thing. Li Wei said resolutely, "Brother, the mistake has been made. Nothing you say can undo it now. Even if you don't help me, I will do it. If you succeed, you will be the future leader of TS City. If you fail, I will not let you down, but I will bear all the blame." Li Chuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "My silly sister, from the moment you got involved, I can no longer stay out of this. Now the only ones I can command are the old guys in our Taipingtian camp. If you move quickly enough to capture Xin Ai, I can persuade the people in Pengcheng camp to surrender. Tell me, besides the rest of us, who else can help you?" Li Chuang knew in his heart that Li Wei was probably fooled. With her intelligence and execution ability, she couldn't plan a coup. There must be someone behind her. When Li Wei invited Wei Zhaoying out, Li Chuang realized that his sister had been fooled by the outsider, but that the boy was quite capable, and Li Chuang's face looked a little better. Besides her Taipingtian camp faction, Yan Qianxue has also agreed to help us overthrow Lin Mingyuan. Li Wei was proudly recounting her achievements when Li Chuang's face suddenly changed. "You said you convinced Yan Qianxue, but where is she? She has to go prepare first and will reunite with us later." Li Wei blinked, confused. "It's over. The truth has been revealed. All surprise attack plans can be abandoned. We must prepare for a tough battle." Li Chuang's face was extremely ugly, infuriated by his sister's naivety and lack of trust in him. If Li Wei had come to him first, Li Chuang would never have let her try to persuade Yan Qianxue. Li Chuang knew more about the situation than Li Wei. Yan Qianxue was Lin Mingyuan's personal mentor. Even if the two of them didn't end up together, Yan Qianxue had only love for Lin Mingyuan, not hatred. Her disfigurement had nothing to do with Lin Mingyuan, it was simply a quest for greater power. Yan Qianxue is too loyal to betray him. Li Wei's persuasion of her rebelling against him was undoubtedly a delaying tactic by Yan Qianxue, who feigned agreement and then immediately informed Li Tong and Xin Ai. Experience is always a testament to Li Chuang's maturity, and his suspicions all came true. As he finished speaking, heavy snow began to fall outside the window. Xin Ai had arrived. Chapter 105 Battle of Qianxue 2, Retreat. In his office, less than 20 square meters on the helicarrier, Qi Hongzhen waited by the phone for Wei Zhaoying to report victory. Qi Hongzhen's former adjutant, Zhou Xing, walked by and shook his head. Qi Hongzhen's life was over, and he would never rise again. A month ago, Qi Hongzhen was the director of the Internal Affairs Department, a powerful figure in the Central China branch of the Brotherhood of Steel. Now, his salary was worse than that of an ordinary professional. His downfall was linked to the three guns in TS City. The Internal Affairs Department's mission was to identify and recruit any faction in Central China that had the potential to ally with the Brotherhood of Steel. The Brotherhood of Steel was very strict in its recruitment, only recruiting soldiers, mechanics, and other technically inclined professionals. Since the three guns, whose ranks were primarily composed of soldiers, naturally caught Qi Hongzhen's attention, and he successfully recruited them. Qi Hongzhen knew the three guns had committed many evil deeds, but in these times of social chaos and social disarray, minor mistakes could be forgiven. Once they joined the Brotherhood of Steel, they were family, and they could slowly correct their mistakes. Qi Hongzhen could never have imagined that recruiting the three guns would lead to his career's downfall. A week after recruiting the three guns, Qi Hongzhen received a distress signal from Liu Baozhen. His stereoscopic imaging system activated, revealing Liu Baozhen, kneeling on the ground awaiting his execution, and Lin Mingyuan, standing nearby with a sword. The story that followed is clear. Everyone knows the Brotherhood of Steel's style, tyrannical and unreasonable. While dealing with softies is manageable, facing tough individuals who refuse to back down is bound to lead to a breakdown. Qi Hongzhen still believes he did nothing wrong. Lin Mingyuan should have just released Liu Baojun and kowtowed, pleading for forgiveness. Why would he dare to defy him? Lin Mingyuan mercilessly beheaded Liu Baojun. Furious, Qi Hongzhen, reckless about the consequences, ordered the cheetah squad to TS City to eliminate Lin Mingyuan and his camp. Adjutant Zhou Xing also shared responsibility for this incident. Unauthorized deployment of the cheetah squad without prior approval was an abuse of power for personal gain. Zhou Xing offered only one word of advice and then stopped, believing the cheetah squad, a team trained by the Central China Division, would be a safe and easy target for attacking local armed forces. Naturally, his superiors would turn a blind eye and not investigate further. The result was shocking: the entire cheetah squad was defeated. Upon learning of this, the Central China Division commander was furious and demoted Qi Hongzhen 3 ranks. Just as he was about to dispatch troops to destroy the Taipingshan camp to save face, he learned from headquarters that the cheetah squad had been eliminated by Dongfang Bai, a great sage of the nature cult who happened to be passing through TS City. Physical intimidation tactics proved ineffective against the nature cult, and the commander-in-chief expended considerable resources to redeem Zhao Haid, Wang Rui, and the others. Logically, the matter should have ended there, but Qi Hongzhen refused to accept this. Now powerless, he could only ask Wei Xiaoying, his most successful subordinate, to avenge his wrath by dismantling the TS City private armed group and killing Lin Mingyuan. Wei Xiaoying, out of respect for his fallen superior, decisively led his team to TS City, driven not only to avenge Qi Hongzhen but also to build his own influence within the Brotherhood of Steel. Ambitious Wei Xiaoying encountered the same predicament the cheetah squad had faced. A devastating blizzard raged. The freezing frost froze the plastic steel windows to brittle ice. Not only the plastic, but the entire residential building itself, frozen to a crisp by the blizzard's endless ice magic. The north wind rustled and shattered the building, and the rapidly spreading frost froze everything. Li Wei was a step behind, her shoes engulfed by the frost. Only Zhou Shuang, who was covering the retreat, was quick-witted and carried Li Wei ashore, saving her from becoming an ice sculpture. Is this the mage? If only I could harness this power. The temperature inside had plummeted to -70 degrees Celsius, and everyone felt like they were trapped in an icy hell. Wei Xiaoying, facing the terrifying forbidden magic, gazed through the blizzard at the beautiful woman floating in midair, holding a firwood staff and continuously channeling the spell. His eyes were filled with greed. He was attracted to Zin Ai's strength and beauty. Wei Xiaoying was a pragmatist. He felt that the Brotherhood of Steel's worst flaw was its exclusion of non-technical professions. He understood the leadership's intentions. While this move would indeed give tech professionals a sense of honor and belonging, attracting tech professionals from other regions, it also risked missing out on promising talent. If I marry her, I can circumvent the Brotherhood's recruitment restrictions and legally possess her power. The moisture in this oil froze, and the ground above the tunnel was frozen hard as steel. As Wei Xiaoying escaped through the tunnel Li Chuang had dug in advance, he still fantasized about the future. Li Chuang's caution saved everyone. He had dug the tunnel to guard against an incoming enemy, but he hadn't imagined it would come in handy against Zin Ai's forbidden magic blizzard. After 5 minutes of directing the blizzard, the entire residential building was completely frozen. Zin Ai slowly descended and ordered, in half an hour, when the cold air dissipates, bring out all the rebel bodies and hang them on the flagpoles for display. I want everyone to see the fate of the betrayers. Yes, several professionals bowed in acceptance, their gazes filled with enthusiasm as they turned to Zin Ai. Completely captivated by her frost magic, they treated her orders as imperial decrees and followed her wholeheartedly, their loyalty far greater than Li Chuang's to Lin Mingyuan. Turning around, Zin Ai grasped Yan Qianxue's arm and said gratefully, "Thanks for reporting this promptly, dear sister. I'll tell my Mingyuan when he gets back. Thank you for not forgetting to assert your sovereignty." Zin Ai's skills are truly remarkable, Li Tuang sighed inwardly, looking towards the frozen building ahead with a sigh of regret. Li Chuang, you're so foolish. You allowed your sister to cause such a horrific disaster right under your nose. Now I can only kill the wrong person rather than let him go. Don't blame me when you get down there. It's not that I won't save you, it's that you've committed a grave sin and must die to atone for your sin. I'll tell him. No need to speak for me. Yan Qianxue, who was engaged in a verbal exchange with Zin AI, suddenly changed her expression. She caught sight of the reflection in the scope in the distance and immediately grabbed Zin AI's arm, hugging her tightly. Before anyone could react to the sudden surge of affection, a crimson energy bullet pierced Yan Qianxue's chest. Yan Qianxue's vision blurred, and all the strength drained from her body. She looked down, seeing the cylindrical wound in her chest. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out, and she fainted on the spot. "Protect Miss Zin," the melee specialists screamed at the top of their lungs, rushing to form a human wall around Zin AI to protect her. Energy bullets, brimming with destructive energy, whizzed in, instantly killing and wounding the melee specialists who tried to defend themselves. The most unfortunate was a warrior killed by an upward-moving energy bullet, which pierced his head like a bowl. Yan Qianxue had fallen unconscious while trying to save her, and during her brief moment of distraction, the melee specialists protecting her suffered heavy casualties. Zin Ai's eyes filled with bloodshot. She raised her hand, and a massive ice wall rose from the ground, which was then rapidly ripped apart by the energy bullets. Another ice wall followed, forming a multi-layered defense. Zin AI summoned healing specialists to help the injured. His robes fluttered as he cast an ice armor spell on himself. Zin AI then used levitation to soar into the air, bringing all the distant enemies into sharp focus. 5 massive cones of ice, as thick as telephone poles, instantly formed and shot towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Li Tong, driven beyond endurance by witnessing Yan Qianxue's devastating injury, soared onto the scorpion-tailed pterosaur and simultaneously commanded the fiery main lion to attack, intent on slaughtering the enemy. Wei Zhaoying, armed with the epic rifle, Crimson Meteor, unleashed astonishing damage. Soldiers are highly demanding on their weapons. A soldier armed only with a standard military rifle is mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, but possessing a superior weapon can transform a soldier. Wei Zhaoying's precise, point-blank fire pierced the air, sending crimson energy blasting towards the sky, shattering the massive cones of ice mid-air. Li Tong, already high in the sky on his scorpion-tailed pterosaur, disregarded his former comrades and directed the pterosaur's first venomous saliva towards Li Chuang. Li Chuang was unable to dodge, and a large chunk of flesh was corroded from his shoulder, leaving his bones a gruesome green. Meanwhile, the fiery lion, ablaze with flames, had already rushed nearby, using cover as a powerful force from its hind legs to leap into the air. Wei Zhaoying skillfully dodged the lion's attack with a backward roll, recharging his depleted energy rifle. From a half-kneeling position, Wei Zhaoying steadied himself and aimed at the fiery lion. Crimson energy bullets whizzed towards him, sending a furious roar through the lion's fur, piercing its thick fur and searing its muscles. The impact of the energy bullets sent its massive body reeling back. "Damn it!" Li Tong, increasingly anxious at his beloved pet's injury, directed the scorpion-tailed pterosaur at him repeatedly, its highly corrosive venom corroding the ground into pools of green poison. Wei Zhaoying dodged and maneuvered, his range increasingly restricted, yet his agility remained unwavering. Raising their guns, they fired at the scorpion-tailed pterosaur in the sky, but each volley of energy bullets only managed to land a few hits. The scorpion-tailed pterosaur's speed was too great, and its scales, a formidable defense, made it a dominant force, attacking the airspace like a bomber. Finally, Wei Zhaoying, frustrated, pulled out a grenade and tossed it into the air. Bullets couldn't even hit the scorpion-tailed pterosaur, let alone a grenade. Li Tong maneuvered the scorpion-tailed pterosaur out of the way, but the grenade exploded in midair, creating a tiny black hole. The scorpion-tailed pterosaur flapped its wings, but couldn't escape the black hole's pull, instead being drawn closer. When a flying unit loses speed, its doom is sealed. The energy bullets pierced the scorpion-tailed pterosaur's massive wings, rendering it unable to fly but unable to land. The black hole grenade held it captive in midair, subject to a hail of bullets. Yan Qianxue unleashed purple Olympiad missiles into the sky, while Zhou Shuang also fired. Using his control skills, he pinned the scorpion-tailed dragon down like a target. The ravaged individuals finally emerged victorious, their salvos severely damaging the scorpion-tailed dragon. Li Tong was also wounded by a stray bullet, bleeding profusely. As the black hole grenade wore off, he and the scorpion-tailed dragon plummeted to the ground, unconscious. The scorpion-tailed dragon's demise reflected the dark muzzle of the red meteor gun. With a bang, the scorpion-tailed dragon, a source of so much trouble, was shot in the head by Wei Zhaoying. Li Tong still has value, Li Trang, sweating profusely from the pain, pleaded to save Li Tong's life. A nearby fiery mane lion, hiding behind cover, received Li Tong's final command before he passed out: retreat and protect Xin Ai. An expression of anthropomorphic sorrow etched across its massive lion head, and with a deep growl, it retreated helplessly. Li Tong, who had charged forward in anger, was severely wounded, defeated, and captured alive. Xin Ai, depleted of mana from her initial forbidden spells, and the repeated casting of ice walls had consumed much of her mana, leaving her with no strength left to fight. Watching the wounded fiery mane lion fleeing back, Xin Ai glared angrily at the rebels in the distance and gritted her teeth. Retreat. 3 core professionals, 1 wounded, 1 captured, and 1 nearly exhausted, were now at their limit. Despite their initial assault, the enemy counterattacked, forcing them to retreat and cede the initiative. The professionals surrounded Xin Ai and retreated to the rear. Wei Haoying refrained from pursuing them without authorization. The rebels hadn't yet assembled, and even with their few solitary forces, they had managed to repel the main force. With 1 wounded and 1 captured, they had already achieved significant success. Now they only needed to continue winning over the people, hyping up their victory, and stirring up further rebellion to capture TS City without a single blow. Time was on the rebels' side. Chapter 106, Battle of Qianxue, 3, Return. The weather was sunny and breezy as Lin Mingyuan, Xiang Hongda, and the other 3 set out on their return journey. It had taken them a day and a half to get here, so if nothing unexpected happened, a day and a half would be enough to get back to TS City, giving them plenty of time. At this point, Lin Mingyuan was still unaware of the rebellion that had broken out back home and the deteriorating situation. He enthusiastically explained the situation in TS City to Xiang Hongda and the others. The camp has 3 members in management. Shield warrior Li Chuang is in charge of internal affairs, and Amazon archer Yan Qianxue leads the hunting team. There's also Li Tong, a childhood friend of mine. Like me, he's largely in charge of the team. He's a dragon vein summoner and has already completed his 2nd level. The camp is currently quite short on talent. If you, Wang Huo, join, you should be in the top 10 in terms of your speed and advancing to 2nd level, Lin Mingyuan explained with a smile. TS City is short on talent. In his previous life, only Yan Qianxue made the Central China Top 100 list. If Xin Ai hadn't died, she would definitely have made the list, and would have been near the top. Under the influence of the butterfly effect, not only Lin Mingyuan himself but also Li Tong have risen to prominence. With steady growth, Li Tong is sure to make the top 100 list in the future. Add to that the martial artist Fang Daoshan, whom Lin Mingyuan recruited from out of town, and 5 of the Central China Top 100 players make up Lin Mingyuan's current team. Of this core team, which holds immense potential, only Xin Ai and Li Tong have completed their 2nd-class advancement. Yan Qianxue is still building her skills. Her 2nd-class advancement, called Amazon Queen, will involve participating in an extremely dangerous dungeon trial. Upon completing her 2nd-class advancement, the Amazon Queen's class characteristics will be fully realized, allowing her to recruit a group of Amazon archers, making her a natural commander. Wang Huo, unfazed by Lin Mingyuan's praise, humbly replied, "Compared to you, a 2nd-class advancement is nothing." Wang Huo wasn't flattering, he was speaking from the heart. Just last night, a level 61 ogre warrior, twice as tall as a silver knight and twice as heavy as a man, clad in mammoth fur and wielding a bow and hammer, attacked their farmyard. Danger is truly omnipresent in the apocalypse, forcing even for formidable professional teams to remain vigilant. Under normal circumstances, Xiang Hongda's team's encounter with the ogre armored lord boss would have been a formidable test. They would have had to fight tooth and nail to escape its foul maw, and slaying its tough, sturdy, and immensely powerful form would have been nearly impossible. With Lin Mingyuan present, the situation was different. Wang Huo fired a few tentative arrows, but they only managed to harass the ogre armored. The team immediately concluded that this was a formidable foe beyond their reach, more dangerous than a thunderskin triceratops, which had accumulated sufficient lightning energy after a rainstorm. They immediately retreated to the rear, leaving the battlefield to Lin Mingyuan. Such a powerful and terrifying ogre ultimately had its limbs shattered by Lin Mingyuan. The experience gained from the kill went to Yan Qianxue, whose combat power was less than 5. Yan Qianxue injected herself with half a liter of lethal poison to kill the dying ogre. The high experience gained from the over-level kill allowed Yan Qianxue to instantly reach level 4. She happily stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Mingyuan a kiss. The feeling of being held by a powerful figure was different. Field lord bosses that once required a life or death struggle were now easily dispatched. The best part was that the powerful figure's experience points were now full, so killing monsters offered no reward. They reduced any they encountered to a sliver of health and handed them over to them for easy slaughter. Although Lin Mingyuan hadn't completed his second transformation to Sword Saint, missing the crucial transformation, his early experience was immense, and many second transformation players couldn't match his combat power. While it's true that no swordsman had ever achieved the status of Sword Saint, Xiang Hongde and the others unanimously believed that Lin Mingyuan would be the first Sword Saint they knew. His accumulated skills were so profound that if Lin Mingyuan couldn't handle it, no one on Earth could. Had it not been for the encounter with Spider Duke Freya in Dawn City, 1,000 troops would have been no match for Lin Mingyuan alone. Just as Lin Mingyuan was about to offer a polite remark, magical energy crystallized into a mirror before him. He understood that this was Xin Ai's newly mastered crystal communication technique, allowing them to contact Lin Mingyuan as long as he remained within the province. The others immediately fell silent, their voices hushed as they saw the face of a peerless beauty, sorrowful, reflected in the crystal mirror. Even Yan Qianxue, a woman herself, felt a pang of pain at the sight of such a beautiful face etched with sorrow. Did something happen at home? Lin Mingyuan asked immediately. Xin Ai wouldn't have sent her a message without something unexpected happening. Li Chuang has betrayed us, Xin Ai succinctly stated. What? Lin Mingyuan's first thought was impossible. Li Chuang had been single-handedly promoted by Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan could have let his friend Li Tong take sole control, but, due to his past life experience, he chose to trust Li Chuang and share power with him. He was truly grateful to him. Li Chuang had no reason to betray Lin Mingyuan. It's true. He even brought in external reinforcements, a second-rank soldier with numerous epic-level equipment and exceptional combat power. Qianxue lost a third of her heart to protecting me and hasn't recovered yet. Li Tong has been captured by the rebels and his fate is unknown. It felt like a heavy hammer had struck Lin Mingyuan's head. He staggered back a few steps, only to be supported by the Wang brothers. The Brotherhood of Steel again. I will never forgive them. Lin Mingyuan's roar shook the wilderness, and wandering monsters, hearing the angry roar, fled into the forest, trembling. 99% of the powerful tech professionals encountered in the north were from the Brotherhood of Steel. The powerful soldiers Xin Ai mentioned must have been sent by the Brotherhood. He had assumed that since the great sage Dongfang Bai had taken responsibility for defeating the Cheetah Squad, the Brotherhood would hold him accountable for his minor role. He had never expected the Brotherhood to pursue him relentlessly, not only severely injuring Yan Qianxue but also capturing Lin Mingyuan's closest confidant. If anything happened to either of them, Lin Mingyuan would never let the Brotherhood off. He would transform into a mad dog, hunting down the Brotherhood's members. One of them must die. Who else participated in this rebellion? Lin Mingyuan recovered from his shock, panting heavily. Tiny sparks flew from his nostrils, igniting the hay by the roadside. The masterminds are Zhou Shang and Yu Chunsheng. Aside from Deng Hongtao and Shen Ying, a few who remained loyal to you, nearly every professional in the Taipingtian camp chose to follow Li Chuang, Xin Ai said. Lin Mingyuan fell into complete silence. Taipingtian camp was the white moonlight in his heart. Lin Mingyuan had experienced a lot of separation and pain in his previous life. He missed the comfortable life in Taipingtian camp so much. After reincarnation, he settled down in Taipingtian camp. He didn't know how many troubles he had helped Taipingtian camp to solve, but what was the result in return? Betrayal. Betrayal without any hesitation. Those who were tired of Lin Mingyuan's favor all followed Li Chuang. I know. You guys hold on. I'll be back soon, Lin Mingyuan said, cut off the communication and sighed. He said helplessly, I'm sorry to make a fool of yourself because of a little trouble at home. You can't judge a person by his appearance. You just trusted the wrong person. Everyone will make mistakes sometimes, just like I didn't expect Shen Dong to be that kind of person. I wonder if we can help you. Xiang Hongde really wanted to do something for Lin Mingyuan. Take my knight's medal and return to Dawn City to gather 100 silver knights. I'll return to Qianxue first, to be on the safe side. Lin Mingyuan decided to use the knight's medal, a gift from Duke Freya, to mobilize reinforcements. Of course, these reinforcements might not be needed, as Lin Mingyuan would be able to quell the rebellion once he returned. Alright, leave it to us. Xiang Hongde accepted the medal, and the two parted ways. Lin Mingyuan summoned the Hundian wings and flew back to TS City at full speed. Meanwhile, a returning hunting team arrived with a full load. Fang Daotian sat in the passenger seat of the heavy truck ahead, resting his eyes, a faint smile playing on his face. During this foraging trip, he encountered the zombie lord of Sangzi County. After defeating him, Fang Daotian finally reached level 50. He had already met all the prerequisites for becoming a martial artist, and he instantly achieved this advancement, becoming one of the few second-class transformers in TS City, even faster than Yan Qianxue, who had reached level 50 earlier. Fang Daotian knew there were two possibilities for those stuck at level 50. One possibility was that they were truly inexperienced, having hustled to level 50 with minimal experience, and it would take a long time to meet the requirements for the second job transfer. The other possibility was that the job requirements were too stringent. As far as Fang Daotian knew, Lin Mingyuan had reached level 50 over a month before him, and Yan Qianxue a week before him. Both were still stuck at level 50, accumulating strength, awaiting their moment of emergence. The harder the job transfer, the stronger the skill level, and once promoted, their strength would instantly surpass his. Our future is still bright, Fang Daotian said, grateful to have met Shen Lin in the dungeon. Brother Fang, look! The city is on fire, leaving the winding mountain road. The city came into view. The driver of a heavy truck loaded with supplies suddenly exclaimed. Fang Daotian opened his eyes, seeing smoke billowing from the city. Through the window, he could faintly hear gunfire. This wasn't a fire, it was clearly a war. Press the accelerator. Get back to the fight, Fang Daotian, unconcerned, assumed TS City was under attack. It wasn't until they were stopped by a group of armed professionals on the way back to camp and Zhou Shuang sternly told them to get out that Fang Daotian realized a rebellion had erupted within the camp. Get out of the car. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Zhou Shuang recognized Fang Daotian. Fang Daotian had been personally recruited by Lin Mingyuan. They had met in a dungeon, forging a deep comradeship. He was considered a die-hard Lin Mingyuan loyalist, his weapons securely on, ready to fire. The driver, shaking like a sieve, hurriedly got out and crouched on the side of the road, hands in his hands, head in his hands, unable to move. Fang Daotian gracefully hopped from the truck. Undeterred by the dozens of rifles pointed at her, she challenged Zhou Shuang, "How dare you point a gun at me? When will it be your turn to act arrogantly in this camp?" Zhou Shuang sneered, "You might not realize this, but Lin Mingyuan's reign is over. Now it's our leader, Li Trang, who's in charge. The diehard Yan Qianxue has been killed, Li Tong has been captured, and Xin Ai is trapped in the Shendu building. Sooner or later, they'll run out of ammunition and food." Zhou Shuang was exaggerating to scare Fang Daotian. "Fang Daotian, I think you're a smart guy. Why don't you join us?" As he spoke, Zhou Shuang's finger was firmly on the trigger, ready to fire if Fang Daotian dared to object. Fang Daotian did not answer directly, but asked Zhou Shuang a question. "You talked so much, but you dared to rebel when Lin Mingyuan was not at home? Now you are so powerful, wait for Lin Mingyuan to come back, let's see what you will do." The sneer turned into laughter, and Zhou Shuang said arrogantly, "Lin Mingyuan is already a waste with no future, and only idiots like you still take him seriously. He who knows the times is a hero. I thought you were smart, but unfortunately you don't know how to appreciate it." Just as he was about to shoot, Zhou Shuang heard a voice coming from above his head. "Yes, he really doesn't know how to appreciate it. So, I would like to ask, since you keep saying that I am a waste, do you have the ability to take my sword if you know how to appreciate it?" Lin Mingyuan is back. Lin Mingyuan's long accumulated pressure scared Zhou Shuang, but he immediately toughened up. He now has Wei Zhaoyin to support him, and said unconvincedly, "Things are different now. Lin Mingyuan, you can't scare me, really." In the sky, Lin Mingyuan spread his black wings to cover the sun, and shadows surged. Thousands of crows emerged from the shadows and swooped down. Chapter 107, Battle of Qianxue, 4, Fierce Fighting. The seemingly vast flock of crows was anything but chaotic. Like well-trained soldiers attacking in batches, they constantly kept the enemy distracted. Without a powerful AoE clearing attack, they would be attacked. "Open fire. Kill them," Zhou Shuang roared fiercely. Unfortunately, battle wasn't about who was louder, who was more dominant. The clamoring crows appeared to be crows, but in reality, each one's feathers and bones were composed of sword energy that could injure or kill with a single touch. Bullets sparked, Yet no crews died. Sharp cries echoed incessantly. 5 seconds later, the crews abruptly dispersed, their weapons disintegrating into pieces. Everyone except Zhou Shang was pecked to pieces, leaving only blood-stained bones. The screams were the agonizing cries of their own being tortured to death. Lin Mingyuan folded his wings and slowly descended in front of Zhou Shang. The weapon had been destroyed. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't deliberately spared his life, Zhou Shang would have been among the remains that would have been tortured to death. Zhou Shang's knees buckled, and he tumbled to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I was wrong, Brother Yuan. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me, give me another chance, I'm asking you, is Li Tong dead or alive, alive and well? We worked together, and I can't harm anyone else. Hours earlier, Zhou Shang had been the most ferocious in his cries for Li Tong's death, but now he dared not betray a single word. As long as he's alive, Lin Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and placed it on Zhou Shang's head. The movement was gentle, yet the killing intent was strong. A raging fire erupted from Lin Mingyuan's palm, instantly consuming Zhou Shang's entire body. The pain of the blazing flames was unbearable without superhuman willpower and endurance. His heart-wrenching howls lasted only a few seconds before his vocal cords carbonized and he could no longer utter a sound. Zhou Shang's will to survive was fierce. He struggled with all his might like a stranded fish, but he could not escape Lin Mingyuan's grasp. Only after enduring unimaginable pain and being completely burned to charcoal did Lin Mingyuan release his grip. Lin Mingyuan's motto was once betrayed, never again. Cruel torture was not his style. He simply hated betrayers to the core, believing that simply killing them would be an easy task. Lin Mingyuan had to use drastic measures to make his wrath felt and put an end to betrayal. After eliminating the small group of rebels led by Zhou Shang, Lin Mingyuan flew to the main battlefield, with Fang Daoshan sprinting after him. At full speed, Lin Mingyuan achieved a speed close to that of a commercial aircraft, nearly 0.6 times the speed of sound, and in half an hour, he crossed the province and returned to TS City. The main battlefield was at the Shendu building, once part of the Three Guns Alliance and now owned by the Taipingshan camp. Of course, after this battle, the Taipingshan camp no longer existed. 90% of the professionals who emerged from Taipingshan had betrayed Lin Mingyuan, and the designation was to be completely abolished. The building was already ablaze, and the rebels were hurling incendiary bombs everywhere, intent on burning the entire structure and incinerating the professionals within. With Xin Ai at hand, extinguishing the fire was easy, but Xin Ai hesitated. She was waiting for Lin Mingyuan to return. If she did, the rebels would surge in and attack the building, and hand-to-hand combat would inflict even greater casualties. Xin Ai was deliberately stalling for time. It looks like her magic power is truly exhausted. Keep fueling the fire. Burn her to death if she doesn't surrender. Wei Zhaoying folded his arms and shouted orders, commanding the nearly 1,000-strong rebel army. Besides the Taipingshan camp, some surrendered soldiers from the Pengcheng camp had chosen to join the more powerful Wei Zhaoying, and smaller factions surrounding the camp, eager to seize a share of the spoils, had also joined the rebels, all waiting for Lin Mingyuan's building to collapse so they could capitalize on the war. Cack! Cack! The unpleasant cause of crows filled the air. Wei Zhaoying looked up to see a vast flock of crows covering the sky. Beneath the flock, a human figure hovered in midair. Wei Zhaoying knew that Lin Mingyuan could fly. The traders had already reported everything they knew about Lin Mingyuan's abilities to him. The real boss has finally returned. Perfect time to capture you all. Wei Zhaoying watched the crows disperse in all directions, forming a sword formation, unfazed. He raised his gun and fired. Lin Mingyuan blocked all the crimson energy bullets with his sword. Looking at the bloodthirster, the part of the blade that blocked the bullet was red-hot from the intense energy, as if it had just been taken from a forge. The material had become brittle and might even break if it continued to withstand the blows. Something, but not much, Lin Mingyuan said indifferently. Wei Zhaoying, knowing the cheetah squad had been wiped out in TS City, dared return. He was indeed far superior to the cheetah squad, most likely a specialist trained by the Brotherhood of Steel. The energy rifle he wielded must have been at least an epic-level weapon, otherwise Lin Mingyuan's bloodthirster sword wouldn't have been destroyed after blocking just a few bullets. The second round of fire had already begun. The 1,000 illusion crows killing formation activated, sending sword-like crows charging towards Wei Zhaoying before being incinerated by the energy bullets. The damage from the epic rifles was incredible, And even with Lin Mingyuan's physique, he couldn't withstand a single round without evading. Using the crow's cover, Lin Mingyuan, with his sword below and the man above, plummeted from the sky. A streak of silver light ripped through the pitch-black sky, and his sword's silver blade slashed towards Wei Haoying. Can't dodge. Wei Haoying's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This move was bound to deal massive damage, and his intuition told him that no matter where he tried to hide, he would be dead. However, just as Lin Mingyuan's all-destroying silver blade was about to descend upon him, Wei Haoying tumbled on the spot, leaving behind several afterimages as he dodged the falling silver blade and the radiating shockwaves. Lin Mingyuan smiled upon seeing this. Wei Haoying had employed the soldier's unparalleled skill, tactical roll. This tactical roll grants a 0.2-second invincibility, allowing for effective evasion of all damage. A master swordsman's skill is judged by his parrying ability, while a master soldier's skill lies in his agility in executing the tactical roll. The soldier is a common profession, but Lin Mingyuan had only seen Wei Haoying use the tactical roll to dodge a skill. And he dodged the lightning-fast silver blade. Wei Haoying's ability to seize opportunities was exceptional. No wonder the Brotherhood of Steel prioritized his development. He truly had something. Lin Mingyuan admired him, and as an enemy, the highest respect he could bestow upon him was his demise. Activating his flash step, Lin Mingyuan, taking advantage of Wei Haoying's precarious position, struck at his head with his sword. To ensure a foolproof outcome, Lin Mingyuan deliberately employed his ghost blade. This time, Lin Mingyuan wasn't relying on the ghost blade's ability to ignore all defenses. Soldiers are fragile classes, and Lin Mingyuan could have killed them with a single strike, whether he had ghost blade or not. Instead, he was utilizing Ghost Blade's secondary effect. While in combat, his sword's speed increased by 50%. Lin Mingyuan's 62 points of agility in combat were already fast enough, but with the addition of Ghost Blade, his strikes were as swift as a deadly strike from the underworld. Lin Mingyuan saw the fear on Wei Haoying's face, but a sudden surge of electricity from the ground stopped him before he could kill Wei Haoying. The terrifying current instantly electrified Lin Mingyuan's entire body, causing his bladder to tremble and nearly causing him to urinate. Lin Mingyuan suffered only minor internal injuries, but the shock paralyzed him for 2 seconds, allowing Wei Haoying to escape. In that moment of crisis, Wei Haoying's pre-planted, static landmine, saved his life. Wei Haoying had forgotten he'd planted mines nearby before the battle to prevent enemy assassins from invading, but he'd never imagined his precaution would come in handy. Having narrowly escaped death, his adrenaline surging, Wei Haoying quickly distanced himself from Lin Mingyuan, then tossed a black hole grenade, pinning him down. At such close range, aiming was unnecessary, and he pulled the trigger. His blade blocked the bullet, the crackling sound of energy annihilation incessant. Lin Mingyuan blocked another round of Wei Haoying's attacks, then waited until his flash step cooldown was up before unleashing a flash step to escape the black hole's range. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the Thousand Illusion Crow killing formation continuously strangled those professionals who failed to escape the sword formation, creating an uninterrupted environment for Lin Mingyuan to attack. Wei Haoying's team members were already exhausted simply dealing with the Thousand Illusion Crow killing formation's pervasive crow sword energy attacks. Wei Haoying was in dire straits, yet no one could come to his aid. The professionals trapped outside the sword formation frantically attacked the crows circling the sword formation, but to little avail. They were also doomed to certain death if caught in the sword formation, and had no means of breaking it. Wei Haoying had some potential, but Lin Mingyuan wouldn't give him the chance to sustain his attacks and break through the sword formation. Seeing Lin Mingyuan perform another flash step, Wei Haoying, without a second thought, dodged a tactical roll towards the black hole. Dodging Lin Mingyuan's backstab, Wei Haoying immediately ran behind the black hole. "If you dare, charge into it," Lin Mingyuan shouted in a deep voice. "Do you think I can't do anything to you? Drowned undead, return." The deep sea anchor on his chest gleamed with light. A vast wail from another time and space let out a deep, long cry. The ghost ship roared towards him, braving the wind and waves. The drowned sailors, brandishing ghostly scimitars, cheered as they once again arrived on Earth to fight for their master. The magical energy blast from the ghost ship exceeded the damage limit of the miniature black hole created by the black hole grenade, causing it to shatter with a bang. Unable to resist, Wei Haoying retreated repeatedly and activated his ultimate move. The tactical goggles he was wearing were also epic equipment, the airstrike goggles, activating their effects. Bombers immediately descended from the sky, raining down hundreds of missiles. The crows that formed the Thousand Illusion Crow killing formation rushed forward to block the missiles. Each missile explosion destroyed thousands of crow sword energies that Lin Mingyuan had painstakingly created. Dozens of missiles completely destroyed the Thousand Illusion Crow killing formation. The elite rebels who had managed to hold out against 1,000 illusion crows killing a race suddenly felt the dawn break. The crows were routed by missiles, and the remaining missiles, controlled through tactical goggles, blasted the ghost ship, instantly killing countless crew members. The ghost ship's power was steadily weakened, and the ground shook violently, leaving a scorched earth. The sound of missile bombardments could be heard throughout the city. Busy dealing with the ghost ship, Wei Zhaoying kept an eye on Lin Mingyuan. Seeing his weapon erupt in flames, he immediately became fully alert and directed the few remaining missiles towards him. However, Lin Mingyuan ignored the missiles' close-range bombardment, relying on his superhuman physique to withstand them. Lin Mingyuan, piercing the smoke, swung a sword and slammed it into the ground. Secret technique, landslide. Countless cracks appeared in the earth, and a red light flickered within them. All professionals within the cracks were stunned, watching helplessly as boiling lava erupted from the ground, engulfing them. Wei Zhaoying managed to dodge the stunning effect of the landslide with a tactical roll, but he couldn't avoid the second wave of lava that covered 100 meters. Lin Mingyuan's landslide was aimed directly at him, and he was right in the center. No, Wei Zhaoying, completely exhausted, despaired. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He shouldn't fall in TS City at the hands of an unknown professional. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. The sword formation dissipated, and the incoming rebels saw the shattered core of the battlefield, and the elite rebels and Wei Zhaoying, who had been engulfed by the lava, had managed to hold out for over 2 minutes even in the 1,000 illusion crows killing formation. Another crow sword formation, black hole grenades, a ghost ship, and missile strikes followed. Then the earth shattered and lava erupted. The awe-inspiring battle between two professionals who wielded the power to destroy armies and cities finally came to an end. Wei Zhaoying was killed, and everything he once possessed became Lin Mingyuan's spoils. Killing monsters isn't as profitable as killing people, because monsters don't always drop gear, and even if they do, it's not always good gear. Even good gear might not be what you need. But killing people brings consistent rewards. At this moment, on the dry, lava-swept land, several pieces of blue-purple equipment gleamed. It was a captivating glow that could make one's eyes blaze and lose their minds, but no one dared to move. Even Wei Zhaoying, so powerful and well-equipped, had fallen at Lin Mingyuan's hands. How could they be his match? Chapter 108, Battle of Qianxue, 5, After the War. I might regret this for the rest of my life. Sigh. Actually, I already regret it. Lin Mingyuan always treated me like one of his own, trusted me and respected me, and entrusted me with the power of internal affairs, and yet I betrayed him. The situation was favorable, the rebels were advancing triumphantly, and Xin Ai, with the last remnants of her defeated army, was trapped in the Shendu building. Victory was clearly within sight, yet Li Chuang sighed and lamented. Things had happened so quickly that Li Chuang had no time to think before being swept into rebellion by family ties. Afterward, the more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Mingyuan wouldn't be defeated so easily, and regret welled up in his heart. Brother, stop nagging me. I know you're a man of old ties. At worst, I can go to Brother Wei and plead with him to spare Lin Mingyuan's life and let him go. Knowing her brother's soft-hearted nature, Li Wei suggested releasing Lin Mingyuan, hoping to alleviate his guilt. Li Chuang looked at Li Wei with a strange look. If Wei Zhaoying can really capture Lin Mingyuan alive, you must persuade him to kill Lin Mingyuan. A professional with unlimited potential like Lin Mingyuan must not be left alive. If we don't take the opportunity to kill him, we will have nowhere to stay when he grows up. Li Wei laughed out loud after hearing this, and tears came out of her eyes. Brother, I think you have really been brainwashed by him. Lin Mingyuan is a swordsman. He can't have any future. The conditions for changing to a swordsman are very harsh. It is known to the world. Except for the first batch of unlucky guys who changed to swordsman without knowing the situation, who can change to a swordsman now? Only Lin Mingyuan wants to change to a swordsman. Haha, he doesn't have that fate. Just watch, Brother Wei can kill him in less than 10 moves, Li Wei looked outside complacently, staring at Wei Zhaoying's heroic figure with her hands supporting her chin, like a fangirl. Li Wei, unaware of it herself, harbored a strong admiration for foreigners. She always felt that the people she saw around her weren't great, and that TS City was a shallow pond too shallow to raise a true dragon. She was filled with prejudice and contempt for Lin Mingyuan, believing only those from outside were superior. Reality slapped her hard in the face. The events of the next few minutes completely overturned Li Wei's perceptions. Lin Mingyuan descended from the sky, unleashing a barrage of devastating, unimaginable skills. Fortunately, Wei Zhaoying's considerable strength allowed him to hold his own against Lin Mingyuan, giving Li Wei the courage to continue watching. She mentally cheered him on, hoping he would defeat him. Her previous arrogance shrank from Li Wei, and she suddenly realized that she was no different from the ordinary professionals Lin Mingyuan had easily defeated. She began to worry about what would happen if Wei Zhaoying were defeated, something she had never considered before. Her worst fears had finally come to pass. Forced to defend and unable to strike back, Wei Zhaoying ultimately lost, his body melting into the lava, transforming into a pool of sludge. With their main force dead, the remaining professionals, though numerous, could pose no threat to Lin Mingyuan. They were terrified, and the melee professionals dared not step forward to create space for the ranged ones. As the black cruise filled the sky once again, Lin Mingyuan declared his determination to annihilate the enemy. The professionals still couldn't unite to defeat the formidable enemy. Everyone fled in panic, and only a few who managed to escaped, while many more perished in the sword battle. On the corpse-strewn battlefield, only Lin Mingyuan remained, sword in hand. The cold blade of the bloodthirster sword thickened with blood, congealing into paste. The fire in the Shendu building was extinguished, and the professionals who followed Xin Ai out lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Mingyuan. Many of these people were die-hard supporters of Xin Ai, and many had even considered donning the imperial robe to help her usurp the throne. It wasn't until they witnessed Lin Mingyuan crush Wei Zhaoying head-on, realizing how powerful he was, that they finally understood how deeply their assumptions were misguided. Even 1,000 troops couldn't withstand his overwhelming might. He couldn't even kill all the professionals in the city. Without Xin Ai, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't even consider these minor figures. Xin Ai stepped forward and embraced Lin Mingyuan, resting her delicate face against his chest. Hearing his strong heartbeat, Xin Ai finally felt secure. During the previous battle, Xin Ai hadn't been a spectator. Her magic surged, ready to cast spells at any moment, but Lin Mingyuan was too dominant, dominating Wei Zhaoying from start to finish. Xin Ai didn't steal the show, leaving the stage to Lin Mingyuan. She wasn't one to seek the spotlight. In her previous life, she was several orders of magnitude stronger than Li Zuan, yet she was always willing to serve as his virtuous wife and support him. She never dictated anything to him simply because she was more powerful. Her sexual reserve revealed her to be a deeply traditional woman. "Baby, I'm back. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Lin Mingyuan stroked Xin Ai's long, silky hair and issued orders to the others: lock down the entire city. Hunt down all rebels. Anyone who dares to resist will be treated as a rebel and executed without mercy. The professionals who had witnessed Lin Mingyuan's true power were completely convinced. During his lectures, he stood tall and straight like a spear, his commanding presence unwavering, his demeanor imbued with the aura of a powerful soldier even without training. A flock of sheep led by a lion is more powerful than a flock of lions led by a sheep. In this transcendental world where power resides within oneself, the strength of a faction depends on the strength of its leader. At a single command, martial law was declared throughout the city. Yu Chunsheng, attempting to escape in disguise, was discovered and, after a sudden attack, cast a spell, killing over a dozen professionals before being dispatched by Fang Daoshan. Two other key members of the rebellion, Li Chuang and Li Wei, were overconfident and observed the fighting from near the main battlefield. They were discovered and captured by the professionals, who then found Li Tong, chained to a bed, and freed him. Li Tong glanced at Li Chuang and left without a word. At this point, he had no more words to say to Li Chuang. Li Chuang had incited the Taipingshan professionals to defect, leading to their ultimate demise by Lin Mingyuan. Furthermore, the death of his beloved scorpion-tailed pterosaur, Visa, severed the ties between the two. Had Li Chuang not spoken up and saved his life, Li Tong would have killed him with a knife, not even wanting to look at him. Lin Mingyuan didn't rush to deal with Li Chuang and Li Wei. He first went to comfort Li Chuang, who had just come close to death, and then spent half a day in the hospital ward with the unconscious Yan Qianxue, confirming she was out of danger. Only then did Lin Mingyuan convene a meeting with the remaining professionals in the evening. The meeting room was mostly empty, and everyone present was devastated. The rebellion had dealt a heavy blow to the organization. I used to think that if I treated people with sincerity and trusted them, they would treat me the same way. I was proven wrong, but fortunately, it wasn't a serious mistake. At least none of you here betrayed me, so I'm not alone. The dead silence was broken by Lin Mingyuan, who wasn't too upset. Li Tong and Yan Qianxue were alive, and to be honest, Li Chang was the only one who had betrayed the core team. Furthermore, Lin Mingyuan's deeper understanding revealed that Li Chang had been forced into rebellion by his sister. Subjectively, Li Chang hadn't dispelled Lin Mingyuan's idea of usurping his power. If the abscess remains unopened, it will continue to fester. The coup d'état, in which Li Chang and his sister were deceived by outsiders, has unleashed many ill-intentioned individuals. This way, I can be sure that those who have stood by me through the most difficult times are the ones closest to me. Lin Mingyuan's words comforted everyone. Even more powerful than his words was his sword. Lin Mingyuan had practically single-handedly crushed the rebellion and defeated powerful enemies, truly earning the support of the people. A forest burned by wildfire will grow back more luxuriantly, and a patient will recover only after removing the rotting flesh. This toast is to the warriors who died in battle, and to the new life that awaits us. Xin Ai raised her glass and addressed the crowd, earning enthusiastic responses. The low morale caused by the coup was quickly reversed. To bolster morale, Lin Mingyuan finally stepped forward from the background and made two announcements. The first was his joining the Silver Empire, giving them a new backer. The second was the official announcement of the planned attack on Blackstone City. Blackstone City will descend on Earth in a month. Lin Mingyuan will make all preparations before the Blackstone City descends and capture Blackstone City as soon as possible. After capturing Blackstone City, not only can all professionals be provided with positions that pay experience points and disaster coins every month, but also a stable and safe stronghold can be provided. The real big forces all want to occupy the city-states in other worlds. Occupying Blackstone City will be Lin Mingyuan's first step to fame. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Aftermath. A chilling wind lingered through the corridors. Inside the clean, minimalist prison, Lin Mingyuan's footsteps sounded like the beat of a death drum. Li Chang glanced up at Lin Mingyuan, then lowered his head. He couldn't face him. Why? Lin Mingyuan asked, stopping in front of the cell door. It was a moment of confusion. I regret it now, but I can't help it. I blame myself for not noticing my sister's abnormality sooner. Li Chang sighed, offering no excuse for his betrayal. Even if he could turn back time, he would still choose to rebel with his sister. Li Chang's parents had died in the disaster, and his sister was his only relative. He had to protect her. As an administrative director, he wasn't qualified, but as a brother, he was impeccable. Everything is my fault. Don't touch my brother. Li Wei shook the iron bars vigorously, trying to shoulder the blame. Lin Mingyuan glanced sideways at Li Wei, who was in the cell next to him, and said coldly, "Shut up. If it weren't for your brother, I would have killed you long ago." Li Chang's eyes sparkled. It seemed he still had some respect with Lin Mingyuan. He suddenly knelt and humbly begged, "Now that things have come to this, I don't ask for forgiveness. I'm willing to die to atone for my sins. I only ask that you spare my sister's life. She's just a woman, and she poses no threat to you. A man's knees are made of gold." Li Chang was no shameless villain like Zhou Shang. For his sister, he would abandon all dignity, even death. All the strength drained from Li Wei, and she knelt, tears streaming down her face. Only then did she regret it. If it weren't for her stubbornness, how could her powerful and promising brother have ended up in such a state? Just as she was about to commit suicide to get Lin Mingyuan to release her brother, Lin Mingyuan interrupted their heartfelt scene. "No need to argue. I didn't say I was going to kill you." Lin Mingyuan had already killed enough people today and didn't plan to kill any more. "I just called a meeting with the remaining core members. The main topic was the future development of the camp. In another month, we will attack Blackstone City, which has descended from another world. You know I hate dealing with government affairs. I was planning to let you be the Lord of Blackstone City, but you disappointed me." Lin Mingyuan looked at the ashamed and speechless Li Chuang, who didn't know that he had missed the opportunity to change his fate. "Oh, I'm sorry." Li Chuang was cautious, afraid that a wrong word would touch Lin Mingyuan's nerves. Seeing his timid look, Lin Mingyuan had nothing more to say to him. He simply opened the cell door and released Li Chuang and his sister, saying, "We've known each other for a while. Go away. The farther away, the better. Never let me see you again." Of course, Li Chuang quickly agreed. Li Chuang knew that his safe escape was primarily due to the survival of Li Tong and Yan Qianxue, otherwise, how could the enraged Lin Mingyuan have spared them? By releasing Li Chuang and his sister, the karmic connection between past and present lives would be completely severed, and they would be strangers ever again. With the final two individuals dealt with, all the masterminds and accomplices of the coup met their due punishment. With the exception of Li Chuang and his sister, who were spared by Lin Mingyuan due to their emotional connection and merely expelled, the rest were completely annihilated. The few who escaped were so terrified that they fled TS City and dared not return for 3 to 5 years. The incident had ended, and the controversy had subsided, but Lin Mingyuan still felt a thorn in his side. During the search for the fugitive, Wei Zhaoying's diary was found at his temporary residence. Diaries were common these days, as everyone sought to leave a trace of themselves during the Great Cataclysm. This is why so many biographies have been published, allowing Lin Mingyuan to understand their rise to power. Wei Zhaoying clearly wrote in his diary that he came to TS City at Qi Hongzhen's request. In reality, the Brotherhood of Steel had already forgotten about Lin Mingyuan, and it was Qi Hongzhen who was obsessed with him and refused to let him go. The Cheetah Squad was defeated, so Wei Zhaoying came. Now Wei Zhaoying has died in TS City. Who knows who will be next? Qi Hongzhen has gone mad. He has made Lin Mingyuan a must-kill target. He is not thinking straight unless he kills Lin Mingyuan. Similarly, if Lin Mingyuan doesn't deal with Qi Hongzhen, he will stab him in the back if he gets the chance. Lin Mingyuan left the prison and headed for the hospital ward, lost in thought. He wanted to stay with Yan Qianxue until she woke up so he could thank her in person. Yan Qianxue saved Xin Ai's life. If she hadn't stepped forward, the energy bullet would have landed on the fragile Xin Ai, and Yan Qianxue would have been nearly killed. Xin Ai would have been practically dead. Xin Ai and Lin Mingyuan were on the same page. She arrived earlier than Lin Mingyuan and sat by the bed, peeling fruit and chilling it with cold air. Lin Mingyuan watched from the window for a moment before leaving. In the evening, Xiang Hongda and 100 silver knights finally arrived. Despite their best efforts, they still couldn't catch up. Lin Mingyuan was incredibly efficient. He had already put down the rebellion by morning, and by afternoon, the bodies had been buried. By evening, aside from the traces of fire and fierce fighting in the city, there was no sign of unrest. Upon receiving a notification from the guards that a burly army of knights in silver armor was advancing on the city, Lin Mingyuan immediately led his men to meet them and introduced Xiang Hongda and the other three to Li Tong and the others. The captain of this Silver Knight squad was named Aiden. The spider pattern on the chest of their armor indicated that they were private soldiers loyal to Lady Freya. Their strength was generally 10 to 20 levels higher than that of ordinary Silver Knights. Captain Aiden had reached the maximum level of 80, just one step away from becoming a legendary. Upon hearing that Lin Mingyuan's hometown was in trouble, Freya immediately dispatched her elite troops to assist him and asked them to follow him. Freya, the enormous Spider Duke, was exceptionally thoughtful. To prevent Lin Mingyuan from overthinking, she explained that this team wasn't there to spy on him, but to help. Captain Aiden relayed the Baroness's order to Lin Mingyuan. "The Baroness has commanded all of us to pledge allegiance to your Majesty. Even if your Majesty orders us to die, we will do it." Lin Mingyuan nodded and said, "I accept your Majesty's kindness. I'm truly short on men right now, and it would be great if you could stay and help me. But it's only temporary. Once I've weathered this storm in 2 months, I won't stop you from returning if you wish." "No. The Baroness has commanded us to pledge allegiance to your Majesty. We are your Majesty's subordinates. The Silver Knights are noble warriors who adhere to the ancient creed, not playthings to be sent around at will." "Please don't say that again, Your Majesty." Aiden cupped his hands in a fist. Even with his towering stature of over 2.8 meters, even this humble gesture was oppressive. The Silver Empire adheres to a system of feudal fiefdom. Simply put, the vassals of my vassals are no longer my vassals. They once pledged allegiance to Freya, but after Freya transferred them to Lin Mingyuan, they now owe only loyalty to Lin Mingyuan, no longer obeying Freya's orders. Alright, I understand. For the time being, you will be responsible for the defense of TS City. Lin Mingyuan understood the Silver Knight's chivalric creed. They had truly become his private army, utterly loyal to him. Feeling the weight of Freya's gift, Lin Mingyuan took it to heart. After settling the Silver Knights and Xiang Hongda and the others, Lin Mingyuan informed everyone he would be away for a few days. Any matters within the camp were to be resolved among themselves, and then he flew away. No one knew where Lin Mingyuan had gone or what he was up to. Only Li Tong, accustomed to Lin Mingyuan's elusive nature, remained calm and focused on his duties, issuing quests to search for dragon-blooded creatures with dragon bloodlines. The rewards were 1 piece of green equipment, 2 pieces of white equipment, and 1,000 disaster coins. Chapter 110 completely ended. The cafeteria at the aerospace fortress was bright and clean, spread across 3 floors, covering a total area of 19,000 square meters. It could accommodate up to 10,000 people dining simultaneously, and consume tons of meat, vegetables, and other supplies daily. It was dinner time, and the large cafeteria was packed. Qi Huangzhen, who had long since lost his privilege of queuing for food, asked the cafeteria attendant, "All lean meat for the braised pork." "I don't like fatty meat, you're in your 30s and still picky about food. You can eat whatever you want." The cafeteria attendant wasn't going to tolerate him, and deliberately scooped a spoonful of fat onto Qi Huangzhen's plate with a slap. Qi Huangzhen's face darkened at the sight of the greasy meat. His palm left a mark on the stainless steel plate, and the metal deformed with a teeth-grinding sound. He snorted, not wanting to argue with the cafeteria attendant, and turned away. "You really think you're the boss, ugh? People with ability go upstairs to have their own meals, but you're the only one who's so picky when you eat in the cafeteria. You look so poor that you'll never find a partner." The cafeteria lady's sarcasm went straight into Qi Huangzhen's ears. It was really like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. Qi Huangzhen gritted his teeth and took all the humiliation and hatred out on Lin Mingyuan. If it weren't for Lin Mingyuan, how could he be demoted 3 levels in a row, and how could he be criticized by the cafeteria lady with sarcasm and sticks? He put all the blame on Lin Mingyuan. Qi Huangzhen was arrogant and conceited, never thinking that he was wrong, and was narrow-minded. Once he made an enemy, he would always think about how to trip up the enemy and use dirty tricks. It was just like the saying that villains take revenge from morning to night, and he couldn't wait a moment. Returning to the office without eating a single bite and filled with anger, Qi Huangzhen picked up his assistant and called Wei Zhaoying. He was eager to know how far Wei Zhaoying's plan had been carried out and whether Lin Mingyuan was dead or not. After a few seconds, a cell phone rang in the office. Qi Huangzhen turned around and saw Lin Mingyuan standing by the door with Wei Zhaoying's cell phone. "You, how did you find me?" Qi Huangzhen was shocked. Of course he knew Lin Mingyuan. The two had talked through a stereo imager. Lin Mingyuan appeared on the sky fortress of the Brotherhood of Steel with Wei Zhaoying's cell phone in his hand. The answer was obvious: Wei Zhaoying had failed. Qi Huangzhen quietly reached under the table to press the alarm button, but with a flash of sword light, Qi Huangzhen's wrist was instantly cut off, and blood spurted from the broken wrist. Qi Huangzhen opened his mouth, and just as a shrill howl was about to erupt, the sword flashed again, and Qi Huangzhen's tongue and Adam's apple were completely cut off. Qi Huangzhen, his face covered with pain, could only utter low grunts, and used his hand to block the blood-flowing throat, struggling to breathe. "Do you regret it? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You keep troubled me again and again. Do you really think I'm made of clay? It's justice, and now your retribution has come," Lin Mingyuan said, slashing at Qi Huangzhen with sword after sword. When the pain exceeded the limit of the human body, Qi Huangzhen could no longer feel the pain. He stared at Lin Mingyuan with resentment and uttered a silent curse. Until his death, he never regretted it. "Incorrigible idiot, good riddance." Wiping the blood splatter from his face with his thumb, Lin Mingyuan finally settled his pent-up resentment as he gazed at Qi Huangzhen, now reduced to 1,000 pieces. Qi Huangzhen was the mastermind behind 2 recent large-scale wars in TS City. Lin Mingyuan's resentment was unbearable, and he worried that he might cause another disaster and ruin his plans at a critical juncture. So, Lin Mingyuan traveled thousands of miles to the Xian'an province aerospace fortress, infiltrating it. He carefully inquired about Qi Huangzhen's office location, and during dinner, He took action to settle the feud once and for all. Once that was done, Lin Mingyuan departed the aerospace carrier. Because the aerospace carrier is located at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, personnel and supplies must be transported by helicopter. Normally, intrusion into the aerospace carrier is difficult for an outsider, so the crew's defenses are low, making Lin Mingyuan's attack easy. If it were a floating city, similarly constructed in the sky, but with defensive barriers, patrolled by iron golems, and staffed by top mages, Lin Mingyuan's plan to sneak in and kill someone without a trace and then leave with Fuyu would be practically impossible. After all, Lin Mingyuan wasn't a professional assassin, he was primarily a swordsman. Lin Mingyuan had already been killed, and he didn't care whether the Central China branch of the Brotherhood of Steel could decipher the clues and ultimately identify him as the murderer. It would be best if they couldn't find out. Even if they did, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't fear retaliation from the Brotherhood of Steel. He now had a backer. Before the Cataclysm, the Silver Empire was a formidable force, forcing everyone in Central China to respect it. The Brotherhood of Steel's failure to establish a foothold in Central China was largely due to the Silver Empire. How could the Silver Empire, which also considered Central China its prerogative, tolerate anyone else roaming its side? Given Spider Duke Freya's combat prowess, at this stage, no professional on Earth could rival her. Lin Mingyuan didn't dare make a final statement. After all, no one knew how many perverted professionals Earth harbored, their strength unimaginable to ordinary people. While Lin Mingyuan was strong, he was still within the normal range, not so strong that it was completely incomprehensible. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a janitor cleaning the corridor discovered thick blood flowing from Qi Hongzhen's office. She didn't dare open the door and simply called the guards. The guards arrived, cautiously pushed open the door, and were horrified by the sight of a bloody inferno. After notifying their superiors, a professional autopsy and criminal investigation police were immediately dispatched. After investigation, they concluded that Qi Hongzhen had died of a vendetta. Without a deep-seated grudge, why would they have executed him by slow slicing? Most of the injuries from the slicing were caused by swords. After several days of screening professionals who had a grudge against Qi Hongzhen and were proficient in swordsmanship, they finally narrowed in on Lin Mingyuan. The Brotherhood of Steel didn't need proof to seek revenge, but they held off because they already knew of Wei Zhaoying's death. The video of Lin Mingyuan and Wei Zhaoying's battle that day was captured by numerous people. After obtaining the footage and evaluating Lin Mingyuan's combat prowess, the Brotherhood of Steel concluded that killing Lin Mingyuan would require a fully armed armored division, at least 5 top-tier professionals of Wei Zhaoying's strength, and over 100 second-level elite professionals to guarantee a 100% kill against him, given his mastery of spacetime and flight abilities. Defeating Lin Mingyuan was easy, but killing him was incredibly difficult. If their murderous intent was exposed and they failed to kill him, Lin Mingyuan's brutality and nature would inevitably lead to revenge. A professional with mastery of spacetime teleportation and flight, specifically targeting members of the Brotherhood of Steel, would then pose a significant threat. The investment and reward were disproportionate, and the risks were immense. Even though they knew Lin Mingyuan was responsible for the murders of Wei Zhaoying and Qi Hongzhen, the head of the Brotherhood of Steel's Central China region feigned ignorance, secretly harboring a grudge and waiting for a retaliation when Lin Mingyuan fell from power or the Brotherhood of Steel became dominant. If the Brotherhood of Steel doesn't retaliate, it won't be the Brotherhood of Steel, but whenever it does, there's plenty of room for maneuver. You're awake. At midnight, Xin Ai, who was lying exhausted on the bedside, suddenly heard a noise. She sat up and saw that it was Yan Qianxue who had woken up. Yan Qianxue's face was pale, and the exaggerated wound on her chest had mostly healed. How is the war going? We won't be driven out of TS City, will we? Yan Qianxue's memory was still stuck on the time when she blocked the bullet for Xin Ai. Wei Zhaoying's exaggerated attack power was really scary. Don't worry, it's over. The rebels who deserved to be killed were killed or exiled. We don't suffer any major losses on our side except that you are seriously injured. Xin Ai held Yan Qianxue's hand and comforted her. Her hands were not as soft and beautiful as Xin Ai's. Her fingers were calloused from long-term use of bows and arrows. Is he back? Yan Qianxue asked hesitantly. He's back. If he hadn't come back, this rebellion wouldn't have ended so quickly. He was always here before I came, and he always kept you in his heart. Before Xin Ai arrived, the camp had been hyping up the couple Lin Mingyuan and Yan Qianxue. Her womanly intuition told her that Yan Qianxue must be in love with Lin Mingyuan. Knowing that Yan Qianxue had always been fond of her boyfriend, Xin Ai felt a deep repulsion towards her. Privately, they hardly ever communicated, and on the rare occasions they ran into each other, she wouldn't even bother to say hello, pretending she didn't see each other. But after this rebellion, Xin Ai began to accept Yan Qianxue. Not only because Yan Qianxue had taken a bullet for her, but more importantly, after witnessing countless ungrateful people, Xin Ai realized the value of Yan Qianxue's loyalty, and was willing to do the easy, cost-effective things like saying a few nice words to cheer her up. Chapter 111 The Curtain Rises. Under a brilliant sun, two powerful warriors clashed in the air. Their unadorned clash of moves sent shockwaves reverberating for hundreds of miles. Flying sand and rubble obscured the sky, the earth crumbling inch by inch. Skyscrapers, crumbled by the aftermath, seemed as fragile as a child's sand fortress. Dust billowed hundreds of feet high, expanding and engulfing everything around them, like the maw of a giant beast devouring the world. Lin Mingyuan, utterly fragile as an ant, was devoured by the tumbling rubble, his fragile body instantly twisted into a ragdoll. Helplessness. Despair. Anguish. The scenes he witnessed before his death were seared into his memory, unforgettable, recurring to his dreams in the middle of the night. Awakening from a nightmare, Lin Mingyuan sat up abruptly, gasping for air. Another nightmare. Xin Ai, clad in a silk pajamas with suspenders, yawned, slowly rising, and gently stroking Lin Mingyuan's broad back. 20 days had passed since the coup. Yan Qianxue had long since recovered and was arduously training and hunting. Having failed to find a suitable dragon-blooded creature, Li Tong could only focus his full attention on the fiery lion, Cain, hoping to improve his strength before the war began. After the rebellion, the tension between Xin Ai and Yan Qianxue had eased somewhat. They would occasionally relax over tea in the afternoons, and whenever they had troubles they couldn't handle, they would think of each other, no longer viewing each other as enemies. Of course, it was unrealistic to say they were as close as best friends, because of Lin Mingyuan. Without him, perhaps they could have become close friends. While their personalities were different, they complemented each other, and they both shared a common trait, self-reliance. Back to Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai, they had been living together for over a month and had done everything they could except for the final breakthrough. I've been feeling a bit anxious lately, constantly having bad dreams. I think coming here will help me get through this difficult time, Lin Mingyuan said softly. He was about to enter a crucial period of transformation. In all his past and present lives combined, he had never been so close to becoming a sword saint. He was only one step away. If he could successfully capture Blackstone City and obtain the City Lord's token, he would be able to unlock the City Lord's mansion and use the Bodhi tree in the garden to achieve an epiphany, with a high probability of creating an epic sword technique suited to him. Lin Mingyuan had already met 3 of the 4 requirements for becoming a sword saint. Now, he only needed the final step, to create his own epic sword technique. Lin Mingyuan would not reveal anything except the secret of his rebirth. He would share everything with Xin Ai. Xin Ai knew that Lin Mingyuan was under immense pressure. Everything was ready, only the east wind was lacking. Everyone fears a last-minute glitch. Lin Mingyuan had died in the aftermath of a battle between powerful warriors. The anger and helplessness he felt continued to affect him even after his rebirth, maintaining a constant sense of urgency and pressure. He never became complacent, striving to become stronger each day. Even though his level was capped at level 50, Lin Mingyuan's strength steadily increased. Lin Mingyuan had mastered the Raven Court swordsmanship to its fullest. He was also currently learning the second esoteric element of the Fire Demon King's crucible swordsmanship, Meteor Volcano. He had mastered the simplest third inherited swordsmanship, Silver Edge, in just 2 days. Inherited swordsmanship above the epic level didn't have esoteric elements. Many swordsmen, seeking to complete their 3 inherited swordsmanship skills, chose common, affordable techniques. Among ordinary inherited swordsmanship skills without esoteric elements, even the somewhat difficult to acquire Silver Edge was considered a premium item. Even more tragically, most swordsmen couldn't even afford 3 ordinary inherited swordsmanship skills. Even those who could, the high stat requirements and the challenge of creating their own epic swordsmanship still held them back. In short, becoming a swordsman, even by trickery, was a rare talent. Compared to the rare sword masters, Central China boasts a vast array of renowned mages. 8 of the top 10 on the top 100 list are mages. Some mages have long since fulfilled their talents, becoming renowned throughout the province. For example, Yan Qianxue, the mage who founded the Donglan City Professional Alliance, ranks 4th on the future top 100 list. Only Green Dragon Summoner Lu Wangchuan, Storm Lord Yuan Ji, and the Night King, Central China's most powerful necromancer, are ahead of him. Yuan Ji, among the top 3, has yet to inherit the Storm Lord's legacy and rise to prominence. Lu Wangchuan's green dragons are still dormant in their nascent stages, while the Night King is secretly developing his undead army, making them irrelevant at this point. Yan Qianxue, however, remains a major concern for Lin Mingyuan. In his previous life, it was Yan Qianxue and the Templar assassin Li Qianxue who first attacked Blackstone City. However, Yan Qianxue ultimately failed to capture the city. After seizing its wealth, he surrendered it to God Devourer He Zizhao. Yan Qianxue, a well-informed individual, had already learned of the Silver Empire's impending arrival. Knowing that Blackstone City, a crucial border town, was a target, he knew it would not be spared. Before the Silver Empire arrived, he seized most of Blackstone City's wealth, including the Bodhi tree, and then handed this valuable position to He Zizhao. He Zizhao, a native of JJ City, was once the leader of a camp. However, his hometown was struck by the mist tide, one of the 4 great natural disasters. Monsters emanating from the mist destroyed everything in the camp, forcing He Zizhao and the remaining survivors into a life of displacement. Tired of displacement and unwilling to see his home destroyed again, He Zizhao set his sights on the fortified and impenetrable Blackstone City. He stormed to seize Blackstone City, only for Yan Qianxue to offer it to him. The simple-minded He Zizhao thanked Yan Qianxue profusely, regarding him as a truly kind person. After the Silver Empire's arrival, He Zizhao refused the Silver Empire's request for a garrison and refused to submit. He was besieged and slain by the high nobility, becoming the most regrettable figure in Luoxia province. He Zizhao was too stubborn, unable to keep a low profile, and underestimated the Silver Empire's strength. Had he not died, he might have even had a chance to compete with the Night King for the top spot on the Central China Top 100 list. This is no exaggeration. The God Devourer is the only hidden class, and upon upgrading, one possesses divine attributes, guaranteeing a future demigod status, perhaps even a true god. After He Zizhao's death, the God Devourer class became vacant. The next person to achieve this was an indigenous chieftain from Africa. He practiced iron-fisted rule and human sacrifice across the continent, committing countless crimes and remaining unchecked. This truly showcased the God Devourer's terrifying power to the world. Lin Mingyuan knew how to upgrade a God Devourer class. The first class to upgrade was to become a totem warrior. As everyone knows, a totem warrior's power comes from a totem that can draw on the power of a primordial deity. Primordial gods may sound impressive at first, but they are in reality uncivilized, demigod beasts possessing divine powers. Therefore, most totem warriors depict beasts on their totems. Upon reaching level 50 and completing their second rank, a totem warrior must accept the primordial god's spiritual imprint. This allows for further blessings from the primordial god, and they become his fervent devotees, living and dying for him, becoming his slaves. The system always leaves a path for survival. No profession is completely hopeless. Besides becoming a slave, a totem warrior has another option at this juncture: usurp the throne and slay the god, devouring the primordial god in return. Everything you possess becomes mine, and I need no gifts from you. The primordial god's arrival places its spiritual imprint at its most vulnerable point. Erasing the primordial god's spiritual imprint requires 40 intelligence points, while devouring the primordial god in return requires unbreakable willpower. He Zizhao possesses both of these qualities. He possesses a naturally high intelligence and an epic piece of equipment that grants intelligence. Even without any intelligence bonuses, a totem warrior still possesses 40 intelligence points. Moreover, his personality is like a stone in a latrine, stinking and hard. Even if others could erase the spiritual imprint of the primordial god, they might not dare to retaliate against him. He is a god, while he is just a mortal. However, He Zizhao's complete disregard for the Silver Empire shows that he is truly a man of steel. This reckless fool is afraid of anything, and he has become a god devourer without knowing why. So far, Lin Mingyuan has 2 potential enemies, Yan Qianxue and He Zizhao. Lin Mingyuan's first challenge is Yan Qianxue. Yan Qianxue has information channels and had targeted Blackstone City before its arrival, hoping to capitalize on the opportunity. He Zizhao, on the other hand, wanted to seize Blackstone City after its arrival. Chapter 112, Intense. The night deepened. A magical crystal lamp emitting a cold blue light illuminated the garden path as Yan Qi and Li Qianxue strolled along. In terms of overall military strength, are Donglan City Professional Alliance rivals any faction in the province. But if we only consider cutting-edge combat capabilities, Lin Mingyuan and his crew from TS City are our formidable rivals, said Li Qianxue, a Templar assassin with long braids and a slim, lightweight suit of dark gold armor, his psychic blade flickering in his palm. Li Qianxue ranked 11th on the top 100 list. While certainly not number one in terms of strength, his position in terms of looks was undeniable. On the day of the catastrophe, the attribute panel appeared. Li Qianxue, after consistently training his attributes to over 50 points, gained the gift of psychic mastery, the Zatin Protus. This transformed his race into the powerful Zatin Protus of the universe, Li Qianxue possessing the handsome features of the Zatin Protus combined with the soft lines of an Oriental, a face that would captivate both men and women. Li Qianxue, no longer a human, didn't gain handsome looks by changing his race, that was a side benefit. The Zatin Protus mastered psionic powers and were proficient in void travel. Templar Assassin and Templar Knight were exclusive to the Zatin Protus, a well-hidden secret, as changing to these classes required a race change. Beyond strength, they also possessed a long lifespan. Ordinary Zatin Protus could live for 1,000 years, while powerful Protus warriors could live for at least 3,000. Furthermore, they possessed exceptional beauty, with a long, thick braids worn by both sexes being a hallmark of the Zatin Protus. Power, wealth, strength, looks, longevity, most things humans strive for, could be easily obtained by changing race. How could Li Qianxue's fate not be enviable? Besides mages, Li Qianxue was also one of the few practitioners in Luoxia province to possess special abilities, a fact greatly aided by his racial innate talent. Leader Lin Mingyuan has the potential to become a sword saint. His subordinates, Li Tong, Yan Qianxue, and Fang Daoshan, are all elite. His girlfriend, Yan Qianxue, is a second-level ice mage. They're truly a formidable force. Yan Qi was well informed, especially familiar with the composition of the surrounding factions. Compared to the socially awkwards in AI, Yan Qi was a true social butterfly. After completing his second level, he first learned teleportation, traveling extensively and establishing connections with mages across central China. His gift for networking surpassed even his natural mages. Mages were undoubtedly the most knowledgeable and erudite. Some had even delved into the truth behind the celestial sphere convergence, recognizing its true nature and knowing that this world was doomed and hopeless. Mages who had studied various classes held a different view from the wailing swordsman. From information gathered from multiple dungeon worlds, they understood that the Sword Saint was a class built on accumulated experience, standing at the pinnacle of physical damage output. The path to Sword Saint wasn't a dead end, but a path to greatness. The very words road to heaven imply immense difficulty. Ultimately, only a select few can complete this journey, and Yan Qi believes Lin Mingyuan is one of them. However, there have been recent rebellions within TS City. They shouldn't affect our plans, right? Li Qianxue asked. It's hard to say, but we must be prepared. Whoever seeks the Bodhi tree must be ours. The Bodhi tree, with its enhanced comprehension, is of great benefit to those seeking to master their own legendary skills and ascend to the legendary level. It's a crucial resource we must secure, and anything else can be surrendered. For a faction, the Bodhi tree is even more valuable than legendary gear. While legendary gear can only equip one person, a Bodhi tree can equip an entire faction. Yan Qi's target was also the Bodhi tree, and Lin Mingyuan knew this all too well. He had long known that a battle with Yan Qi would come sooner or later. This battle would determine the ownership of the Bodhi tree and who would reign supreme in Luoxia province. Even before Blackstone City descended, various factions were intensively preparing for war, and the looming threat of war loomed over the city. Before the battle began, Lin Mingyuan struggled with his decision to meet Freya. The door was enlarged, and all the furniture in the room was gigantic. Lin Mingyuan felt like he had stepped into a giant's bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, his feet couldn't even touch the ground, making him look like a child of 7 or 8. I didn't expect you to come and see me. Knowing that Lin Mingyuan was coming, Freya had even dressed up. Her hair was lingering with the fragrance of lotus flowers. She opened her snow-white arms and gave Lin Mingyuan a warm hug and a deep, breathless kiss. My lady, there's something I must tell you. I actually have a girlfriend, and she's going to be my future wife. Lin Mingyuan struggled to break free from the suffocating embrace and emphasized. Oh, you're talking about that? I know, you know that. Lin Mingyuan was a little surprised. Cold, sweet, and refreshing. Your girlfriend smells good too, but not as good as you. Freya smiled, indicating that she could smell the scent of another woman she'd spent time with from Lin Mingyuan. But she didn't mind. I recently learned a proverb from your world. A domestic flower is not as fragrant as a wild one. I won't interfere and ruin your relationship. We have racial segregation, so you don't have to worry about a bastard suddenly calling you daddy one day, but I don't want to hear buts. I've already been incredibly tolerant of you. I don't even care that you're married. What are you still hesitating about? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Freya put her hands on her hips, a scowl on her face, a mixture of joy and anger. She had to bend down to look Lin Mingyuan in the eye, but he wouldn't meet her gaze. His eyes drifted downward, lingering over the unfathomable Great Rift Valley. Of course you deserve it. Lin Mingyuan first comforted Freya, then explained, it's just that I don't want to betray my love. I didn't expect you to be such a good man. It's a pity you're not a silver human. Nothing's destined to happen between us. Freya shook her head, suddenly becoming disinterested. Remember, you gave up this opportunity yourself. If you try to climb into my bed again, I'll make you kneel down and lick my toes and beg me. Freya was indeed very tolerant of Lin Mingyuan. Even after Lin Mingyuan rejected her advances, she didn't let her love for him turn to hatred. The reason was that Lin Mingyuan was no vase, his inherent strength was also what Freya valued. The Silver Empire had declined, and the humans of the New World were favored by the laws of the world and were advancing at an unparalleled rate. Freya hoped to recruit a group of potential subordinates to consolidate her position. Tell me, why did you come to me? Freya knew that Lin Mingyuan hadn't come to her just to clarify that he was married. Look, Black Rock City is about to descend in 10 days. I plan to capture it, but I'm not the only one eyeing it. So, I hope you can help me if I show signs of defeat. Chapter 113 Recruiting Soldiers. Did you know that Blackstone City is a crucial border town of the Silver Empire? You actually want me to help you capture Blackstone City? Freya was speechless. I'm not asking you to help me. I'd definitely do it myself. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it, so I hope you'll help me. If you want a reward, I'll give you Blackstone City. I just want the Bodhi tree. Freya poked Lin Mingyuan's forehead with a half-smile. Greedy little brat, the most precious thing in Blackstone City is the Enlightenment tree. Are you going to help me or not? Okay, I'll stop teasing you. How could I refuse you when you asked me for something for the first time? Don't worry, I don't want anything. As expected, Freya was just teasing Lin Mingyuan. After discussing the business and agreeing on a date, Lin Mingyuan said goodbye. Before leaving, Freya asked him a question. Even I don't know the exact date and location of Blackstone City's arrival, only the general time and area. How did you know? My medium predicted it. The medium wasn't that powerful. Freya knew Lin Mingyuan was playing her off, but she didn't expose him. Her little man was hiding a deep secret. With a war imminent, Lin Mingyuan, even after inviting Freya's assistance, still felt uneasy. He suddenly thought of a remarkable figure, Yan Qianxue, the Phantom Gunner. While Yan Qianxue's strength should surely rank in the top 10 of the top 100, he wasn't there for a simple reason. He'd left central China to become a mercenary, traveling across the country and occasionally abroad. Yan Qianxue valued money over his life. Whether it was hunting bosses, murder, kidnapping, or overthrowing the regime, he would do anything for a fee. Once paid, he would do his best to complete the task, even if offered double the money midway. His excellent professional ethics made him more trustworthy than many other professionals who forsake their loyalty for the sake of profit. Yan Qianxue values money like his life, and I have a bargaining chip he absolutely can't refuse, the Crimson Meteor, that once belonged to Wei Xiaoying. Isn't it a bit of a loss to ask him to buy it for just one epic item? Anyway, let's go see him first. With this thought, Lin Mingyuan flapped his wings and disappeared into the sky. Wei Xiaoying's death had yielded 5 pieces of equipment, 3 epic items and 2 rare ones. He was incredibly wealthy. It was clear the Brotherhood of Steel had invested heavily in him, but now they were all going to Lin Mingyuan. The 2 rare items were the Special Operations Armor and Revitalizing Boots, which grant stealth and continuously restore stamina, respectively. While quite useful, Lin Mingyuan couldn't equip them. Once the incineration fire was activated in combat, Any non-epic or fire-resistant equipment he wore would be damaged. The 3 epic items were truly enviable: the Crimson Meteor weapon, the Black Hole Container belt, and the airstrike goggles. Lin Mingyuan gave Yan Qianxue the air raid goggles as compensation for her near-death experience while saving Xin AI. He kept the Black Hole Collector belt for himself. The Black Hole Collector's effect is to generate 3 black hole grenades daily. Throwing a black hole grenade creates a miniature black hole at the point of impact, with a strong attraction to enemies within 30 meters, and a weak attraction between 30 and 100 meters. The grenade itself is also immune to the black hole's gravity, allowing it to move freely within the area. Lin Mingyuan kept the Black Hole Collector for himself. Despite his high damage output, he lacked crowd control, and the swordsman lacked crowd control skills, so the Black Hole Collector was immediately taken advantage of by Lin Mingyuan. As for the Crimson Meteor, Lin Mingyuan temporarily sealed it in his treasure vault and didn't give it to anyone. If Zhou Shang hadn't betrayed him, the Crimson Meteor would have been his, and no one else could have taken it away. He was the only soldier Lin Mingyuan trusted. Unfortunately, Zhou Shang failed him. The Crimson Meteor is a fine weapon with extremely high damage output, and a skilled marksman can perform miracles with it. There's no doubt that Yan Qianxue, the future international mercenary and current road bully, can wield this gun and restore its true glory. Before he found success as a mercenary, Yan Qianxue was a ruthless road robber, commandeering the national highway and collecting tolls. Lin Mingyuan found him at a gas station along the highway. As he floated down from the sky, he spotted Yan Qianxue, rocking in a rocking chair like a retired veteran, a steel-plated, hardened AK-47 at his side. "Hey, don't think you can evade taxes just because you can fly. Whether you're on the highway or not, you'll have to pay me if you pass by. 100 disaster coins, hurry up and don't waste time," Yan Qianxue said arrogantly, demanding payment even if Lin Mingyuan flew over. As soon as he spoke, Lin Mingyuan was certain it was Yan Qianxue. He pulled 100 disaster coins from his account and tossed them over, saying with interest, "You wouldn't make much money setting up a checkpoint here collecting tolls for a year. Do you want to join me?" Yan Qianxue looked Lin Mingyuan up and down, then sneered, "You think you can surrender? Take my bullet first." Yan Qianxue raised his gun and fired, each of the 3 bullets catching Lin Mingyuan between his eyebrows. The incineration fire suddenly unleashed, a roaring heat wave sweeping in all directions. The half-man-high wormwood instantly wilted, its moisture dried out and turned to dry grass. The wind fanned the flames, and in an instant, the once peaceful abandoned gas station was engulfed in flames. The 3 bullets fired at Lin Mingyuan sent out a small spark, which was then reduced to molten iron by the incineration fire, causing no harm to him. Fortunately, the gas station had long since run out of gas, otherwise the high temperature would have caused an explosion. Yan Qianxue's straight hair was scorched into curls. The intense heat rippled the air. Lin Mingyuan, with his jet-black wings spread, looked like a demon descending from a world of flames. Even without a move, his aura alone intimidated Yan Qianxue. Yan Qianxue wasn't blindly arrogant, he would bow before a powerful force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived a decade in this perilous apocalypse. He mentally plotted a feigned surrender and a secret escape. After removing the incinerator, Lin Mingyuan bluntly stated, "Alright, I see you can't afford to be inferior to others. I'm planning a military operation and need a reliable mercenary. Would you like to help me, mercenaries? It's a good way to make money. How much do you want?" Lin Mingyuan reassured Yan Qianxue. Mercenary service was quicker and more freeing than collecting tolls. As for the dangers? With his head tied to his belt, Yan Qianxue, who had never intended to return alive from the human world, showed no fear of death. 5,000 disaster coins, Lin Mingyuan said. "It's not enough. I need more, 10,000, more, 20,000, no more." Lin Mingyuan's face was stern, trying to pressure him. Yan Qianxue, who valued money over his life, was unfazed. He shook his head firmly and said, "Even you need help, which shows you're in serious trouble. 10,000 disaster coins isn't worth my life for you. I need at least 200,000. Any less, I don't have 200,000. Lin Mingyuan hadn't done much monster hunting since leaving the dungeon. He had a little over 100,000 disaster coins, so if he asked someone to pool together, he could probably come up with 200,000. "Well, I'm sorry, but I'll do what I'm paid for. You can kill me, but don't expect me to work for you for free." Yan Qianxue slumped back into his recliner, refusing to cooperate. Chapter 114, Black Rock City arrives. Superficial, I have something better than money. The epic Crimson Meteor Rifle, an energy weapon with a fire rate of 17 rounds per second. A single shot can penetrate 25 centimeters of alloy steel, enough to blast even a heavy tank apart with a single volley. The ammunition uses high-energy modules, available on the Crystal Monument, so it's got plenty of range. Is such a good thing worth risking your life for? Lin Mingyuan chuckled as he recited the Crimson Meteor's specifications, only to see Yan Qianxue's mouth drop open in shock. At that time, Yan Qianxue was very poor, with limited income and no good equipment. The Crimson Meteor was the best equipment he had ever heard of, and it suited him perfectly. All he needed was a high-damage weapon. If you're not lying to me, I'll take the job. I'll help you deal with even the most devastating god. With a promise of a huge profit, Yan Qianxue accepted the offer on the spot. Now, he dared to bomb the World Trade Center. I don't have time for teasing. If you believe me, follow me. Of course Yan Qianxue believed him. A formidable figure like Lin Mingyuan wouldn't resort to such boastful statements. He hopped on his motorcycle and followed the soaring Lin Mingyuan to TS City. After witnessing the Crimson Meteor, Yan Qianxue signed a contract without hesitation, committing him to Lin Mingyuan's service for the next month. Lin Mingyuan traded an epic rifle for a powerful thug. Even if it was temporary, it was worth the price if it could help him through this crucial period of transformation. For the next few days, the professionals in TS City prepared for the impending war, like they were entering the final sprint before the college entrance exam 3 days before Blackstone City's arrival. Lin Mingyuan led all professionals above level 40 on a secret expedition to preemptively occupy the Ning County Industrial Park, where Blackstone City was expected to descend. Upon arriving at the Industrial Park, Lin Mingyuan, possessing mastery of space-time skills, sensed the instability of the space itself. Something was about to tear through the barriers of space and cross over. Lin Mingyuan knew it was the impending Blackstone City. Li Qianxue, one of the two founders of the Donglan Professional Alliance, possesses cosmic divine blood and is far more sensitive to spatial energy than I am. In a previous life, it was Li Qianxue who first discovered the location of Blackstone City's arrival. At noon that same day, he and Yan Qianxue led numerous professionals to Blackstone City and began the assault. There's a half-day gap between Blackstone City's arrival and the Donglan Alliance's arrival, which is the perfect opportunity for me to capture Blackstone City. Otherwise, once the Donglan Alliance arrives, there will be inevitable wrangling and internal friction, adding many more complications. Lin Mingyuan had already planned everything in his mind. Now, everything is ready, only waiting for Blackstone City to arrive. 3 days passed in a flash. At dawn, thick black clouds, so dense that no sunlight could penetrate, covered the sky. Electric snakes danced wildly within the clouds, creating a doomsday scene. In the wasteland, any change in the weather is a sign of impending danger. At that moment, 2 ragged scavengers quietly emerged from the now cleared industrial park. Scavengers are the lowest echelons of the wasteland, starving and homeless. Unable to defeat monsters, they rely on scavenging for survival. In resource-scarce areas, scavengers even eat the corpses of their own kind, desperate to survive. The industrial park's safe environment and abundant supplies once supported hundreds of scavengers seeking refuge there. However, before the advent of Black Rock City, the scavengers who gathered there were forcibly driven away by the professionals led by Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan had good intentions, knowing that the energy released when time and space overlap would destroy everything in the original space-time, even tall buildings, let alone fragile humans. Therefore, he drove the scavengers away, oblivious to the danger. Good words cannot persuade the damned. There are always self-righteous fools who misinterpret the good intentions of others. Dark clouds are gathering over the city, lightning and thunder are flashing. There must be a treasure about to be born, otherwise why would those professionals clear the area? They're just afraid we'd see it, Li Xiaoke vowed. The ripples of time and space that continued to appear before him, even causing his companions and himself to fluctuate with the ripples, did not scare away the greedy Li Xiaoke. Brother Li, if the treasure fell into our hands, we'd be rich. Zhou Ernu was lucky enough to pick up a low-health orc general who dropped a rusty nail mace in orc blood, which helped him rise to prominence and even set up a small camp on flea market. If we had his good luck, we'd be just as good as him. The bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. It's our turn to get lucky. Look at those cowards, they're so scared that they ran 100 miles away. Once the treasure appears, let's see what they can use to snatch it from us, Li Xiaoke said disdainfully. Two scavenger brothers, waiting for a sudden windfall to change their fate, never received their treasure. As the ripples of spacetime intensified, a vast fortress city forged from black stone emerged into view. Its wide streets, wide enough for 5 heavy trucks to park side by side, were filled with towering humanoid monsters, emanating a terrifying aura hundreds of times more powerful than the scavengers themselves. By the time the scavenger brothers finally realized that the place wasn't a treasure, but a monster from another time and space, it was too late. The phantom of Blackstone City was rapidly becoming real. Buildings, cars, billboards, the scavenger brothers, the ripples of spacetime crushed everything into dust. Not a trace of the former industrial park remained. In its place, Blackstone City stood tall, rapidly transforming its surroundings, as if it had been rooted to the earth from the very beginning. Move, Lin Mingyuan commanded, and over 500 professionals rapidly poured through the completely unguarded main city gate. Before Apocalypse's demise, Blackstone City, a crucial border town of the Silver Empire, had already been conquered by the demons of the abyss. The shadow of demons can be seen in the destruction of every world. The demons, the embodiment of chaos, never miss any opportunity to wreak havoc. The almighty high nobility of the Silver Empire had already abandoned all their territories to defend Lordran, to preserve their capital. Precisely because Blackstone City had fallen to the Silver Empire, upon arriving in the New World, the Silver Empire did not forcibly claim the occupied city. Logically, whoever captured the city would become the new lord. The Silver Empire would not interfere, but they must pledge allegiance to the Silver Empire or allow the Silver Empire to station troops there. The Silver Empire's nobles were no philanthropists, they would not simply seize their city without paying a price. Of course, with the exception of the God Devourer He Zhao, no one would be so stubborn as to refuse the Silver Empire a single shred of respect. Rushing into Blackstone City, the professionals first encountered an ash monster, 2 to 2.5 meters tall, covered in ash, its interior gleaming with embers. They were originally civilians of Black Rock City, transformed from monsters eroded by the power of the abyss and tainted by the ash left by the world's collapse. They possess immense strength, but are slow and unwieldy, possessing no weaknesses other than low spell resistance. Ice Cyclone, Xin AI, levitating into midair, waved her wand forward, unleashing a high-level ice spell. A rapidly swirling vortex of ice raced forward along the streets, ripping the ash monsters caught in it to shreds or freezing them to dust. The ice cyclone left nothing behind, clearing a path of frost. Mighty, long live Lord Xin AI. Chapter 115, Black Rock City Attack and Defense. 1. Magical Power. A single strike clears the field, a full-screen annihilation. Only the mage, a class that stands at the pinnacle of professional skill, can effortlessly achieve what other classes cannot. Everyone, follow the plan, Lin Mingyuan roared, soaring into the air and standing shoulder to shoulder with Xin AI. The professionals pouring into the city immediately split into 2 teams, one remaining behind while the other charged towards the armory. Nicheng, aloof and proud, self-conscious of his mercenary status and unwilling to integrate into the group, headed alone to the central square. Black Rock City contains 4 lord bosses, the Ash Giant, located in the DC area closest to the main city gate, the 4-armed serpent demon, who leads a swarm of demons guarding the armory, the fallen angel Mikhail, who roams the central square, and the final boss, the demon Prince Liz, in the city lord's mansion. The standard strategy is to defeat the 4 lord bosses in order: first, the Ash Giant, then the 4-armed serpent demon, then the fallen angel Mikhail and the demon Prince Liz, ultimately conquering Black Rock City completely. However, if they continue their normal strategy, the Donglin Alliance would arrive before they could even meet demon Prince Liz. To swiftly slay him, secure the city lord's token, and legitimately control Black Rock City, they had to attack 4 bosses simultaneously. The Ash Giant had similar attributes to the Ash Golem, immense strength and tough skin, but minimal spell resistance. Xin AI was confident it would be swiftly defeated. The second boss, the 4-armed serpent demon, possessed the largest number of demon minions, necessitating a massive army. Yan Qianxue, Li Tong, Feng Daotian, and the newly joined and well-coordinated Xiang Hongda team, along with other elite professionals, led a full-scale attack to annihilate the demonic horde and slay the 4-armed serpent demon. The third boss, the fallen angel Mikhail, was the strongest boss besides Liz, and Lin Mingyuan entrusted him to the Phantom Gunner, Qianxue. Lin Mingyuan's possessions aren't so easily taken. Qianxue must serve Lin Mingyuan in a life-or-death battle with Mikhail. Lin Mingyuan doesn't demand that he kill the fallen angel Mikhail, but merely that he can hold him back, preventing him from supporting the city lord's mansion and disrupting the duel between Lin Mingyuan and Lois. The first two lanes' responsibilities are to kill the bosses as quickly as possible and then support Qianxue. In the best-case scenario, all three lanes fight smoothly, defeating all three bosses and converging on the city lord's mansion to aid Lin Mingyuan in dealing with Lois. The worst-case scenario is that Qianxue's side stumbles, becoming a complete failure and being killed by Mikhail. This frees Mikhail to interfere in other battles, leaving other areas facing a single boss facing two combined, potentially triggering a chain reaction that could wipe out the TS City professional group. Unexpected events are always around the corner, and no one can guarantee complete certainty every time they act. This arrangement was the best plan Lin Mingyuan could come up with. Lin Mingyuan believed that Qianxue, a future international mercenary, would not fall in Black Rock City. Moreover, Lin Mingyuan had a trump card, which at least guaranteed that the entire group would not be wiped out. The heavy casualties among the ash monsters on the main road, along with a chaotic influx of professionals, alarmed the ash giant. The 4-story tall ash giant roared, cracking the clouds and smashing the houses in its path as it raged. Everyone rushed towards their opponents, and it was time for Lin Mingyuan to move. He released Xin Ai's hand and flew towards the city lord's mansion. "You must return safely." Xin Ai looked at Lin Mingyuan reluctantly. Lin Mingyuan had made arrangements for everyone except himself. The demon prince Lois he had to face was Black Rock City's most dangerous boss. There was no time for Xin Ai to grieve. If she wanted to help Lin Mingyuan relieve the pressure, she had to defeat the first three bosses as quickly as possible. Shield warriors, charge, Shenying commanded, clenching his pine-weave sword. The elite defenders, tower shields aloft, had already reached the front lines, forming a shield wall. The dreadfully powerful ash giant ignored the shield warriors who had forged a solid defensive line. With a single slap, he sent two flying, shield and all. His massive foot stomped down, crushing any shield warrior who didn't dodge, their metal shield and bones completely. Blood spurted out like a high-pressure water cannon. The clumsy, unwieldy ash giant was actually the easiest boss to deal with. As soon as he arrived at the front lines and began to assert himself, Xin Ai's magic was already unleashed. Frost Nova erupted beneath the ash giant's feet, instantly coating the ash giant's legs in a blanket of white frost. His already slow attack seemed even more cumbersome, and the shield warriors in the front line were able to dodge the ash giant's deadly stomps. Xin Ai, gifted with rapid spellcasting, fired spell after spell like a machine gun turret. Frost Novas, constantly blooming on the ash giant, combined with freezing rain to form a thick icy shell around the giant, further slowing it. The final blow came with Xin Ai's long-mastered spell, Frost Ray. This spell, capable of continuously triggering the 4 talents of Ice Bloodline, Channel Casting, Spell Penetration, and Frost Shatter, made Frost Ray a single target, sustained ice-based damage skill. With her wand, the wrist-thick Frost Ray struck the ash giant with pinpoint accuracy. Even with her eyes closed, Xin Ai could guide the ray without missing. The Frost Ray, striking the ash giant's arm, completely froze it to death. The ash giant's right arm, waved under the force, broke apart, shattering into a bloody mess. Having destroyed the ash giant's right arm, Xin Ai directed a beam towards its chest. The ash crust on its chest quickly turned blue, freezing it from the inside out, the blue quickly spreading throughout its body. A teeth-shelling creaking sound echoed from the impending collapse of an iceberg. The ash giant's fiery pupils turned icy blue, and its massive, fortress-like form collapsed and shattered. The frontline shield warriors, tasked with defending, were forced to raise their shields to protect their heads from the shattered pieces of the ash giant, which fell like boulders. The ash giant, already low in spell resistance, encountered the S-level talents of Ice Bloodline and Frost Shatter, which directly amplified ice damage, as well as a channeled cast that amplified all sustained spell damage and reduced magic resistance and spell penetration. Xin Ai, at level 59 with an extreme build and 80 intelligence in full armor, was unlucky. The ash giant's death was inevitable. Xin Ai dispatched him in just 3 minutes. The vast experience gained after his death helped Xin Ai level up to level 60, a slight boost in strength. While the first boss battle at the city gate battlefield went smoothly, the second battle, where the main force attacked the armory, was already grappling with a slog. The main demons that destroyed Black Rock City, such as the Archdemon, Soul Judge, Vrock, and Dread Demon, had long since returned to the abyss. Only a swarm of smaller demons, like spider demons, lesser demons, and fallen demons, remained, scavenging the scraps like vultures. They were hardly worthy of the title of a demonic army. However, demons are, after all, a species a level above ordinary humans in power. Lesser demons who haven't awakened their demonic true names can fight even first-level professionals who haven't completed their second transformation. Fallen demons, spider demons, and other low-level demons at the bottom of the food chain in the abyss, when brought to Earth, are powerful enough to rival Lin Mingyuan's elite professionals. No matter how powerful the lower-level demons are, they're only so-so. The true formidable force is Black Rock City's second boss, the loyal pawn of the demon Prince Liz, a high-ranking demon named the Four-Armed Snake Demon. These bloodthirsty and brutal snake demons often serve as vanguards of demonic armies. A snake demon's strength is judged by the number of arms it possesses. A two-armed snake demon is insignificant, while a four-armed one is considered elite. A six-armed snake demon is considered peak combat power among high-level demons, and an eight-armed snake demon is so powerful that even ordinary abyss lords wouldn't dare challenge one. A snake demon's greatest advantage lies in its multiple arms and weapon mastery talents. A four-armed snake demon can wield four long swords simultaneously, creating a powerful, impenetrable blade. Despite their height and long arms, the snake demon's range is far from short. Combined with the immense speed afforded by its gliding tail and its armored scales, which offers significant physical and magical resistance, the four-armed snake demon is a high-level demon without a single weakness. A rare few talented snake demons, mastering several inherited sword techniques and even creating their own epic swordplay, are now considered sword saints. A snake demon sword saint is the nightmare of all melee professionals. Fighting a four-armed snake demon sword saint is like facing four sword saints simultaneously. Each of the demon's four arms can attack simultaneously, unleashing a burst of damage capable of dismembering a giant, a terrifying feat. Of course, the four-armed snake demons of Black Rock City aren't four-armed snake demon sword saints, otherwise they would be serving under the demon Prince Liz, rather than him being a vanguard officer without even a name. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Black Rock City Attack and Defense, 2, Three-Way Advantage. Even a regular four-armed snake demon would be impossible to deal with in the early stages of the cataclysm. It was a true bug. According to the pre-battle strategy, Xiang Hongda would lead the frontal attack, containing the four-armed snake demon, while Fang Daoshan would look for opportunities on the flanks. The fiery lion Cain, using his bloodline instincts, would seize the opportunity to circumvent and launch a sneak attack from behind, creating a three-way encirclement. The four-armed snake demon lacked the crushing power of the ash giant. Its four long swords simultaneously slashed at the green-equipped heavy iron great shield, carving deep gashes across it. The shock ripped Xiang Hongda's left arm limp, barely able to hold on to the shield. The short-handled warhammer in his right hand was slashed away by the four-armed snake demon's blow as soon as it swung. Xiang Hongda, with his nearly non-existent attack power, decided not to use it, ignoring the embarrassment of the situation. He hooked his finger at the four-armed snake demon, unleashing a taunt to draw aggro. He held the shield with both hands, withstanding the four-armed snake demon's devastating attacks. Xiang Hongda was a lone island in the storm. A prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. Xiang Hongda, who could only take the beating without fighting back, would eventually collapse. Worried about his companion Fang Daoshan, he signaled the fiery main lion, and the two attacked simultaneously. The fiery main lion leaped up and bit the four-armed snake demon's neck. Fang Daoshan unleashed 100 ripping fists, the highest damaging attack of his second transformation, at the four-armed snake demon. The snake demon's armor, despite its high physical defense, was no match for the dragon bloodlion's sharp fangs. Cain bit the four-armed snake demon's neck, tearing at its back with his claws, leaving a bloody mess. Xiang Hongda had no damage output, a stinking, hard stone. The fiery main lion's damage output was high, but it wasn't lethal. The snake demon's slender body appeared thin, but in reality, its armor protected incredibly strong muscles, which the fiery main lion couldn't penetrate. Every inch of a high-level demon was built for combat. The four-armed snake demon instantly determined that the true threat was the martial artist Fang Daoshan, known for his fiery fists. With a brutal yet calm will, he shrugged off the negative influence of his taunts and launched a flurry of sword energy directly at Fang Daoshan. Though it was a righteous 3-on-1 situation, Fang Daoshan felt as if he were suddenly surrounded by a well-coordinated and well-trained swordsman. With little defense, he could only rely on attack and defeat in less than 3 seconds. Unwilling to give up, he launched a desperate rising dragon fist at the four-armed snake demon's chin, attempting to stun him. However, he exposed himself to a significant vulnerability and was struck twice, nearly being cut in half. Xiang Hongda's shield slam interrupted the four-armed snake demon's ferocious attack rhythm and saved him. Fang Daoshan was forced to leave the battlefield. The fiery main lion immediately experienced the same fate Fang Daoshan had endured. Its defenses were far superior to Fang Daoshan's. After holding out for half a minute, the sharp blade slashed away most of its beautiful mane, leaving its body covered in scars, like a carp being steamed after a knife. The 3 melee fighters resisting the four-armed snake demon were dispatched one by one. The remaining melee fighters were no match for the four-armed snake demon. The other shield warriors in the team were assigned to intercepting the Ash Giant in the first battlefront. The Ash Giant was successfully slain, and now the four-armed snake demon was once again unstoppable. The melee fighters were decimated, and the ranged forces, which had been steadily dealing damage to the demon army, were now targeted. Yan Qianxue and the brothers Wang Huo and Wang Peng faced the danger fearlessly, leading the ranged archers to continuously attack. Each barrage of arrows paused the four-armed snake demon's advance, forcing him to wield his swords in defense. After 6 consecutive rounds of delaying the four-armed snake demon for another 2 minutes, the four-armed snake demon finally reached the ranged forces. Elite archers like Yan Qianxue and the Wang brothers each had their own means of escape or melee combat, but ordinary archers faced with a four-armed snake demon were left with nothing but despair. A continuous howl echoed as the four-armed snake demon, whipping its tail and charging forward at high speed, its blade flashed, limbs and heads tumbling like Zhaozilang single-handedly slashing through the enemy lines, turning the situation upside down. Everyone was desperate to avoid the four-armed snake demon, naturally ignoring the threat posed by the demonic horde. The raging demonic horde, swarming through the four-armed snake demon's torn lines, posed a grave danger to the professionals. The four-armed snake demon single-handedly turned the tide of battle, hoping to regain the advantage. He could only await the intervention of top professionals, who could also single-handedly influence the situation. With a resounding roar, the ash giant at the city gate fell. Floating in the sky, Xin Ai led the professionals from the first battlefield to support the attack, and 4 walls of ice rose from the ground, trapping the four-armed snake demon. The shield warriors once again took the front line, dispelling the demons. Then, a blizzard of forbidden magic was unleashed, slaying the imps en masse. Xin Ai blocked the cacophony of system notifications. A moment later, a golden light flashed around her, marking another level. Xin Ai's skill build was simple. She didn't need to consider anything else, just focus on intelligence. Having finally shattered the ice wall and escaped, the four-armed snake demon looked around. The situation had completely changed. The imps had been decimated in a short time. The enemy melee fighters were on full alert, while the ranged fighters regrouped, their bows drawn and their bullets ready. With Xin Ai providing spell support from above, the outcome was assured. However, they still had to be wary of the four-armed snake demon's final frenzy before his death. It would take some time to completely slay him. The first 2 battlefields were generally not difficult. The ash giant was a distorted product of the world's destruction, and the four-armed snake demon was, frankly, a high-level demon, albeit one of high rank among them, not much lower than a fire demon. The boss Ni Changzhe and Lin Mingyuan faced was far more challenging. Before Lin Mingyuan arrived at the city lord's mansion, Ni Changzhe, armed with the energy rifle, Crimson Meteor, encountered his target boss, the fallen angel Mikhail. Lin Mingyuan had previously encountered a corrupted angel resurrected from the dead in the Eternal Battlefield dungeon. The corrupted angel had lost the ability to use the angelic powers they once possessed, and their strength had been significantly reduced. The fallen angel was completely different. Having betrayed the gods they once worshipped, the fallen angel had chosen to embrace the abyss, their abilities having undergone a complete transformation. In the central square, a single man with snow-white hair and a handsome face quietly read. If one ignored the thick blood gushing from the surrounding fountains and the piles of bones on the ground, there was a sense of tranquility. Closing the cult book inscribed with filthy blasphemies, Mikhail looked at Yan Qianxue, who had dared to trespass into the boss's territory. A smile spread across his unparalleled handsome face, revealing Mikhail's beastly, sharp fangs. A shrill scream erupted from its pitch black, foul-smelling maw. A soul-piercing shockwave rolled forward, shattering what turned out to be Yan Qianxue's illusion. The Phantom Gunner is a rare and exceptional class, possessing most of the soldier's skills and most of the trickster's. Switching to a Phantom Gunner is essentially equivalent to possessing the S-rank double-faced talent, simultaneously possessing two classes. Of course, a Phantom Gunner with a double-faced talent would certainly not choose to pursue both the soldier and the trickster, two rather mediocre professions. While the soldier's abilities are well known, the trickster is a niche class, little understood. The trickster's specialization is the creation of physical illusions, which inherit 30% of the original's attributes and attack power while receiving 200% damage. A single illusion is fragile and ineffective, but when dozens or even hundreds of them are combined, the damage output becomes formidable. However, a challenge posed to the Phantom Gunner, even a magician primarily focused on intelligence would run out of mana. How could a Phantom Gunner, with balanced strength, agility, and strength, obtain the mana gained from high intelligence to create physical illusions? In the future, Phantom Gunners will need to develop not only strength, agility, and physical fitness, but also intelligence. Attribute points will be extremely scarce, and any class that prioritizes all attributes will be severely short of them. But this isn't a problem for Yan Qianxue. Anyone examining his 4 stats would be shocked. Strength 28, agility 30, constitution 27, intelligence. Yan Qianxue can't increase his intelligence because, possessing the S-level gift of the alien door, his spiritual world connects to an alternate dimension, allowing him to continuously draw magic from afar. He possesses limitless intelligence and magic points, possessing the potential to become a divine mage. However, fate often plays tricks on us. Even those with divine mage talent cannot become mages. After painstakingly obtaining a magic book, Yan Qianxue despairs of his future as a spellcaster. The complex magic circuits and spell models described in the book are like incomprehensible scriptures to him. He has all this magical power but nowhere to use it. After calming down, Yan Qianxue sought a way to capitalize on his intellectual advantage. After sifting through the vast list of classes, he found one that perfectly suited him. No amount of magic power was too much, and it also required a Phantom Gunner with excellent physical fitness. At level 53, Yan Qianxue could create a maximum of 53 physical illusions. At that moment, 53 illusions appeared simultaneously in the square, surrounding Mikhail in a circle. 53 crimson meteors fired simultaneously. Even if they only possessed 30% of the original attack power, the sheer number was terrifying enough. The instantaneous torrent of crimson energy immediately forced out Mikhail's dark, corrupted wings. Crimson energy bullets sent feathers flying from Mikhail's wings, which covered his body. Mikhail crouched and curled up, seemingly completely suppressed. Yan Qianxue was thrilled. A good weapon would greatly enhance his abilities. With an ordinary rifle, his damage output would be no match for Mikhail's defenses, leaving him completely defenseless. Mikhail refused to surrender. He suddenly spread his wings, and dark energy erupted in a circular ripple. The physical illusions took 200% damage, inherited only a third of their attributes, and were fragile and slow, instantly annihilated by Mikhail's death wave. Any other Phantom Gunner would have been stunned. The army of illusions, created with such immense magical power, was annihilated just as they began to function. How could they possibly fight this battle? Mikhail, having dispatched a batch of illusions with an AoE attack, was unaware that Yan Qianxue's illusions would be extinguished the very next second. Their high damage, continuous fire of crimson meteors was devastating Mikhail. With over 60 points of agility, Mikhail could only dodge and kill the illusions whenever he could. However, as Yan Qianxue killed more, he created more, and the swarms were endless. Mikhail was pinned down. Despite his usual arrogance, Yan Qianxue was extremely cautious in battle, never revealing his true form, relying on numerous illusions to shield himself. Without a discerning eye, Yan Qianxue's true form was difficult to locate. Yan Qianxue was able to hold back Mikhail alone without any help, and he was still able to gain a slight advantage. Lin Mingyuan was right to ask Yan Qianxue to take action with an epic rifle. Apart from Yan Qianxue, only Lin Mingyuan could deal with Mikhail. Time was very tight, and Lin Mingyuan had to kill the demon prince as quickly as possible and had no time to waste on Mikhail. Chapter 117, Black Rock City Attack and Defense, 3, Sealing the Sun. The situation was looking promising, not deteriorating to its worst. The ash giant had been slain, and the four-armed snake demon's death countdown was underway. The fallen angel Mikhail, Lin Mingyuan's biggest concern, was being held captive by Yan Qianxue, effectively preventing him from interfering with his duel with the demon prince Lois. Before the situation became clear, Lin Mingyuan had already spotted Lois in the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Brilliant purple flowers from the abyss blossomed in the courtyard, the soil turning to reveal human remains. The bored demon prince buried human remains in the soil as fertilizer to cultivate his bloodthirsty demonic flowers. Today, his boredom was finally over. After years of waiting, Black Rock City had finally arrived in a new world. A love of chaos and bloodshed is the nature of demons. The reason the demon prince suppressed this instinct and retreated to Black Rock City instead of wreaking havoc across the world was that during his time travel, he was suppressed by the laws of the world, his strength reduced by 70%. This was evident when Lin Mingyuan used insight to fully view the demon prince Lois's stats. Demon prince Lois, LV 64 LV 148, race, demon, strength, 69 agility, 70 constitution, 99 intelligence, 54, talent, descendant of the demon god. Your initial 4 attributes are 50 points, Lord of the Night, you are a master of controlling dark energy. Light damage will not cause additional damage to you, and all attributes at night are plus 10. Elemental resistance, any elemental damage received is reduced by 50%. Rune master, you are an expert in runes. Language proficiency, you master 19 mainstream languages including demonic, elven, human, and dragon. Skills, epic, lightless shield, summon dark energy to surround yourself to create a shield that effectively resists physical and magical damage. When the damage reaches its limit, the lightless shield will shatter and cause dark damage to surrounding units. Epic, sealed dark domain, creates a dark domain, and all dark damage in the domain is increased by 100%. Epic, dark mirror, the dark mirror, like a black gem, can illuminate the darkest parts of people's hearts, creating a dark reflection of the target illuminated by the dark mirror, inheriting 100% of its attributes and attack power. Legend, blue torrent, the deepest darkness breeds the primordial light. After a short period of chanting, it releases a pale torrent of light and darkness intertwined. Legend, death aura, restore 10% of the health and mana limits for each unit killed. Equipment, epic, 7 death curse sword, a magic sword containing 7 curses including the curse of weakness, the curse of aging, and the curse of silence. Each time it hits the enemy, it will inflict a random curse on it. When the curse reaches 7 layers, it will explode. Epic, eternal night bracelet, comes with a spell to seal the sun, reverse time for a short time, and turn day into night. Epic, transformation ring, you can transform into human. Lois's dashboard was plain and dull, with everything from epic to legendary. First-hand information from the dashboard revealed that the demon prince's primary combat tool was dark magic, which wasn't displayed on the skill panel because his spell-like abilities were attributed to his Night Stalker talents. Lin Mingyuan, for example, currently possessed spell-like abilities like Burning Fire, Flame Fountain, and Firestorm, but none of them were displayed on the skill panel because they were granted by his Flame Apostle talent. After all, Lin Mingyuan wasn't a fire demon, his Flame Apostle was only A rank, while the demon prince Loi's Night Stalker talent was definitely S rank. Furthermore, the initial 50 points in all attributes granted by his demon bloodline were truly enviable. Even after Lin Mingyuan's rebirth, even with the use of banned drugs and other methods, he still couldn't achieve even 20 points. Now at level 50, Lin Mingyuan's 4 basic attributes hadn't even reached 50 without equipping equipment to trigger his skills. It was only through his good luck, occasionally receiving attribute fruits, that he managed to stay within striking distance of Lois. Lin Mingyuan was certain that the unremarkable black-haired, black-eyed human before him wasn't Lois's true appearance. Besides his mastery of dark magic, Lois's melee abilities were also formidable. Given Lois's natural abilities, the 3 previous bosses combined wouldn't likely be his match. He was the true hurdle in conquering Blackstone City, and Lin Mingyuan had saved the toughest challenge for himself. It's been ages since I've seen a living human. My human language is a bit rusty. I hope you can bring me some pleasure before you die. Lois licked his lips and launched an attack, brandishing the 7-death curse sword. Liz's attacks were devoid of any formality, simply a powerful, deadly blow. It was a simple, lethal swordsmanship. Anyone struck by him would die instantly, before the 7-fold curse could unleash itself. Entering combat, battle fever triggers, increasing all stats by 5. The Hunt Beyond Cloak and Deep Sea Anchor grant Lin Mingyuan another 5 strength, 10 agility, and 5 constitution. Now in a one-on-one duel, another often forgotten talent, Arena Domination, finally triggers, adding another 5 to all stats. Lin Mingyuan's 3-dimensional stats now stand at 61 strength, 67 agility, and 53 constitution, barely matching Lois's. The battle with Lois will not be a quick one. Lois strikes first, and Lin Mingyuan fights him solely with swordsmanship. While he has a slight stat disadvantage, Lin Mingyuan can easily make up for it, even gaining an advantage. Compared to Lin Mingyuan's exquisite swordsmanship, Liz's farming techniques seem crude and ungainly. Undoubtedly, Lois is being outmatched. 5 minutes pass in a flash, and battle fever reaches full stack. The stat gap between Lin Mingyuan and Lois continues to narrow, with Lin Mingyuan even surpassing him in agility. Lois was covered in wounds, while Lin Mingyuan wasn't even scratched. The difference in swordsmanship was too obvious, so Lois stopped humiliating himself. He lowered his magic sword and applauded, praising him, "Not bad. No wonder you dared to appear before me alone. I'm satisfied with your performance, but it's too monotonous and boring. I've had enough." With that, Lois stretched out his hand and grasped it. A giant, dark palm that devoured light appeared out of thin air and grabbed Lin Mingyuan. Burning fire, Lin Mingyuan, his battle fever already overflowing, no longer concealed it. The flames in his chest flickered with the beat of his heart, as if breathing eternity, then suddenly raged fiercely. The blazing, unquenchable flames released fiercely, releasing heat. The area around Lin Mingyuan was instantly a deadly place. The demon flower screamed shrilly as it was burned to ash. The dark palm burned red and hot, and the dark energy was continuously evaporated. Oh? It's the fire demon's method, Lois was surprised. He hadn't expected to see the fire demon's signature skill in the new world. Incineration damages both the enemy and the self. Without the fire demon's monstrous physique, ordinary races couldn't wield the incineration fire. He didn't sense any demonic aura in Lin Mingyuan, so this was quite intriguing. A smile played on Lois's lips, and he increased his dark energy output. His dark palm instantly expanded 3 times, extinguishing the newly formed flames. Humans are still humans, an inferior race. Even if they manage to master the incineration fire, they're still vulnerable. Lois, in the midst of his victory speech, suddenly felt a wave of heat from behind him. It was too late to react. A flaming fist slammed into his face, scorching his flesh and flailing it, emitting a roasted aroma. Lin Mingyuan, whom Lois had thought was already dead, suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Mingyuan even possessed the power of time and space. Surprise turned to delight. Dark energy surged beneath his skin. The thin layer of human skin could no longer conceal his true form. Unable to contain his excitement, Lois suddenly soared to a height of 6 meters. His demonic horns curved upwards, his granite-rough black skin providing the ultimate defense. His body was framed by his signature reverse-jointed hooves, scarlet eyes, and a pair of wings stretched out to obscure the sun. Dark energy, impervious to even a ray of light, swirled around Lois like flames, his demonic might overwhelming and unparalleled. Lin Mingyuan, pursuing his victorious opponent, was hampered by the aura. The overwhelming pressure threatened to force him to his knees before the Demon King. Exile the sun, Lois pointed upwards, and as if in an eclipse, the sun slowly vanished. Rolling dark clouds loomed over Blackstone City. Only a faint ray of light could penetrate the clouds to illuminate the city, but now, not a single ray of light was visible. The so-called exiling the sun didn't actually banish the sun, it merely temporarily sealed off a patch of space overhead, isolating it from sunlight and creating an artificial night. It didn't literally seal off the sun, effectively making it invisible to the entire world. If someone truly possessed the power to exile the sun, they could explode the earth with a single finger. Why bother with all this extravagance? On a branch battlefield, professionals engaged in a fierce battle with the 4-armed snake demon stared at the sky in horror. The last ray of light was swallowed up, and darkness enveloped the earth. The orderly formation immediately fell into disarray. Humans have an instinctive fear of darkness, a fear born from the fireless age of ignorance. The man-eating beasts that roamed the night posed the greatest threat to primitive tribes. With one arm severed and its body covered in frost, the four-armed snake demon seized the opportunity to slash and kill several men. This was the final, desperate attempt at strength. A flare rising slowly into the sky ended the chaos and completely crushed its fighting spirit. Mercenary Yan Qianxue, who was still fighting the fallen angel Monocle in the central square, was not affected at all. The light released by the series of energy bullets was enough to illuminate the battlefield. But he was very annoyed now. The annoyance was that he had no way to kill Monocle. The fallen angel Monocle mastered the ability to travel through the spiritual world. Every time he was injured, he would escape into the spiritual world, and when he reappeared, his injuries were healed. Yan Qianxue's output was still not high enough and stable enough. The one who was most affected by the exile of the sun was Lin Mingyuan. Entering the night, Loi's all attributes increased by 10. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky in an instant, making Lin Mingyuan's accumulated ultimate swordsmanship fall into the air. The wanton eruption of magma illuminated the anger on Lin Mingyuan's face. He also summoned the Hundian wings and flew into the sky, declaring war. Now, let's begin the second round. Chapter 118, Black Rock City Attack and Defense, 4, The Immortal Battle. As if a crow's roost had been destroyed, countless crows descended with an unpleasant cawing. The ultimate sword technique, the Thousand Illusion Crow Killing Formation, was instantly established. Lin Mingyuan, at the center of the formation, was engulfed in flames, his weapon, the Bloodthirster sword, gleaming with a silver sheen. The inherited sword technique, Silver Edge, also unveiled its mysteries. Silver Edge lacked the intricacies of a profound sword technique. It was simply a supplementary sword technique that enchanted weapons with various buffs. In Silver Edge form, a weapon's sharpness and durability were enhanced, along with the added bonus of magic and evil sundering. It could effectively penetrate a mage's magic shield and deal additional damage against chaotic evil creatures like spirits and demons. While seemingly insignificant, it was actually constantly in play. Lin Mingyuan immediately used Silver Edge to enhance his weapon. Entering the second round, the intensity of the battle escalated dramatically. The demon prince, Lin, having unleashed his true form, unlocked his melee form. Besides casting dark spells from a distance, his melee abilities were also greatly enhanced. Facing the already established Thousand Illusion Crow Killing Formation, Lin wielded his greatsword. With a single sweep, the cursed blade slew a swarm of crows. Is this your swordsmanship? Weak and pathetic, ridiculous. Watch me crush your boastful, fancy techniques. Lin raised his greatsword and slashed down. A massive dark sword energy, tearing through the earth and sweeping through the sky, cleaved a massive gash in the flawless Thousand Illusion Crow Killing Formation, even though water couldn't penetrate it. Undoubtedly, Lin possessed the power to break the Thousand Illusion Crow Killing Formation. Though released as sword energy, it wasn't swordsmanship, but rather a vast, concentrated dark energy. He disguised it as sword energy to mock Lin Mingyuan's skill. As the enemies he encountered grew stronger, Lin Mingyuan hadn't yet completed his crucial transformation. This caused his previously invincible swordsmanship, the Thousand Illusion Crow Killing Formation, to become increasingly ineffective against powerful foes. Now, facing Loi's direct mockery, Lin Mingyuan's face darkened. You may humiliate me, but you are unworthy of humiliating my swordsmanship. The burning flames of his body surged higher and higher, growing with a rage resonating within him. Lin Mingyuan suddenly closed his eyes, the scowl on his face subsiding. The swirling flock of crows momentarily hovered in the air, then soared skyward and converged beneath the inky clouds. From his sword training, to his challenge in the inheritance realm, to his mastery nurtured through toil and sweat, to his repeated battles against formidable foes using the Crow Court swordsmanship, all past experiences and memories flooded back, forming an image of the crow god that seemed to be etched in Lin Mingyuan's mind and could never be forgotten. The crows gathered in a flock, carrying Lin Mingyuan's swordsmanship with them, forming a giant crow with wings that stretched for 90,000 miles across the sky. It obscured the heavens, awe-inspiring, its unimaginable might resonating in all directions. The hidden secrets of the Crow Court swordsmanship, the afterimage of the crow god. Comprehending the sword's essence is essentially mastering it. There's no need to be bound by form. The hand and mind follow. The crow god's afterimage, imbued with 7/10 of the crow god's spirit, represents the hidden secrets gained from observing the crow god in flight and rest. If the Thousand Illusion Crows Killing Formation is a scattered, group attack, Then the crow god's afterimage converges the scattered crow sword energy into a single, devastating blow. The crow god's afterimage is Lin Mingyuan's most powerful move yet, a move he mastered on his own. Unfortunately, it's included in the crow court sword art. If it were a standalone move, it would surely be epic, freeing Lin Mingyuan from the worry of creating his own epic swordsmanship. Swordsmanship requires systematic practice, and no matter how complex it is, it will eventually be mastered. The sword's essence is subjective, there's no other method outside the mind. What you understand is what you gain. In simpler terms, if you understand, you understand. If you don't ask. Even if I tell you, you don't understand. It's profound, yet profoundly true. Just as the giant raven towering in the sky, towering like a mountain and vast as the sea, gazed with its deep, dark eyes at the demon prince who had slandered it. The previous incident of sealing the sun had already caused a stir, but this sudden arrival of the giant raven was even more devastating. It was like being in the endless depths of the ocean, facing a terrifying, all-pervasive pressure that could crush a person into pulp. The professionals' hearts stopped for a few seconds as they watched the giant raven swooping down towards the city lord's mansion. With their hearts trembling, they realized that the enemy Lin Mingyuan faced was more powerful than they had imagined. However, Lin Mingyuan had already unleashed his most powerful moves. Should he be able to defeat his opponent? At that moment, flying 100 meters high, Lois felt as if a 1,000-ton boulder had suddenly been lifted from his back. His body plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string cut. He slammed down on one knee, shattering the indestructible black stone city tiles into a deep crater. He gazed in disbelief at the raven god afterimage in the sky, unwillingly humiliating. How could a lowly bastard possibly master such swordsmanship? If he couldn't neutralize the raven god afterimage, a blow from it would be fatal. Experienced through countless battles, Lois was certain of his ultimate move. Blue Torrent. Lois raised his hands high. The deepest darkness gave birth to primordial light. Black and white merged, the interwoven light and darkness like a laser cannon. The blue torrent shot straight toward the heavens. The shockwave, colliding head-on with the raven god afterimage, reverberated for 100 miles, and the pitch-black leaden clouds suddenly vanished. Blue Torrent was Loi's ultimate move. If he didn't strike, it was fine. But if he did, the formidable foe would fall. Now, he'd been forced to unleash his ultimate move by a lowly human he despised. Filled with grief and indignation, he intensified his efforts to completely destroy the raven god's afterimage. Lois unleashed the azure turbulence, immobilizing him. Lin Mingyuan wouldn't miss the opportunity. Instantly unleashing his ghost blade, Lin Mingyuan leaped in close, piercing Lois's chest with a single strike. Lois launched a ferocious kick, but Lin Mingyuan dove behind him and, with a single thrust, severed half of Lois's wing. By this point, the azure turbulence had already pierced the raven god's afterimage. He directed it towards Lin Mingyuan, aiming to obliterate him with its remaining power. Perceiving Lois's intentions, Lin Mingyuan soared into the air, his raven court swordsmanship at its peak. He swiftly maneuvered through the air, leaving the all-consuming azure turbulence to linger until its final power faded. After a fierce duel, Lin Mingyuan finally gained the upper hand. Now that he could fly, Lois's wings were severed, rendering him unable to fly, and his special move had already been used, rendering it unusable for a short time. Lin Mingyuan only needed to leverage his flying advantage to slowly wear Lois down, and it would be Lois who would be the one to be worn down. Human, I admit I underestimated you. You deserve my respect. Unfortunately, your life will end here. I will not show mercy. Lois snapped his fingers, and a darkness so deep and all-consuming descended from the sky, as viscous as liquid, forming a dark and profound independent space in just a few breaths. The moment this independent space formed, Lin Mingyuan suddenly felt his instant step sealed, and he could no longer communicate with the energy of the space. It wasn't just Lin Mingyuan who suddenly changed color, the Spider Duke Freya, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also changed color. On the eve of the operation, Lin Mingyuan made a special trip to Dawn City to request Freya's support. True to her promise, Freya arrived, but she didn't intervene. Lin Mingyuan had agreed with her that her mission was to prevent other professionals from stealing the spoils, not to interfere in the battles of the human professionals. After all, capturing Black Rock City personally was the only way to make every professional remember their dedication and sacrifice, and truly consider Black Rock City their home. If Freya simply crushed them without experiencing the hardships of battle, the trials of blood and fire would fail to foster a sense of belonging among the professionals. And most importantly, Freya, whose true level was 120 and who wasn't even from Earth, would have lost any loot she could have killed from any boss. It would have been a huge loss. Freya, understanding Lin Mingyuan's concerns, didn't intervene, instead observing the battle between Lin Mingyuan and Lois from a distance. This went beyond a mere clash of dragons and tigers, it was a battle of gods. Freya watched with rapt attention, caressing her own voluptuous body, her face flushed. She nearly lost control of her bladder, especially when the Raven God's afterimage collided with the Azure Torrent. However, just as both men unleashed their ultimate moves, Lois used Sealed Dark Domain to create an airtight space, completely trapping Lin Mingyuan within it and blocking his blink step ability. Lois's move was serious. Outside the Sealed Dark Domain, Freya couldn't see the true situation on the battlefield, and she began to worry that Lois might kill Lin Mingyuan. He told me not to interfere in his fight with Lois. If I do, he won't be angry, right? He definitely will be. But if I don't, he'll likely be killed by Lois. Lois is not someone to be trifled with. After much deliberation and a struggle, Freya decided to assist Lin Mingyuan. Chapter 119, Black Rock City Attack and Defense. 5. Stepping on the Heavenly Gate. Before the threshold of True God at level 200, professionals are divided into 6 realms: low-ranking professionals from level 0 to 20, ordinary professionals who have completed their first transformation at level 20 or above, advanced professionals who have completed their second transformation at level 50 or above, legendary professionals at level 80 or above, sanctuary experts at level 120 or above, and demigods at level 160 or above. Professionals have a ceiling. When a professional's combat power can no longer defeat monsters of the same level to gain experience, and their level cannot be increased, they have reached their ceiling, and this will remain the same for the rest of their lives. Unless they acquire powerful skills, a god-level bloodline, or legendary equipment, instantly increasing their combat power, they can only advance further. Relying on external resources to increase their level by 10 levels is considered a feat, and further advancement is a matter of waiting for the next opportunity. Beyond the ceiling, there are also bottlenecks. First transformation professions are not mentioned, as the requirements are generally low, except for mages. Second transformation professions present a challenge, and a few, such as Sword Saint, have extremely demanding requirements. Many gifted swordsmen, despite having a high ceiling, are stuck due to the high requirements for Sword Saint advancement. They all started at the same starting line, but while other professions advanced rapidly, swordsmen were stuck at the second level, wasting time. No matter how high the ceiling was, it was useless. The path of a profession was arduous. To advance from the second level to legend, one had to complete system-issued legendary trials and awaken one's unique legendary skills. To advance from legend to the sanctuary, there were sanctuary challenges and the awakening of one's own domain. Lin Mingyuan didn't even know the requirements for the sanctuary to demigod, having never encountered such a high level in his previous life. Each of the 6 realms had a vast disparity in combat power. An average profession that successfully advanced could easily crush those who didn't. If the gap was so vast in the early stages, how much more so in the later stages? Because of this, Freya's decision to side with Lin Mingyuan was a huge risk. At her peak, Freya was a peak level 120 legendary professional, while Demon Prince Lois, at level 148, had surpassed legendary status and reached the sanctuary realm. A step further would have made him a demigod, a powerful figure 10 years after the cataclysm. Demon Prince Lois had a strong chance of ascending to demigodhood, and his realm was already higher than Freya's. The difference between level 121 and level 120 was enormous, not to mention that the Demon Prince was a senior sanctuary expert at level 148. Freya had the advantage of arriving on Earth first, allowing her to recover faster, while Lois could only exert at most 30% of his full potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at the hands of Yan Qianxue and Li Qianxue in his previous life. Indeed, in his previous life, Demon Prince Lois had died. Yan Qianxue and Li Qianxue strategically advanced, slaying the first 3 bosses one after another, and finally leading the elite professionals, high-spirited by their successive victories, to besiege the city lord's mansion, ultimately killing Demon Prince Lois at the cost of heavy casualties. Lin Mingyuan couldn't replicate the Donglan Alliance's tactics. First, TS City's elite professionals were scarce, far surpassing the Donglan Professional Alliance's prolific talent pool. Furthermore, In their previous lives, no outsiders interfered with their assault on Black Rock City, allowing them to advance at a leisurely pace. Lin Mingyuan, on the other hand, was forced to resort to risky tactics and play the game of personal heroism, only to find himself caught in the crossfire. The sealed heaven dark domain severely restricted Lin Mingyuan. First, it negated his crucial skill, blink, for dealing with powerful enemies. Second, within the sealed heaven dark domain's reach, all of Loise's dark arts were amplified. Loise raised his hand and unleashed 5 dark orbs, their pitch black, round spheres hurling themselves at him like cruise missiles. Lin Mingyuan dodged quickly enough, but was still grazed by an energy blast on the back. The dark sphere's glancing blow to the fire demon's flesh, which even a scalpel couldn't cut, instantly obliterated it. The burning pain reminded Lin Mingyuan of Loise's current danger. Damn it! I must break the sealed dark domain. Loise's dark magic dealt terrifying damage normally, but within the sealed dark domain, it felt even more mortal. Lin Mingyuan had to break the sealed dark domain. The Fire Lord's Crucible Sword Technique's second ultimate skill, Meteor Volcano, melted into the profound darkness. Lin Mingyuan pointed heavenward, and the eternal fire within his chest unleashed boundless energy, gathering at high altitude. Like a meteor shower descending upon Earth, hundreds of meteorite fragments the size of water tanks, coated in blazing flames, appeared within the sealed dark domain and began a frenzied bombardment. The dark barrier of the sealed dark domain only rippled, unbroken. The impact was enough to obliterate an entire neighborhood, scorching the area for miles. The meteor volcano, which had been reduced to rubble, melted into the profound darkness like a drop in the ocean. The special blockade remained in place, and the dark magic bonus persisted. Demon Prince Loise laughed heartily. Stop wasting your energy. Seeing my domain before you die is a life well lived. So confident? Are you sure I can't take your domain? Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, opened the system panel, and added precious evolution skill points to blink. Evolution skill points come from the S-rank talent, Samsara Sword Body. Every 10 levels up, in addition to the system-given skill points, 1 additional evolution skill point is awarded. In later generations, evolution skill points start at 1 million disaster coins, making them as valuable as ordinary legendary equipment. Lin Mingyuan used the ordinary skill points he earned at level 50 to learn Phantom Sword Dance, the swordsman's signature skill alongside Blade Storm. He still hadn't figured out how to allocate his evolution skill points. To maximize the benefits of these evolution skill points, he'd best invest them into an epic skill to evolve into legendary skill. Currently, Lin Mingyuan possesses 2 epic skills, both upgraded from rare by evolution skill points, Battle Frenzy, and Blink. Upgrading Battle Frenzy directly increases stats, granting greater combat bonuses. Meanwhile, Blink is an extremely rare special skill, incredibly useful for both intrusions and escapes. Previously, Lin Mingyuan hadn't decided which skill to upgrade, leaving precious evolution points unused. Now that the time had finally arrived, he decisively chose to evolve Blink. Blink has always been Lin Mingyuan's primary skill, but lately, it's been repeatedly targeted and disabled. Last time, he was bound by the Flame Demon's infernal chains, unable to communicate with space. Now, he's been sealed within the sealed heaven dark realm. The repeated setbacks to his signature skill have finally reached the limit of Lin Mingyuan's endurance. The captivating purple glow was eclipsed by a dazzling, majestic gold. Lin Mingyuan's first legendary skill has arrived. Your skill, Purple, Blink evolves to Gold, Stepping Heaven Gate. Legendary skills are significantly more powerful than epic skills, and the effect is immediate. Lin Mingyuan regains his sense of space, confident he can break free even from isolated and sealed areas. Lin Mingyuan wasn't in a hurry to test the new skill. He carefully read the skill description to see how Treading Heaven Gate was superior to Instant Step. First, Treading Heaven Gate's cooldown was reduced to 1 second, and the maximum range of teleportation increased tenfold. Lin Mingyuan could jump from one end of the city to the other in an instant, with a cooldown of only 30 seconds. In addition to comprehensively enhancing Instant Step, it also added a means of attack, hence the name of Treading Heaven Gate. Lin Mingyuan could gather special energy to initiate a special jump, creating a large-scale special shattering at the point of impact. Like stepping on a mirror, he shattered the void, collapsing the mortal world and ascending to Heaven Gate. Loise's brows knitted into a fierce expression. He suddenly sensed a new change in Lin Mingyuan, whom he held in his palm, but he didn't know where the change came from. Feeling uneasy, he didn't want to waste any more time. This game of a cat and mouse had to end. Vast dark energy formed countless twisted strands of dark matter, like a sneeze from a victim infected with a deadly plague. Countless viruses converged on Lin Mingyuan from all sides, attempting to strangle him. 10 seconds earlier, such a dense, whirlwind-like attack would have left Lin Mingyuan utterly emaciated, but he now had a solution. Step. Heaven. Gate. Lin Mingyuan stepped forward, vanishing from his original position and instantly appearing at the edge of the sealed heaven dark domain. With a single, seemingly unremarkable step, the space shattered into hundreds, each fragment bearing the imprint of the sealed heaven dark domain. The impenetrable, completely sealed-off sealed heaven dark domain was completely shattered by the single step. Thick dark energy leaked out, and chaotic energies from outside surged in. The sealed heaven dark domain immediately collapsed, transforming into an unprecedentedly powerful torrent of energy that ravaged every corner of the city lord's mansion before slowly dissipating into the air. Chapter 120, Black Rock City Attack and Defense, 6, High Demon. It took only half a minute for Lin Mingyuan to fall into the sealed dark domain and master the stepping heaven gate to break free. Freya hesitated for a moment before deciding to act when she saw a corner of the sealed dark domain shatter, then completely collapse. The biggest difference between Saint-level warriors and legendary warriors is that Saint-level warriors possess domain skills. Within their domains, they significantly enhance themselves and weaken their foes. When two Saint-level warriors face off, their domains may be ineffective. If you have them, I have them, and the two of them collide, the impact cancels them out. However, domains are incredibly effective against weaker warriors. A Saint-level warrior without a domain is a nightmare when facing off against a Saint-level warrior with one. They're already a major rank behind, but Saint-level warriors can even use their domain's power to enhance their own attacks. It's like a 200-pound heavyweight boxing champion taking on an ordinary person and injecting him with performance-enhancing drugs, leaving his opponent speechless. The ease with which Loise's domain was destroyed stemmed from his severely limited strength. In his prime, core abilities like Azure Ripple, which Loise mastered, had unlimited use. Now, they were reduced to ultimate abilities with extremely long cooldowns and short release times. The same was true for the sealed heaven dark domain. Even if Loise's domain, fully intact, were destroyed, it would have been difficult for Lin Mingyuan to escape using the heavenly gate. Even if it were broken, it would be instantly repaired, unlike a broken water tank, where all its energy would be completely dissipated in a matter of seconds. The two, alternating between their ultimate moves, finally entered the third phase of the battle, a deadly melee. Lin Mingyuan stepped on the heavenly gate and moved close, the space-time rift engulfing Loise's arm. Loise reacted quickly and pulled his arm back, but the ripped space still ripped through his flesh, as if it had just been pulled out of a meat grinder. Enhanced by the silver edge, the Bloodthirster sword's material was elevated to a new level, rivaling an epic weapon. Its phantom sword dance instantly destroyed Loise's lightless shield. The resulting magical explosion temporarily dissipated the burning flame, leaving a large wound across Lin Mingyuan's sturdy body. Lin Mingyuan then unleashed a powerful slash of sword energy, inflicting a deep, bone-deep wound in Loise's chest. Simultaneously, 3 dark orbs pelted Lin Mingyuan's calf, cracking with a resounding sound. Lin Mingyuan's calf was instantly broken and deformed. Sticky dark energy clung to the wound, corroding his body and rapidly melting it in the rising flames. Punches and strikes lashed out, blood splattered everywhere. The battle entered its most brutal and bloody phase. Lin Mingyuan was determined to kill Loise and seize the city lord's order. Loise, in turn, harbored murderous intent on Lin Mingyuan, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Lin Mingyuan didn't want to give Loise the chance to unleash his dark arts. Confident in his demonic body's unparalleled strength, Loise defied Lin Mingyuan, employing instant dark arts and a lightless shield against the sword-wielding Lin Mingyuan. While the previous attacks had been much ado about nothing, the close combat ensued, leaving Freya with fresh wounds every time she blinked. A normal girl would have covered her eyes in fear of the bloody, brutal fight, but he struck Freya's G-spot. A blushing face, Freya gazed blankly at the battlefield, feeling she'd been poisoned by Lin Mingyuan's deadly poison, a poison so deep she couldn't escape. At this point, the battle couldn't end without a fight. Whoever backed down was a coward. Lin Mingyuan, dragging a broken leg, only intensified his attack. He activated his true form, his burning flames intensifying. The lightless shield shattered in seconds, needing no effort from Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan, despite his roughness, possessed a subtle yet precise technique. He had mastered the exact amount of damage the aphrodisiac shield could absorb before exploding. Each time, just before the aphrodisiac shield exploded, he would use the heavenly gate to dodge the damage, allowing Lois to unleash a ferocious blow. For over a dozen rounds, each time the aphrodisiac shield exploded, Lin Mingyuan used the heavenly gate to evade it. This was due to the aphrodisiac shield's short cooldown, allowing Lois to rely on it to withstand Lin Mingyuan's relentless damage. Without it, he would have been reduced to charcoal by Lin Mingyuan's ferocious incineration flame. The fire demon's melee abilities were so formidable that even the demon princes of the devil's bloodline were reluctant to provoke him, and Lin Mingyuan was essentially a humanoid fire demon. Despite his experience in combat, the demon prince lacked a bit of cunning. Lin Mingyuan had been planting psychological seeds in him for the past dozen rounds, so he didn't want to endure the explosive damage from the aphrodisiac shield's shattering, so he used the heavenly gate to evade it each time. Indeed, the lightless shield possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, capable of absorbing significant damage and producing a terrifying explosion of magical energy upon shattering. However, Lin Mingyuan had personally experienced the damage from the lightless shield and was fully capable of it. He simply displayed a reluctance to withstand it by using the heavenly stepping gate to evade it. Just as Lois felt that Lin Mingyuan would not easily surrender the heavenly stepping gate before the lightless shield shattered, Lin Mingyuan concentrated all his might on the immense energy of space and time, stomping out with a powerful kick, shattering the entire 10-meter radius of space. Fragmented space is extremely dangerous. If one fails to evade it in time, limbs trapped within it will be forever trapped in the gradually closing space. Completely unprepared for Lin Mingyuan's sudden baring of fangs, Lois reacted a fraction too late, and that single moment sealed his defeat. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan's attributes were comparable to Lois's, and with the added bonus of his flame demon's true form, he grasped Lois's waist with a firm grip the moment he stepped on the spatial crack. By the time Lois reacted and tried to break free, it was too late. He watched helplessly as the shattered space closed again, his body instantly shattered. His left arm, along with half his ribcage, was completely obliterated. Both of his lower legs were shredded to pieces by the overwhelming force of the closing space. 4 fingers on his right hand detached from his palm, falling to the ground with smooth cuts. He was covered in wounds, and fountains of blood gushed from the smooth cuts. Lin Mingyuan was immune to spatial damage. But at such close range, he took the full brunt of the lightless shield's blast. His entire body was charred, as if he had been in and out of a battlefield ravaged by artillery fire, his flesh shattered and charred. Compared to Lois's miserable state, Lin Mingyuan's injuries pale in comparison. Seeking to strike while he was weak, Lin Mingyuan seized the bloodthirster sword. In his true form as a fire demon, the bloodthirster was as short as a dagger. He thrust it fiercely into Lois's chest, hastening his death. Simultaneously, he relied on the bloodthirster's effects to heal his own injuries, primarily his broken leg. Mutilated and completely incapacitated, Lois became a complete target. Despite his masterful dark arts, he posed no threat to the nimble Lin Mingyuan. The demon prince, who had destroyed countless cities on Apocalypse and carried a bloody debt, was nearing his end. Using the heaven stepping gate, he vanished again. Having lost sight of Lin Mingyuan, Lois unleashed a frenzied dark arts, a raging dark energy destroying everything in sight. This was his final madness before his death. Teleporting into the sky, Lin Mingyuan plummeted, his entire body swirling in flames, like a meteorite ignited by friction with the atmosphere. The silver blade's sharp strike severed Lois's head with a clean stroke. At this point, the outcome was decided, and the demon prince met his end. He misjudged the situation, believing the new world to be a hunting ground where he could prey on his prey, never expecting it to become his execution ground. You killed demon prince Lois, gaining 0 experience points. Please complete your second job and level up as soon as possible. The system notification confirmed that the demon prince was completely dead, unable to return. However, every time Lin Mingyuan saw the notification, he felt like he had missed out on a billion. He had recently slain many high-level monsters, but unfortunately, he hadn't gained any experience at all, as he was at a plateau. Killing demon prince Lois, whose true level was 148, in a one-on-one duel at level 50 and hadn't completed his second job, would have likely earned him 7 or 8 levels. Experience points were only a small part of the reward. the greater reward depended on the loot. After the system confirmed the kill, several purple lights and a dazzling golden light immediately floated above Loise's corpse. His stats panel no longer displayed any useless equipment or skills. Lin Mingyuan grasped the golden light before it shone, fearing the legendary item's appearance would cause undue unrest. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the radiant object wasn't a skill scroll or equipment, but a drinking jar crafted from demon horns. The horn looked very familiar to Lin Mingyuan. It belonged to the demon prince Lois. A blood-colored liquid emanated from it, and the pungent smell was likely blood. Lin Mingyuan immediately understood its purpose after consulting the system's instructions. The drinking jar contained demonic blood essence, and ingesting it would transform one into a higher-level demonic bloodline. Bloodline transformation isn't particularly difficult, as many people in later generations who were originally human suddenly ceased to be human and transformed into other races. There are many different methods. For example, the nature cult Twilight Forest possesses a baptismal pool for transforming into elven blood. Orc blood and vampire blood are also very common. Of course, easy refers to common bloodlines that are equivalent to humans, but have advantages in other areas. Ordinary demon bloodlines are a level above common bloodlines. High demon bloodlines are considered the pinnacle of all bloodlines, with extremely rigorous acquisition methods and rare occurrences, on par with top-tier bloodlines like the Protoss and Dragons. In the previous lives, Yan Qianxue and Li Qianxue failed to obtain Loise's high demon bloodline, likely due to the reduced drop rate caused by the large number of people besieging Lois. However, Lin Mingyuan defeated Lois in a legitimate duel, and having inherited the swordsmanship of the Fire Demon King, he has a deep connection with demons, making it perfectly reasonable for him to obtain a high demon bloodline. How about I give up my human life? Lin Mingyuan envied himself at the side of the high demon bloodline. The best outcome would be to transform into a fire demon or a four-armed serpent demon, a high-level demon that would be beneficial to the Sword Saint class. Of course, even transforming into Archdemon or a Fear Demon would be no loss for Lin Mingyuan. But after transforming into a demon, Lin Mingyuan could no longer function as a human. The size gap between demons and humans was enormous. Demon Prince Lois stood 6 meters tall, and some demonic races were even more renowned for their enormous size, each one as tall as a mountain. 10-meter-high walls could be easily hurled in a single stride. Having been a pure human in both past and present lives, Lin Mingyuan hesitated as to whether to truly transform his bloodline. Undoubtedly, if he were willing to change his lineage, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Temporarily sheathing his demon horns, Lin Mingyuan began to examine his other loot. When he picked up the first item, an array of purple light, his hesitation vanished. He was no longer human, and even Jesus couldn't stop him. He had unearthed Loise's epic accessory, the transformation ring, which allowed Lin Mingyuan to seamlessly transform between human and demon. While his true form was free for battle, he could still function as a human in his daily life. It was simply too good to be true. Chapter 121, Black Rock City Attack and Defense, 7, The Flame Demon King. Besides the transformation ring, the remaining items emitting a purple glow were an epic-level stamina fruit and Lin Mingyuan's most coveted City Lord's token. The City Lord's token was a guaranteed drop, destined for anyone who killed Lois. Possessing the token granted ownership of Blackstone City, with all personnel appointments and dismissals determined by the City Lord. Each city had a certain number of guards and officials, appointed by the City Lord. Incumbent professionals received monthly system-issued disaster coins as rewards. Cities were also categorized into different levels, with higher-level cities boasting larger land areas, more positions, and naturally higher salaries. Of course, that was a matter of later consideration. Lin Mingyuan's desire for the City Lord's token to provide his professionals with a stable home was secondary. He sought the immortal root Bodhi tree, commonly known as the Enlightenment tree. As for the attribute fruit, there's no need to explain it in detail. It's normal for attribute fruits to drop after surpassing level 100, it's rare for them not to. Loise's highest attribute was Constitution, so the probability of a Constitution fruit dropping was the highest. Lin Mingyuan consumed all the intellectual fruits he didn't need. A sword saint's need for attributes is a bottomless pit, no amount is too much. As soon as he received the City Lord's token, it was as if Lin Mingyuan had opened his clairvoyance. He saw everything happening within Blackstone City, the ash monsters roaming the alleys, the frozen demon corpses shattered into icy shards, and the professionals besieging the fallen angel Mikhail. Mikhail was already dying. His recovery in the spirit world couldn't keep up with the constant damage inflicted by the professionals. In 10 minutes, he would have been exhausted. Lin Mingyuan didn't need to intervene. Besides monitoring the city lord's token also allowed for city planning. Simply put, with a token, Lin Mingyuan became the city's god, free to shape it as he pleased. Under Lin Mingyuan's leadership, Blackstone City could prosper, even more powerful than in his previous life, or it could decline, becoming a beggar's den plagued by sewage and disease. Whether the future holds promise depends on Lin Mingyuan's ability to govern the city. Lin Mingyuan had a very clear understanding of himself. Fighting was a no-brainer, no one was better than him. Internal affairs? That completely touched upon Lin Mingyuan's knowledge gap. In elementary school, he'd been so clumsy leading his classmates in formation during drills that he'd been fired by his homeroom teacher after only a week. He had absolutely no management talent. A professional secretary was needed to oversee city planning and personnel changes. It would have been much better if Li Chuang were still around, but unfortunately, they couldn't share the good times. Li Chuang made a wrong decision on the eve of dawn. Lin Mingyuan didn't worry about the subsequent city management for the time being. He summoned 11 crowmen to clean up the ruins of the city lord's mansion's backyard. Crowmen, divine warrior projections of the crow god, lack intelligence. Otherwise they would have bitterly criticized Lin Mingyuan for using them as cannon fodder or performing menial tasks, a humiliation for the heroic crowman warriors. Blackstone City belongs to an alien city-state. Its walls, stone houses, and brick roads are all constructed from quarried bedrock, making it incredibly solid. Lin Mingyuan's battle with Lois only destroyed the greenhouse, animal pens, fountains, and other facilities, leaving the city lord's mansion unscathed, not to mention the immortal Bodhi tree, protected by several magic circles. As the crowman warriors cleared the rubble and dirt, Lin Mingyuan, armed with the city lord's order, passed through the magic circle and was able to glimpse the Bodhi tree in its true form. In his past life, he had always heard of its divine power, with prominent figures from other lands flocking to borrow it. Now, Lin Mingyuan finally saw it. At first glance, he was somewhat disappointed. It was just an ordinary Bodhi tree, 9 meters tall, its dense canopy dominating most of its surface. As he stood beneath it, the leaves barely tickled his hair. It didn't appear magical, lacking any special effects like 1,000 rays of auspicious light, but the effect was palpable. Listening to the rustling of leaves in the wind, Lin Mingyuan's mind was cleared of all worldly distractions. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he sat cross-legged beneath the tree. Before closing his eyes to comprehend his swordsmanship, he withdrew the demon horn cup and emptied the demon's blood essence within. Just like the last time he practiced crucible swordsmanship, entering the inherited illusionary realm and comprehending the Raven Court swordsmanship, this time Lin Mingyuan approached both methods simultaneously, completing his physical bloodline transformation while simultaneously comprehending the supreme swordsmanship. A hunch told him that completing the second transformation of swordsmanship while also transforming his bloodline would yield even greater benefits, and he trusted his intuition. After consuming the demonic blood, Lin Mingyuan felt his entire body on fire. His heartbeat reached 600 beats per second. Such intense, frantic pumping made it difficult for his blood vessels to withstand the torrent of rising blood temperature. Numerous blood vessels, except for the resilient aorta, ruptured, causing massive internal bleeding. With an ordinary physique, Lin Mingyuan would have been dead by then, and even Huo Tuo couldn't have saved him. Fortunately, after consuming the +4 constitution fruit, Lin Mingyuan's base constitution was 42 points. Wearing the deep sea anchor, which added +5 to his constitution, brought it up to 47 points. With a constitution close to 50, he could still withstand the horrific injuries of the hemorrhage and internal ruptures. No destruction, no construction. The first step in building a skyscraper is to demolish the original one-story building. Lin Mingyuan's body was now engaged in this demolition process. Pores opened, and blood gushed out, gushing out like hot, viscous magma, forming a massive blood cocoon that enveloped Lin Mingyuan. Sunlight shone through the thin membrane of the blood cocoon, revealing Lin Mingyuan's body undergoing a drastic transformation. All his bones, muscles, and flesh were dissolving and reconstructing. The process looked bloody and brutal, yet it also felt sacred, like God creating man. Meanwhile, the incessant beeping of the system notification echoed in Lin Mingyuan's ears. You have ingested demon blood essence, and your body is being reshaped, based on the 6 high-level demon gene sequences contained in the demon blood you ingested. Please select an evolutionary path. Archdemon, 69% match. Feardemon, 65% match. Doomguard, 57% match. Destroyer, 40% match. Succubus, 17% match. Beholder, 2% match. Note: selecting a demon type with a match below 50% will prevent a complete transformation into that demon type. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan was immersed in enlightenment, oblivious to the outside world, unaware of the choice he was facing. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose the Archdemon, which was well balanced in all aspects and had no weaknesses. He wouldn't even glance at the other three types with a match below 50%, since you haven't made a choice for a long time. The system automatically selects the Archdemon, 71% match. Evolutionary path. Transformation begins. At this moment, the eternal fire within the blood cocoon suddenly grew stronger, completely burning away the Archdemon genes being implanted into his flesh. Beep beep beep. Interference from unknown energy. Transformation failed. Attempting to transform into a dread demon. Match 65%. Transformation failed. The failed transformation prompt sounded 6 times in a row. The eternal flame obliterated the demon prince's 6 high-level demonic gene sequences, leaving only the purest blood energy in his demonic blood. Then, the fire demon king's bone-crushing ring, which Lin Mingyuan always wore on his finger, quietly shattered, and the fire demon king's gene sequence began to be recorded into the demonic blood. The system, completely bewildered and at a loss for what to do, suddenly detected a new gene sequence and announced, its tone brightening, "New gene sequence discovered, Fire Demon King, match 100%, transformation initiated." Lin Mingyuan, completely vacant, had a blessing in disguise. It was the Eternal Flame's inspiration that had led him to initiate his bloodline transformation during his enlightenment. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't lost consciousness, he would have chosen the Great Demon bloodline directly, not deliberately leaving the system hanging. The system is the embodiment of the world's will, possessing an extremely high status. The Eternal Flame is powerless to counteract the system's will. Once Lin Mingyuan clearly makes the wrong choice, his fate is sealed. The Eternal Flame cannot change it. Lin Mingyuan will be transformed into the Great Demon bloodline. While the Great Demon is a respectable, high-level bloodline, a Great Demon bloodline with only a 60% compatibility is no match for the 100% compatibility of the Fire Lord bloodline. This is no ordinary Fire Lord bloodline, but the bloodline of a Fire Lord towering to the height of a Titan. Creatures that live in the ocean develop gills, while those that find land too dangerous to survive develop wings. Life itself makes the most appropriate choices. All hybrid demon gene sequences have been eliminated, leaving Lin Mingyuan purer than the original demon born from the abyss. At this moment, flesh and blood began to reshape, and the blood cocoon instantly expanded to 6 meters in height. The first part to be reshaped was Lin Mingyuan's skeleton. Demon bones are vastly thicker and wider than those of humans, even when they are of the same proportions. Relying on bones, flesh, and fascia, it began to take shape. The internal organs that were completely different from those of humans and the pair of devil horns that symbolized the devil's identity quickly took shape. All the life energy left after the death of the devil prince was removed of impurities and cast into Lin Mingyuan's body of the devil. The abyss calls to you. You have awakened your true name, Baal Mephisto Divalo Meruns Danti Lin. You are the emperor who wields the power of fire, the leader of the demons of the abyss. Your A-rank talent, Flame Apostle, and your B-rank talent, Thick Skin and Tough Flesh, have been combined into the S-rank talent, Flame Lord. Your current attributes are detected as Strength 46, Agility 47, Constitution 42, and Intelligence 20. Based on the changes in your bloodline, these attributes are amplified and strengthened. After the enhancements, your current attributes are Strength 59, Agility 62, Constitution 54, and Intelligence 25. Lin Mingyuan, still immersed in the joy of creating his own epic swordplay, was unaware of the significant increase in his attributes, a total of 13 points in strength, 15 points in agility, 12 points in constitution, and 5 points in intelligence, a total of 45 points gained for nothing. Agility, the highest attribute, received the largest increase, a whopping 15 points, while intelligence, the lowest, only received a 5-point increase. It's easy to understand. It's like a 200-pound strongman and a frail, consumptive patient both taking the same 10 herbs tonic pill. The strongman will undoubtedly benefit more. The higher the base attributes, the greater the benefits. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan doesn't need any external bonuses, his base attributes alone are sufficient to meet the demanding attribute requirements of Sword Saint's second rank. Imagine how terrifying this wave of attribute bonuses is. Attributes are the foundation of any profession. Without them, all exquisite swordsmanship and fancy magic are castles in the air. A fireball cast with 10 intelligence points is nothing compared to a fireball cast with 100 intelligence points. The former can only incinerate a motorcycle, while the latter can destroy a locomotive. The same is true for swordsmen. When Lin Mingyuan's agility was low, it took him over 10 seconds to set up the Thousand Crows killing formation. Now, it can be done in a matter of breaths, and the damage is vastly different. While slumbering, Lin Mingyuan had already achieved a massive leap in strength. If he were to duel Lois now, he wouldn't have to resort to scheming and maneuvering, ultimately resulting in a mutually devastating loss. With an advantage in all attributes except intelligence, Lin Mingyuan would have a 60% chance of winning a direct confrontation with Lois. And Lin Mingyuan's advancement wasn't over yet. When he achieved the second level of Sword Saint through the creation of epic swordsmanship, he would experience another surge in strength. Chapter 122, Black Rock City Attack and Defense, 8, Backhand. The seemingly peaceful wilderness teems with danger. Long-abandoned farmland is overgrown with half-man-high weeds. A tribe of green-skinned goblins lurks in the brush, their small, malevolent eyes fixed on the convoy that roars past. The convoy consists of 20 heavily modified vehicles. These vehicles are essentially rugged, durable pickup trucks, with upgraded engines for increased power, a top-mounted machine gun, and exterior alloy plates designed to effectively withstand bullets and monster attacks. Enchanters familiar with runes have also inscribed the runes of reinforcement and lightness on the plates. Each modified vehicle can carry 5 people, in addition to the driver and machine gunner. 20 modified vehicles mean 100, each one a high-level professional who has achieved or possesses the potential to fight at the second level. The less intelligent goblin tribes, sensing the presence of so many high-ranking professionals, retreat in fear. Remember the Donglin Alliance paint job on the modified vehicles, never mess with this faction again. Goblins, even with brains no bigger than pine nuts, know who to provoke and who not. To this day, Lin Mingyuan has fewer than 20 professionals who have completed their second-level transformation, while the Donglin Alliance can easily recruit hundreds. This is the foundation of the Donglin Alliance. Yan Qianxue, the founder and de facto administrator of the Donglin Alliance, is the internal affairs talent Lin Mingyuan has always sought. He employs 1/3 of Luoxia province's professionals, managing them with impeccable discipline. Unfortunately, Yan Qi's reputation as an excellent administrator is only one of his attributes. His most prominent role is as a mage, which precludes his recruitment by Lin Mingyuan. Meanwhile, Yan Qi and Li Qianxue were leading the elite professionals of the Donglin Alliance to Blackstone City. Early that morning, Li Qianxue sensed the general direction of Blackstone City's arrival, and Yan Qi immediately assembled his elite troops to head for Blackstone City, determined to capture the immortal root Bodhi tree and, along the way, to defeat 4 bosses to see if they could find any valuable items. The high-energy reaction from Black Rock City is gradually fading. The battle should be over. Yan Qi and Li Qianxue sat in the heated leather seats of their Lincoln Navigator, a stark contrast to the crude and ugly modified car. Yan Qi sighed. Approaching Black Rock City 20 kilometers away, Yan Qi sensed a high-energy reaction erupting from the city's direction. Top professionals were engaged in a battle within the city, and the high-energy reaction lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Yan Qi suspected the battle was over, but the outcome remained uncertain. Lin Mingyuan is probably victorious. Our neighbor is not one to be trifled with. However, defeating Black Rock City's top boss, Lin Mingyuan, is unlikely to leave unscathed. We can exploit this opportunity, Li Qianxue said. As they were planning, the two had surveyed the surrounding forces. The most likely threat to their operations was Lin Mingyuan's gang in TS City. His Zhao was also very powerful, but he was too far from the approximate location of Black Rock City's possible attack. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to arrive upon hearing the news, so there was no need to worry. In the early days of the catastrophe, when paths diverged and regions operated independently, Yan Qi and Li Qianxue knew nothing of their neighbors hundreds of miles away. It wasn't until the advent of dungeons that professionals in the same region gained familiarity with the various provinces and cities. It was during this period that the Donglin Alliance formed its first impression of Lin Mingyuan. Several members who had worked with Lin Mingyuan in the same dungeon reported that he was brutal, bloodthirsty, and deeply hostile to the Donglan Alliance, and recommended an immediate attack. Yan Qianxue, not one to be easily deceived, ignored the rumors of several subordinates who might have grudges against Lin Mingyuan. Only after extensive inquiries did he piece together a complete picture from scattered information. Yan Qianxue understood that Lin Mingyuan was a highly motivated professional with a long-term career plan. Every action was profoundly meaningful, and he was also extremely secretive, rarely appearing in public. However, several battles with the Brotherhood of Steel confirmed that Lin Mingyuan possessed the strength of a top-tier professional. His character was also incredibly unyielding, and he would rather break than bend, making him a formidable opponent. If they weren't determined to obtain the immortal Bodhi tree, they would certainly not have wanted to offend him. If one doesn't work for oneself, heaven and earth will punish him. Even fathers and sons will become enemies when resources are valued. The impending conflict between them and Lin Mingyuan was not about right or wrong, it was all about self-interest. As they drew closer to Black Rock City, smoke billowing from the city confirmed the existence of a war. Just as the convoy prepared to enter, Lin Mingyuan's backup plan finally took effect. Silver Knight Commander Aiden led a small team of Silver Knights, swooping in from the flank and surrounding the convoy. Stay. Black Rock City is our lord, Lin Mingyuan, Aiden declared his sovereignty, preventing Yan Qianxue and the others from entering. This magnificent city has been sent down from heaven, and those with virtue should occupy it. Get out of the way immediately, or don't blame me for my blind magic. It would have been best if he could persuade the Silver Knights blocking the way to retreat, but unfortunately, Yan Qianxue was doomed to disappointment. These Silver Knights were Lin Mingyuan's private army, and having accepted Lin Mingyuan's order to defend the city gate, they would not retreat a single step. The sound of unsheathed swords echoed, and the Silver Knights stood ready, shields in left hand and swords in right. Accustomed to fighting alone or in small groups, the Donglan Alliance professionals were a little nervous when they first encountered a well-trained army. Foolish. Well, since you're so determined to die, I'll send you packing. Yan Qianxue drew his staff and pointed it at the ground. The flat, compacted earth instantly ripped open, sending several Silver Knights careening into the abyss, shattered to pieces. At the same time, magical energy condensed in midair, forming a stone slab weighing dozens of tons, which fell down. Just then, Yan Qianxue activated his multicasting talent, and his mana surged, splitting the single stone slab into three. The Silver Knights were powerless to break the falling stone slab, crushed beneath two subsequent stone walls. The Silver Knights suffered over a dozen casualties right from the start of the battle. That's how powerful mages are. As long as their magic remains, they must always be wary of the threat they pose. Looking for death, the casualties infuriated Silver Knight Captain Aiden. Already a level 80 near legendary, he mastered the Silver Knight's full range of offensive and defensive skills, and possessed the inherited sword technique of Silver Edge. He truly embodied the Silver Knight class. Aiden raised his shield, completely concealing himself behind it, and charged. Anyone struck by his heroic charge would be stunned. He then unleashed a combo of Earthshatter, Shield Bash, and Cleave. This meticulously crafted combo would stun the enemy throughout, preventing them from retaliating and guaranteeing their immediate destruction. The mage was truly agile, possessing no weaknesses other than his fragility. Yan Qianxue instantly teleported away, dodging Aiden's flurry. The other classes were unlucky. Aiden, charging into the enemy ranks, used his height and reach to wield his heavy sword, unstoppable. No one could stand a chance until the Templar assassin, Li Shenzhao, intervened and halted Aiden's rampage. Yan Qianxue's attack was temporarily silenced, and the Silver Knights immediately advanced with shields, braving a hail of long-range fire. The chaotic enemy melee classes engaged the disciplined Silver Knights in close combat, and the Donglan Alliance suffered casualties immediately. Yan Qianxue, having teleported to a safe location, was about to cast another spell when a flash of white appeared before him. Lady Freya, clad in a white lace gown, appeared before him. She was late, but not too late. Stop, little one. Black Rock City does not belong to you, Freya said slowly, her arm elegantly resting on her shoulder, oblivious to the bloody battle raging nearby. Freya had experienced countless wars. In her childhood, her pure bloodline and exceptional talent had earned her the hostility and challenge of her siblings. She had barely survived to adulthood in an extremely dangerous environment. Before she could secure her dukedom, she encountered the confluence of the celestial spheres and the invasion of foreign lands, forcing her to fight on the battlefield. "Why should I listen to you?" Yankee tried to argue, but a sudden gust of wind blew into his mouth, and his feet left the ground. Freya grasped his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. Heavy but turbid, with a strong earthy smell. "You smell bad, don't commit suicide." Yankee didn't understand the first half of Freya's words, but he understood the second half. His face turned pale and he said, "Madam, spare me. I will retreat." "You're smart." Freya threw Yankee 10 meters away. Yankee, who was very aware of danger, had a physical strength of 25 points, although he didn't break any bones. However, his composure was completely gone. His wrinkle-free robe was stained with mud, and half of his face rubbed against the gravel, the flesh rolled up, and a large piece of scalp was scraped off. This miserable appearance would scare anyone walking out in the middle of the night. Yankee, who had never suffered such humiliation before, was filled with murderous intent, but he didn't dare show it. He pretended to be calm, dusted himself off, and loudly announced his surrender and retreat. Li Qianxue, who was fighting with Aiden, was also stunned when he saw Yankee looking at Freya in the distance, who seemed to have the blood of a giant. Li Qianxue silently retracted the psychic blade. The invincible Donglin alliance suffered a major defeat for the first time. The backbone Yankee was captured alive and almost killed. 20 modified cars and luxury Lincolns all became trophies of the enemy and were left outside Blackstone City. A group of defeated generals walked home along the road with their heads down. Suddenly, 2 swordsmen in the crowd were stunned for a moment, and then they danced with joy and tears came out. "What are you two doing?" Yankee shouted angrily. "Boss, please forgive us. We are so happy. The path of a swordsman is not a dead end. Someone has been promoted to swordmaster." The swordsman couldn't help but show joy on his face as he explained anxiously. "Who is it?" Yankee restrained his anger and asked. "Lin Mingyuan. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 123 Swordmaster. Hejian City, the new political center after the catastrophe destroyed the capital, boasts a population of 6 million and over 80,000 professionals with a first-level professional qualification or higher. A thatched cottage nestles on a barren hillside near Hejian City, its walls enclosed by a mixed wood fence. Vegetables grow in the backyard, chickens and ducks roam in the front, and a lazy yellow dog perches at the door. The scene is idyllic. This is the retreat of Feng Taichu, the sword saint of the nation. Of course, Feng Taichu is not yet the future sword saint of the nation. At the foot of the mountain, a man and a woman, both in their 20s, approach. The man wears a loose kendo uniform and carries a food box. The steep path leads to a steady pace, the man's gait ensuring that not a drop of the soup in the food box is spilled. The woman, with her long black hair flowing like a waterfall and dressed in a moon-white ritual robe, exudes a quaint, innocent charm, and a charming, adorable presence, leaving room for others to catch up. She embodies both purity and sensuality. The man, Wen Chaoyuan, is a disciple of Feng Taichu, the sword saint of the nation. The woman, Yu Qingqing, is a priestess of the moon god and a member of the United Council. The 3 most prominent factions in China are the Art Group and the Brotherhood of Steel, which divide the north and south, and the floating cities that occupy the overseas archipelagos. However, internationally, the most prominent faction in China is the United Council, a symbol of Chinese legitimacy. On the day of the catastrophe, a Red Dragon Legion tragically descended upon the capital, wreaking unimaginable devastation and forcing the people to flee. The United Council, heir to the capital's political legacy, was established to unite powerful professionals from across the nation to build a new home in the wasteland. While this ideal was a noble one, reality dampened the spirit of the United Council's members. The Brotherhood of Steel and the Art Group rose too quickly, dividing the North and South, following orders but not decrees, and offering no respect to the United Council. Their greatest respect for the United Council is their non-aggression against the surrounding areas of Hejian City. They will allow the United Council to develop without hindrance, but they will also not try to control them. In the previous life, the rise of the United Council was catalyzed by the fact that Feng Taichu, the nation's swordmaster, became China's first swordmaster. This act of activism instilled a newfound confidence in all aspiring sword masters, making him a spiritual leader and a highly respected figure within the swordsman community. As Fang Teichu's power grew, he began to take on the aura of China's foremost sword master. Under his protection, the United Council flourished, and the Brotherhood of Steel and the Arc Group dared not interfere. However, in this life, the United Council's rise would be delayed. The first sword master to ascend was not Fang Teichu, but Lin Mingyuan. To calm Fang Teichu, the council's strongest force, and to discourage him from being overly complacent and limited by temporary success or failure, the council dispatched Yu Qingqing to counsel him. However, seeing Fang Teichu calmly feeding chickens in the courtyard, Yu Qingqing felt that the council members' concerns were in vain. Fang Teichu remained unfazed. Wen Chaoyong placed a lunchbox on a nearby wooden table and said worriedly, "Master, don't worry about it. That kid named Lin Mingyuan just got lucky. You're definitely the future sword master. Don't get hung up on that." Fang Teichu, his temples graying, straightened up, his figure even taller than the poplar trees on the mountain. His movements, his posture were all in keeping with his swordsmanship, his realm clearly a notch higher than Lin Mingyuan's. "Chaoyong, it's a blessing to have someone ahead of me. It proves that China is a land of talented people. Even without me, there are still people capable of carrying the banner," Fang Teichu said calmly. "Counselor Fang is open-minded. Having you preside over the United Council is a blessing earned through countless generations." Yu Qingqing bowed slightly in respect. Fang Teichu sighed, "Although it's a good thing, my fame hasn't increased since I became the first professional to achieve Sword Saint. I'm ashamed of myself, don't think so. Who'll come first and who'll come later is unpredictable. If you miss one opportunity to become famous, there will be countless more. Okay, girl, you don't have to comfort me. The most urgent thing is to find Lin Mingyuan and, ideally, convince him to join the United Council. We need a leader in the swordsman field," Fang Teichu spoke earnestly. According to the previous discussion, it would be best if Fang Teichu was the first to achieve Sword Saint, but unfortunately he still lacked some accumulation in attributes. If Fang Teichu failed, they would have to find a way to recruit the first professional to achieve Sword Saint. The United Council started later than the Brotherhood of Steel and the Arc Group. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, they needed to recruit influential professionals to join them. Yu Qingqing's expression turned serious. "The organization has decided to send me, Bader and Du Xiaodong to Luoxia province to recruit Lin Mingyuan." "Oh? Our number one swordsman is from central China, my fellow villager. It's a pity that I'm about to undergo a second transformation, otherwise I really want to meet him in person. Just think of it as fulfilling the wish of an old man like me. You must bring him back. I will do my best." Being the first professional to be transformed into a swordsman, the name Lin Mingyuan spread throughout the world in an instant. Knowing that Lin Mingyuan's power was not limited to the United Parliament, within the Arc Group, Go Huaang, who once forced Lin Mingyuan to panic like a stray dog, was worried in his heart. It shouldn't be the same person, right? Yan Qianxue, the commander-in-chief of the Central China branch of the Brotherhood of Steel, looked at Lin Mingyuan's information with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. How could he not recognize that this was the murderer who killed Wei Xiaoying, his trusted and beloved general whom he had spent a lot of resources to train, and who was so bold as to sneak into the aerospace mothership to kill Qi Hongzhen? Yan Qianxue had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Mingyuan, but it was a pity that it was now much more difficult to do so. His gaze returned to 10 minutes ago. In Luoxia province, Blackstone City, Lin Mingyuan, who had mastered the epic sword technique, slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was himself, now completely transformed into a flame demon. To understand what had happened while he was unconscious, Lin Mingyuan checked the dozens of system prompts and finally understood the whole story. So that's how it is. I almost missed the chance to transform into the Flame Demon King's bloodline. After sighing, Lin Mingyuan put on the transformation ring and transformed back into a human. Although his demon form was powerful, it made Lin Mingyuan feel uncomfortable. He still preferred being human. Lin Mingyuan did feel constrained after transforming back into human form, as if he were wrapped in bandages. This would definitely affect his combat effectiveness. His demon form was more suitable for combat. The epic sword technique that Lin Mingyuan mastered was called Decisive Death, which was considered the prototype of a domain. Having just encountered the demon Prince Loise's domain, the Sealed Dark Realm, Lin Mingyuan yearned for its power. Combined with his deep understanding of space and his upbringing, he was born to the call of the deathly strike. Since his rebirth, every opponent he faced has been superior, yet Lin Mingyuan never retreated. He fought bravely, repeatedly defeating the stronger with the weaker. This experience cultivated his fearless fighting style. He would not retreat, nor would he allow his opponent to do so. When activating Deathly Strike, Lin Mingyuan dragged an opponent into a separate dimension, where only one could emerge. This is how the name Deathly Strike came to be. Deathly Strike is considered a sword domain, a precursor to domain, and loosely considered a sword technique. Lin Mingyuan achieved the 4 prerequisites for the second level of Sword Saint status by skirting the boundaries. Lin Mingyuan had already prepared his class transfer certificate. After fulfilling the requirements, he took it out. Thousands of rays of light emanated from the parchment scroll, then shattered into countless tiny particles that penetrated Lin Mingyuan's body. The swordsman class in the class column transformed into Sword Saint, and a system notification sounded. You possess the Sword Saint class transfer certificate. Having met all the requirements, your second class transfer is Sword Saint, and this cannot be changed. You are the first person in China to achieve this class transfer. You are a spiritual leader who inspires all swordsmen to strive for progress. Your name has spread throughout the nation. World Legend Points +1, your master-level swordsmanship evolves into the S-level talent, Supreme Edge, with unstoppable strength and unparalleled brilliance. You gain the S-level talent, Indomitable. Lin Mingyuan's second wave of power growth was now complete, allowing him to continue leveling up. He gained 2 more S-level talents and a World Legend point that Lin Mingyuan had only heard of but never seen. In this lifetime, Lin Mingyuan became the first person in China to complete the class transfer to Sword Saint. Every swordsman in the land learned of his name the moment he completed his class transfer. The demanding requirements for becoming a Sword Saint were universally known. Once a despairing profession, swordsmen were often considered abandoned. Then, Lin Mingyuan emerged, overcoming countless hardships and dangers to complete the Sword Saint transformation, demonstrating to every swordsman in the land that the path to Sword Saint was not a dead end. The first transformations of other classes weren't as inspiring, and many who followed him into the Sword Saint class fantasized about taking his place, feeling resentful. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan's stats were completely different from what they had been a few months prior. Bal Mephisto Divolo Merums Dante Lin, LV 50, Race, Demon, Fire Lord, Occupation, Sword Saint, Strength, 59 Agility, 62 Constitution, 54 Intelligence, 25, Talents, S, Two-Faced, S, Samsara Sword Body, S, Fire Lord, S, Supreme Edge, S, Unyielding, B, Arena Master, C, Primary Magic Resistance, E, Scavenger, Skills, White, Leap Slash, White, Block, Green, Draw, Green, Silver Blade, Blue, Blade Storm, Blue, Phantom Sword Dance, Purple, Battle Frenzy, Purple, Death Strike, Gold, Heavenly Gate, Inherited Swordsmanship, Blue, Silver Edge, Purple, Raven Court Swordsmanship, Gold, Fire Lord's Crucible Swordsmanship, Equipment, Blue, Bloodthirster Sword, Purple, Deep Sea Anchor, Purple, Transformation Ring, Purple, Black Hole Container, Gold, Hunbian Cloak, Legendary Degree, Regional Legend Degree, 4, World Legend Degree, 1. Chapter 124, Trouble is Imminent. Compared to his previous profile, Lin Mingyuan has undergone a dramatic transformation in every aspect. Let's start with the least significant legendary points. The first 3 regional legendary points were obtained when Lin Mingyuan became the first job changer in TS City, resolved the Crow Man's Scourge in Jingu Town, and received the favor of the Crow God. The 4th regional legendary point was obtained recently when Lin Mingyuan received the City Lord's order and became the Lord of Blackstone City. At the time, he was so busy checking the loot dropped by Lois upon his death that he automatically ignored the system notification indicating he had received a regional legendary point. World legendary points were also newly acquired, but they still hold significance and are far more effective than regional legendary points. The greatest benefit of world legendary points is that they have garnered Lin Mingyuan considerable prestige in the Chinese region, freeing him from the status of a nobody. Besides world legendary points, a minor, yet insignificant, change is the change in Lin Mingyuan's name. His demonic true name has completely replaced his birth name, making it impossible for others to discover his true name, the demon's greatest weakness. through any means of detection unless Lin Mingyuan reveals it himself. Lin Mingyuan's method of keeping secrets was simple. He didn't remember his real name, thus avoiding the cliché of revealing his biggest secret while drunk or talking in his sleep. After all, if I don't even know my real name, it's even more impossible for others to know it. The Fire Lord's Bone Crusher ring was missing from his equipment. The Fire Lord's genetic sequence hidden within it had been absorbed by Lin Mingyuan and automatically shattered. Aside from the addition of Death Decision, there were no other changes to his skills. The biggest change was in his talents. 3 new S-rank talents were added: Fire Lord, Supreme Blade, and Unyielding. Supreme Blade is a universal talent for Blood Masters, and every Blood Master will awaken it. It's the core skill, and it's what gives them their unparalleled reputation as the pinnacle of physical damage. Supreme Blade's effect is simple. 50% of all damage dealt with your swordsmanship is converted into true damage. What is true damage? It ignores shields, defense, and armor, slashing through everything. Every strike directly impacts the enemy's body. There's no such thing as a scraping blow from a swordsman's past, where even 100 strikes wouldn't even break the skin. For a sword saint, there's no enemy unkillable. No matter how high your defenses are, they're useless to a sword saint, for they ignore everything. The existence of Supreme Blade is why Lin Mingyuan didn't invest precious evolutionary skill points into Ghost Blade. Mastering Supreme Blade after ascending to Sword Saint essentially grants a permanent Ghost Blade buff, rendering every strike unstoppable. Ghost Blade and Supreme Blade share the same effects, serving as transitional skills in the early stages. Unyielding, like Samsara Sword Body, is a promotional benefit. Each time a player advances, the system awakens a talent based on their experience. Of course, your experience requires a truly remarkable one. Players who simply climb the ranks will naturally receive a low rating from the system. Unyielding's effects are simple yet incredibly powerful, so powerful that Lin Mingyuan was somewhat stunned. The talent description reads, when Lin Mingyuan sustains excessive damage that would otherwise be fatal, he enters the unyielding state. During this state, his stats double, and the damage he deals doubles, for 10 seconds. If that were all, Unyielding would at most grant Lin Mingyuan the ability to exact revenge before his death, hardly worthy of an S-rank talent. The key lies in the second half. If Lin Mingyuan kills the perpetrator of the excessive damage, he can instantly break the unyielding state and return to full health. Imagine this scenario: Lin Mingyuan encounters a formidable foe, finally defeating him after 200 rounds of bloody battle. The foe pierces his heart with a sword, and the seemingly dead Lin Mingyuan suddenly becomes vigorous, doubling his stats and attack power. He crushes the enemy, defeats them, and resurrects at full health. Unyielding grants Lin Mingyuan a chance to defeat his opponent and resurrect. He may never use it, but if it does, it could save his life. Life is priceless. Unyielding is excellent, but not as good as Samsara Sword Body. This is the ultimate talent Lin Mingyuan earned through the system's recognition of his legendary experience of rebirth and 2 lifetimes. Samsara Sword Body is rated S rank because the system's highest rating is only S rank. Next is the talent Lin Mingyuan is most concerned about, Fire Lord. It combines the 2 very practical talents, Flame Apostle and Thick Skin, gained through practicing the Fire Lord's Crucible Sword technique, and enhances them in all aspects. This talent contains 3 abilities: Fire Lord, Iron Bones, and Endless Strength, each of which is worthy of S rank on its own. Fire Lord and Iron Bones are enhanced versions of Flame Apostle and Thick Skin, while Ocean Strength is a new addition. The Fire Lord's body possesses endless and bottomless potential, and each level automatically increases strength and constitution by 1 point. This meant that every time Lin Mingyuan leveled up, he would receive 3 attribute points, but 2 of those points were automatically allocated to strength and constitution. Combined with the Fire Demon King's Crucible Swordsmanship, which offered a 30% chance of randomly increasing 1 strength or constitution point per level, Lin Mingyuan would undoubtedly become a monster of attributes, capable of crushing ordinary enemies with a single punch without needing to resort to attack. This epic power-up significantly boosted Lin Mingyuan's combat effectiveness and further strengthened his potential, raising his professional ceiling to points so high that even he himself could not see the end. With Lin Mingyuan's transformation complete, the fallen angel Mikhail slain, and the Donglan alliance outside the city fleeing in disgrace, it was time to celebrate. Among the professionals in TS City, swordsmen were undoubtedly indispensable. Word of Lin Mingyuan's becoming China's first sword saint spread quickly, And this was the second time the local professionals in TS City had heard of him through the system broadcast. Not only was he TS City's first professional, but he was also China's first sword saint. His subordinates were overjoyed and felt a sense of honor. At the banquet atop the ruins, Shenying and several other swordsmen gazed at Lin Mingyuan with a passionate and devout gaze, almost like a pilgrimage. Having had a few more drinks, Lin Mingyuan immediately assigned the existing positions in Blackstone City. Currently a first-tier city-state, Blackstone City can only have 100 guards and 5 administrative officials. 50 of the 100 guard positions would be allocated to valiant Silver Knights. The remaining 50 positions would be allocated based on merit, with priority given to those with bravery and meritorious service. This would also facilitate the appointment of officials. Xin Yi, Li Tong, Yan Qianxue, Feng Daotian, and the Silver Knights leader, Aiden, would form the initial leadership team. As the city-state's rank rose, more positions would be available. Lin Mingyuan offered a promising promise to the remaining unassigned positions, encouraging them to stay motivated. At this point, Lin Mingyuan had completed the first 3 steps he had planned. He had successfully become a sword saint, assumed control of Blackstone City, and forged a close friendship with Duchess Freya of the Silver Empire, the future overlord of central China. Lin Mingyuan had completely escaped the hardships of his previous life, now possessing a boundless and expansive future, and had officially entered a new chapter in his life. Blackstone City was in ruins, littered with the corpses of monsters, and even more lurking within. Once all was in place, it was time to admit civilians and recruit merchants. Before seeking internal administration personnel to assist him, Lin Mingyuan had another pressing concern. He's Zhao, the God Devourer, who shared a similar vision and also intended to seize Blackstone City as his home. Chapter 125 His Zhao is here. His Zhao was a stubborn man, determined to do something, unstoppable. Yet, he possessed unparalleled strength. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't completed his second transformation, significantly increasing his power, there was no way he could defeat him. He might even have to rely on Freya for help. Now that Black Rock City had been successfully captured, it was time to say goodbye to Freya. Lin Mingyuan escorted her all the way out of the city. Freya quipped, "Let's just leave it here, or your girlfriend might be upset." Lin Mingyuan said heartfeltly, "Thanks to you, we prevented Yan Qi and his men from entering the city and attacking us. I can't thank you enough. How about you pledge yourself to me?" Freya raised an eyebrow, seemingly teasing, but truly speaking. After watching Lin Mingyuan's bloody battle with the demon Prince Liz, she was truly moved by him. "Stop it," Lin Mingyuan said with a perfunctory smile. "Autumn is a time of farewells." After seeing Freya off, Nai Chang arrived to take his leave. "Boss, according to the agreement, I was supposed to work for you for a month, but now that Blackstone City has been successfully conquered and there are no powerful enemies harassing the area, there shouldn't be any need for me in the future. It just so happens that someone asked me a few days ago to kidnap the son of a deadbeat debtor to force him to pay back his debts. I figured if there's nothing else going on, I'd leave." "You're quite frank, talking about kidnapping right in front of me," Lin Mingyuan said, half-smiled. "Hey, it's just a case of gangs robbing gangs, nothing shameful. Even though we're paid for work, we don't take anything for granted. I won't do anything heinous, greedy yet with a limit. People like Nai Chang are rare in the apocalypse. More people are filled with greedy, corrupt villains. It's true there's been a little trouble lately, but I can handle it. You're no longer needed. You can leave." Lin Mingyuan decisively let him go without trying to persuade him to stay. Nai Chang was a bohemian and free-spirited man, and since they didn't share his ideals, there was no point in forcing him to stay. "I believe in your ability, boss. There's no problem you can't handle," Nai Chang flattered with a grin, then bowed, saying, "We'll meet again in the world of martial arts, boss." Most of the outsiders had left, and the remaining ones were all insiders. Lin Mingyuan tasked Li Tong with finding a reliable construction team to redesign the residential areas and commence extensive construction within Blackstone City. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Lin Mingyuan never interfered. The roar of bulldozers and excavators rang from morning till night, and the well-paid workers toiled enthusiastically. The reborn Blackstone City was bursting with astonishing vitality, with new developments every day. This newly fortified city attracted many malicious eyes, and smaller factions around Blackstone City were eyeing it. Just 4 days after its capture, a poisoning incident occurred at the construction site. Someone had deliberately spiked the communal meals in the site cafeteria, poisoning over 200 people. Work was forced to halt, and panic reigned. In the afternoon, a few idle hooligans wandered to the city gate, peeking in. When the guards drove them away, they lay on the ground and started to act like a troll, refusing to get up until they were paid. It was clear they were trying to scam people. Li Tong approached Lin Mingyuan in the city lord's residence and said, "We just received a ransom letter. The poisoning and scam were all done by the Hornet team. We have 3 days to prepare 50,000 disaster coins, otherwise they will cause chaos throughout our city." Li Tong looked at Lin Mingyuan, who looked at Li Tong, speechless for a moment, until they both burst out laughing. A little mouse leaped up and threatened an elephant. No matter how aggressive or ferocious the mouse acted, the elephant saw it as cute. The gentle elephant found the mouse adorable, but a fierce and violent tiger would have slapped the little mouse to death, forever immobilizing it. These little highway gangs really treat us like pushovers. Pass my orders. A wanted WASP team. I want the bodies of WASP team members hanging from every streetlight on the highway. Lin Mingyuan, desperate to find the murderer, contemplated seeking psychic Lu Xiaodong's divination, only to find the WASP team behind the scenes, making a comedic appearance. In his previous life, Lin Mingyuan hadn't even known about the WASP team, he only recently discovered it. The so-called WASP team were a gang of motorcycle-riding bandits, devoid of even a single second-level professional. They were nothing more than a bunch of scumbags who knew only despicable tactics. Lin Mingyuan immediately decided to dispatch Aiden to eliminate the WASP team, who dared to provoke him. Not only would he destroy them, but he would also use their bodies as a deterrent to any other lurking villains. The WASP team were already a dead mass, not a serious concern. How could they stand up to the Silver Knights, led by the ferocious, near-legendary Aiden, eager for fame and glory? After giving the order, Lin Mingyuan ignored the group of punks, his main focus remaining on He Zhao and the others who could arrive in Blackstone City at any moment. People can't resist talking. Less than an hour after Aiden led his men out of the city to pursue the WASP convoy, Lin Mingyuan sensed a primal and barbaric aura approaching. With his gaze fixed, he activated the heaven-stepping gate and instantly vanished from the city lord's mansion. What a magnificent city! I declare Blackstone City our home. Gazing at the 50-meter-high, pitch-black walls constructed entirely of bedrock, He Zhao felt a surge of emotion, already considering Blackstone City his private property. Long live the boss! We have a home, cheers echoed. Only those who have experienced displacement know how precious the word home is. He Zhao and his followers' homes had been destroyed by natural disasters, forcing them to wander and face scorn. Now, they had finally found a suitable place to settle down. He Zhao declared that he would never give up Blackstone City. Displaced for hundreds of miles, starving and homeless, the residents resembled beggars, clad in tattered clothing, their hands and faces smeared with mud. Seeing a group of beggars, led by their leader, attempting to enter the city, the diligent guards immediately stepped forward to stop them. Blackstone City isn't yet complete, and we're not accepting residents at this time. First come, first served is the norm. He Zhao wasn't completely unreasonable, killing anyone he met. If you were truly that mad, no one would follow him. You're not qualified to speak to me. Call your leader out. But He Zhao's words betrayed his arrogant and rebellious nature. The guards were in a dilemma. Not everyone who wanted to see Lin Mingyuan could see him, and they had to identify him. But He Zhao's slovenly appearance made it difficult for them to determine whether he was truly powerful or just a beggar leader. Stand back. Leave this matter to me. The guards were relieved of the hesitation. Sensing He Zhao's presence, Lin Mingyuan had already arrived, his black wings retracting as he slowly descended from the sky. When Lin Mingyuan first met He Zhao, he left a deep impression. He was utterly unkempt, wearing a military coat riddled with holes, as if rats had built nests in it. His hair was so tangled that Lin Mingyuan could even see fleas dancing through it. His gleaming steel boots were definitely equipment. Anything less than system-approved gear wouldn't have been able to withstand his devastation. He exuded a sour stench like a basket of rotting oranges and fish. Lin Mingyuan wanted to throw him into the river for an hour before pulling him out, but he felt a pity for the water being tainted by him. Oh, you're their leader, right? You don't look that impressive at such a young age. Let me see if your hair has fully grown, He Zhao said, attempting to grab Lin Mingyuan's big dick. Lin Mingyuan grabbed his wrist, then pushed him away with a look of disdain, speaking coldly. You're tired of living, you bastard. Lin Mingyuan had always been a gentle and easygoing man, believing in keeping his mouth shut when you can get physical. Today, his how truly disgusted him, and he rarely uttered a single curse word. Lin Mingyuan now understood why, in his previous life, Yan Qianxue had kept his how in the dark about Blackstone City's former existence as part of the Silver Empire, allowing his how to provoke the Silver Empire and ultimately be defeated. Sure enough, Yan Qianxue had been disgusted by his how himself. "Oh my, you're quite strong, little brat. No wonder you were able to take Blackstone City. You're quite capable. I guess I underestimated you." After a brief encounter, his how sensed Lin Mingyuan's terrifying strength, and his sleazy expression hardened into a serious expression. "Tell you the truth, I've got my eye on Black Rock City. I'm giving you two choices: hand over the city lord's order, then kneel down and yell, 'Master, take your men and get out of here.' I won't make things difficult for you, otherwise, I'll massacre the entire city." His how's declaration of war was so powerful that the refugees following him were emboldened, shouting and yelling to bolster their spirits. "How shameless! Young Master Yuan, teach him a lesson." Li Tong and Yan Qianxue, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, stood on the city walls. Li Tong, eager to watch the action, shouted. Lin Mingyuan's lips curled up. "You really enjoy giving people multiple choice questions, don't you? I'll give you one too. If you can survive for 1 minute, I'll spare your life. If you can't, all those beggars you brought with you will be buried with you." The count starts now. As soon as Lin Mingyuan finished speaking, Li Tong pressed the stopwatch. Simultaneously, Lin Mingyuan moved at high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages. A standard Muay Thai knee strike sent his how's 200-pound body flying. The others couldn't make out his movements at all. With a deafening bang, his how, who had just boasted, was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Everyone turned to look and saw a large area of shattered space surrounding his how from all sides. It was Lin Mingyuan, pursued by the Heaven Stepping Gate. If his how couldn't dodge the Heaven Stepping Gate in time, his life would be in vain. As the space closed in, his how finally began to panic, looking at his body, scarred by the sharp spatial cracks. Having fought his way through JJ City, he truly believed he was invincible. He had never expected to encounter Lin Mingyuan the moment he stepped out of his house. His pride instantly plummeted, and he lamented, "The outside world is too dangerous." Unwilling to delay any longer, his how exchanged punches with Lin Mingyuan, using the recoil to escape the range of the Taishan Gate. However, the blows left him with extensive soft tissue contusions in his right arm, fine cracks forming in his sturdy knuckles, and his hand trembled slightly, unable to exert force. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.